Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 370. First off, though, we're going to dedicate this show to the memory of Jennie Delvaux, who passed this week. On behalf of everyone here in the panel, our condolences. Ron?
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
She will be missed.
Yep. 92.
Okay.
That's a pretty good run.
Yep. I have comfort food. You ever have those?
Yep,
Raisins?
I have.
They're awesome.
I bought them by accident instead of raisins once, and I ended up liking them. But
Oh, they're good.
Okay, so on the panel today, we've got top corner yours truly. Next over, Marco.
Wow, glad to be here.
Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
And Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
Hey, next over, Ron Delvaux.
Hello, hello.
And L Curtis Boyle.
welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay. Henry Gernhard.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today we've got VCF wrap-up.
And
more.
World of Retro Computing. Next over, Jason, the CoComan.biz.
Absolutely. It's Saturday. It's time for the CoCoNation, and exciting news. The CoCoNation is now 100% gluten-free podcast.
Wow.
About
Nice.
time.
And I see you haven't fully unpacked yet because your
No,
sign's
I
not
have
hanging.
not. I have not fully unpacked. I'm still editing my VCF video, and I just got back from a trip to, Halloween season has started, so spooky season. So I did a video at an amusement park for their Halloween event. So I'm already backlogged, and it's only a few days after VCF.
All right, next row we got David Ladd.
Why, hello everyone. I'm Dave, and thank you for joining us today. Please sit, stay a while, and enjoy the show. And I'm certainly in a better mood after VCF Midwest. I hope everybody else enjoyed the time there.
Did you bring
And
stuff
next
home?
Up, next up, we got Bob Emery.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the show. I'll keep it brief because after that, I am out of breath.
So does that is a weird 1084S with a CoCo door on it.
The best.
And
The
let's
hybrid.
see. Oh, last but not least, until what the heck? Canadian Retro
next show?
Things.
Hello, and I am still catching up on sleep from VCF,
And your cats aren't helping.
and my
Will you-
cats are not helping.
Will you be doing that here?
As soon as the news,
As soon as the
hits,
news
I'll be
starts,
sleeping.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to a good sleep today once the news starts.
That's your designated
right.
nap time.
In the chat, we got Kevin Holloway, Wayne Campbell, Exile in Paradise. And we have Area 51 Aliens Exist. And
Nice.
let's see. And there's more down here. Jim Rye, Eric Rangel, Michael Zwiffel, Peter Willard, Mark Siegel, Daddy Burrito, Chris Dries, Fairly Amused, Talmeric Gunderson, Daddy Burrito, Brian Weasler. I was trying to remember all the names I've already called off. David Sharon Berry.
Is Restream bot in the chat?
Not yet.
Okay.
It will be smacked down as soon as it shows up. Oh, let's see. That's everybody in the chat. We're caught up. All right. Let's see. Looking at the agenda, let's start off with project updates, and then we'll go into VCF Midwest reports. Let's see. Rick is the only person I had on the list.
Fair enough. I will put myself.
I have to
in
say,
here.
for project updates and acquisitions, I can't believe all of you other people went to VCF and you didn't purchase or buy one thing.
Oh, I bought
What?
stuff.
Well,
So
I
I
got
can
some
throw
stuff,
So
but
you
I'm
have
not set up to
acquisitions.
show it.
I know something Ken has that nobody else has.
I bought some
And
pizza.
Cooties?
he knows what I mean, Mr. Canadian Retro Things, with your door.
He's sleeping already.
I'm not sleeping, and I have no idea what you're talking about, Rick. As a matter of fact, I will have no idea about it until the video comes out later this week.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess we'll wait and see what it was. Also, unrelated to VCF, I
Oh,
came
looky
across
there.
this.
Gonna zoom up there, Mark?
Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get
Is that
there.
a box or a pamphlet?
We're waiting on the box.
Oh, ooh, nice.
Oh, cassette.
This is the first thing I've ever
Ooh.
found in a thrift store that's in any kind of good shape, and it appears to be unused. Near as I can
Wow.
tell.
Bet the belts all came apart though.
No, it plays beautifully. It sounds
Really?
good.
You mean something in the thrift store that wasn't a VCR or a DVD player?
Right, and
Or a
it's all
toaster?
good. Still has its warranty identification, handwritten serial number on the card there. We're all good to go
Oh,
with that.
Oh,
And then,
Terry's going to be jealous.
Yeah.
right. Maybe and hold it out for extra goodies. This is weird. It comes with a reply postage already on the back of the box.
oh, prepaid return. Yeah.
So I guess if
Ooh.
it gets broken, you're covered. So you know.
Are you going to send it in?
Send in my sassy to Old Bee Tree Road in Swannon, North Carolina.
You might as well just go ahead and address it to the dead letter office.
So I
True,
wonder if
true.
that was a warranty replacement.
No, this hasn't been used. I mean, it's
Right. No, this was like
it's
the
a
replacement.
return.
Yeah, the replacement that was sent, and then you use that box to send the old one back.
Oh, okay, maybe. But it
wonder.
came back fully. You know, you got a new warranty card.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's cool. It's in perfect shape. It plays beautifully. It loads. But the only thing that's missing, it was supposed to include the cassette cable, and that was missing. Someone absconded with the cassette cable.
Oh no!
Yeah, there it is in the picture.
Yeah.
That
Oh
sure
yeah.
does look. That sure does look like one of the Radio Shack tape recorders, though.
Well, it is.
Well,
It is. It's just rebranded.
TDP'd.
The TDP one.
Candy
Yeah,
data
Terry
product. What do
Steggy, you got one of those.
So anyway, I just thought it was unusual. It looks like it's been in this box most of its life. So anyway, that was,
Wow.
that
Old
was my
stock.
Cool.
that was my thing I found.
That's a great one.
And you have a convenient carrying handle built in so you can haul around during
That
VCF.
little handle pops out, runs on batteries, the whole bit.
You may have something Mr. Weissler doesn't have.
Right. I trade him for something I need.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
A deluxe CoCo, perchance?
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be handy. Yeah, right. I'm gonna get some money out of this tape deck.
Trade him for one of the kit Cocos.
Right?
Yeah, he's got a
right.
bunch of them, right?
No, I'd like one of those. I'd hang it on the wall, all busted up in a frame, board and the parts and everything.
You got to. That actually, Bill. That sounds like an absolutely great idea, because it's like grab that thing, do a breakout of it, and just have the parts like all framed together in a shadow box. That'd be beautiful.
Are you going to do soldering here?
What does it
You
look
need
like
to
I'm
get
doing?
the full-size poster of the
Gonna.
exploded view of the CoCo2 to go with it.
So what are you working on there, Henry?
Right now, I am soldering together some level shifters, because one of the projects that I'm working on is going to be adapting a USB keyboard to be run on the CoCo. So normally you see where you'll take the CoCo and a CoCo keyboard and you'll put something on it and it'll become a USB keyboard. I'm doing that in reverse, and it's going to involve at least one, possibly two Raspberry Pi Picos. And that'll be coming onto my channel as I get around to doing all the little bits and pieces.
Looks more
Is
like
that kind of like the Pi key that Brendan does for the MC10, but for the CoCo?
It
or-
might be. I've not looked at it to see what the Pi key actually is, but one of the guys that in the FujiNet crew actually did something similar for the Atari where he interfaced a USB keyboard to the Pokey. So I took a quick gander at that, and I'm like, okay, I'm not sure what the PIO actually does, but you know what? That's I don't know how to work it, but you know what? I've probably got enough speed on the Pico that I can work everything else and make a USB keyboard work.
That does sound a lot like the Pi key. He's even got a little programmable ROM, so you can like he's got joystick ports on his too, because the OMC10 doesn't have joysticks, and you can actually go into a learn mode and you press a key to assign to each direction of a joystick.
Yeah, that's going to be a stretch goal, he says with air quotes, for me, because the first thing I want to get working is the keyboard itself, because the keyboard I can plug in, I can blank off the keyboard panel, put a USB thing in there, plug that in, but I've still got long leads that I can use for the joysticks. And I recently actually picked up a pair of black beauties, so that makes things easy. And they've got
Yeah, it looks like they're from Australia.
No,
I was upside down.
Oh, there you go. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Wow, he's got both North American and Australian versions. That's awesome.
You must be rich.
But
will you be my buddy?
So are we moving to acquisitions now, or were we still on somebody else?
Well, I'm just going to mention a couple comments in the chat here. So Sixy said, excellent. We all know tape is best, referring to Rick getting the tape recorder in great shape. And of course, Dave Veery came back and said, Sixy, you're off my friend list now, because he prefers disk drives or SD cards. I did see a mention in the chat here. I guess, Dave, you said you have a few things from VCF you can share. You're muted, Dave.
Hey, Vlad.
Yes, I did pick up 3 things, at least that I remember offhand, whenever you're ready to see.
Yeah, zoom them up there, Mark.
All right.
I don't know. I'm a little afraid.
Oh, don't worry, Mark.
Very afraid. Don't worry, we can always mute him.
Did you buy more really bright shirts, David?
Oh,
he did that just so Mark could find him faster in the panel.
Speaking of razors that don't work.
Yeah. Look, I'm still trying to recover from VCF Midwest.
It's pretty amazing, and all this footage that I shot at VCF, it's so easy to pick David out of the crowd.
Always.
Oh yeah, I had no
all the way
problem
across
ever
the
finding
room.
David. Yeah, no problem.
Possibly across
okay.
the entire state. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, so this is one of the things I picked up. So Rick will probably recognize this. Thank you, Rick. I figured I'd get a second CoCoIO, but this is the CoCoIOr, which has the built-in
when you say
ROM.
Picked up, when you say picked up, did you like pay for it?
Well, I kind of had to, otherwise he wasn't going to hand it over to me. So yes. And plus I have the PayPal receipt stating it went through.
Oh, okay.
Now, what's the difference between the R version and the other version?
Well, as you can see, there's no serial port, and there's a little switch right here, so you can update the EEPROM that's on the inside. So this actually has a ROM in it, so that way you can boot
code
straight off of it.
Cool.
So otherwise, it's functionally the same.
Henry
And then
Strickland
from
has
our
the thing-
friends that was at CoCo Fest that was making 3D printed stuff, I managed to pick up their last analog joystick that was there at VCF Midwest for the CoCo. For me, it's kind of interesting because the buttons are on the left side instead of the right side, like I'm used to on like the NES and other PlayStation controllers. I haven't had a chance to test it yet, but it feels nice. And then, of course, most people recognize this product, the nice Switcheroo.
Oh, who makes those?
Never heard of it.
I wonder. I believe it starts with a cocoman.biz.
Starts and ends.
Yes. So that's the 3 things I remember getting, except for, the standard food at the court that was right there in the facility and other nice stuff. At least I didn't get the gift of the C stuff.
Actually, from watching some of the follow-ups compared to last year, a lot less people got the C stuff than last year.
Just convention flu in general. Didn't
so
seem to
it's
be a thing.
not a super spreader event.
Nope, not this year.
Surprisingly enough.
I think I came back like 2 years ago with it. So, but not the
By the
last
way,
two.
David, Steve Rasmussen, alias Buck Owens, in the chat is saying the buttons are on the correct side. I have to agree.
Well, if you're going
I will
with
agree with them too.
the craft joystick, yes, it would be on the left. But when you're used to playing with NES controllers, Xbox controllers, PlayStation controllers, the stick is normally on the left, not the right. So
Yeah, that's how you can
It's-
tell how old I am, because I'm used to the old way.
And it's backwards on all of those things that you just mentioned.
Yeah, exactly.
And I do have a couple things that I picked up that I like to show off.
Sure.
They're not necessarily CoCo related, but it was still kind of fun. So some of you may be familiar with this. Well, this is actually a repro of it, but the Ken back one was ostensibly the first personal computer. So I saw that and I'm like, that's cute. It's got blinking lights. You can do almost nothing with it. It'll be fun to see if you can do something with it. So I picked up the kit, and it wasn't that terribly expensive. And the kit itself is actually quite neatly packaged. If I can get the blessed thing open here first. Ah, there we go. That's where I open it. Very neatly packaged. He's got the case all put together and everything, and it's just absolutely gorgeous the way he's put that kit together.
Wow,
I'm
David
looking
Ladd
forward to putting
USB
that-
cable.
Yeah,
What's
it's,
the
well, David, I'm used to seeing David more in orange than in yellow, it seems these days. But I'll take
does it-
that.
does it have a processor?
No, it does not have a microprocessor. All of its work is done TTL. So if you look at the theory of the unit, it's actually quite an interesting piece as far as how it makes everything work. It uses the silicon equivalent of delay line memory. It uses a shift register and has to rotate all the way through the shift registers in order to get to what it wants to, what you want to actually work with. And so the other thing that I picked up that I thought was quite kind of fun. Does anybody recognize this by any chance?
That's sort of like a laser disc adapter or something.
It is actually it's a 12-inch worm. There's my screwdriver. I need to pop this thing open. And I saw this laying there and I'm like, look, for $8, I just have to grab this because it's just way too flippin' pretty. And let me see if I can get this open and display it without falling out.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's just ridiculously beautiful piece.
And we now know everything about
I
your
could have used that trying to
state.
shave with my broken razor this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it. But this is interesting because this device, this was manufactured in 1983, was its heyday, and the thing holds not 1 gigabyte, but flip it over to the other side, 2 gigabytes.
Double sided.
1983.
It's a
Enormous.
gigabyte. It's a gigabyte per side, and apparently this was used for like medical imagery and things of that nature, storing that. Really forward thinking. It came right around the same time as the Red Book CD started coming out. So
We use
considering
those.
that the CD Go ahead.
I was going to say, we used those in our call center through the very early 90s because they were great archival storage. They lasted a lot longer than the other available optical stuff of the time.
Now I'm trying to remember timeline wise, where does Thor fall into that? The one that Tandy was trying to do and then ended up having to not sell it because it wasn't working properly. So I remember because that was early 80s too, I believe, wasn't it?
I'm not as familiar with Thor. I don't remember hearing Mom talk about that at all.
Well, it never got released. It was something they'd pre-announced, and it was
okay.
Mark Siegel, if he's in the chat, might remember. Maybe you can tell us. I just don't remember the details.
Or isn't that the guy with the big hammer?
Yeah,
That's
because
one of them. Yeah,
his son was Thor.
You're thinking Odin. You're thinking Odin.
Yeah, I remember Tandy came out with a Brunelli box.
Yeah, and I remember seeing the Bernoulli boxes too. Mom brought one of those home, 8-inch form factor. I think when she brought them home, they were like 88 megs per device. They fit into a Model 16 drive slot if you really wanted to put one in there. So those I was looking at that like, oh my goodness, because at that point, Dad was still using a 5 megabyte hard disk system on his Model 3. So
that was like
and
an
of course,
ultimate in a floppy disk.
Yeah, exactly. And I did manage to finally get my hands on a couple of 8-inch floppy disks, completely useless because I don't have a floppy drive for them.
Yeah.
But hey, I finally got some 8-inch disks.
Well, time will change that.
You're all ready for the drive then.
Yeah, it's important to have goals.
What I really want to do is I really want to get my hands on a 2. I would love to get my hands on a Model 2. And
Are
if
you
I
going to
had the
Tandy
space-
Assembly?
I'm not going to be able to make Tandy Assembly this
okay.
year. It's going to have to wait till next year because I wasn't prepared for it. Like I got to be prepared for these shows like 4 months in advance as far as finances and travel and arrangements and everything is concerned. So by the time I found out when Tandy Assembly was, I was question marking my own financial position to be able to do it, but I can prepare for it for next year. But I would love to have a 2, and I'd love to get a 2 with the disc bay extension. That would be fun.
Is that the kind where you turn it on and the lights dim for a second?
That's the one
Yeah,
that gives you a
pretty much.
hernia.
But it's also the one that like mounts into a desk. If I had the room, I would love to have the actual like Model 2 desk system with the triple bay that's on the desk that's off to the side, and you got the 2 sitting on top of that. You know,
I'm trying to
nice
remember,
thing about
TGB Chris, I think, has one of those, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. TGB Chris does. And I think you can actually wire that up, put cards in it so that it can look like a 2, kind of sound like a 2, but act more like a 16B or a 6000 and actually
Yeah, you
run
could
Xenix
upgrade a
speed.
Model 2 to the equivalent of a 6000.
Because I would love to have a Model 2 looking system with the Model 2 capabilities and the capability to be running Xenix. And I think it'd just be fun to be running Xenix.
Yeah, because that's when you have the 68,000 board and you have the Z80 is basically an IO chip at that point, isn't it, in Xenix?
Yeah, and I still want to find the suck mud error and see if I can manage to ignite that one because that's just too much fun.
You know, that's the same size disk and same looking disk as they put the nuclear codes on for the silos.
It is the exact same disk. It is
Yep.
it is the same disk. They were using 8-inch floppies, and I think they were using. They might have even been using the original IBM single-sided single densities. So those might have only been like 90K disks. I don't know. I don't know how long those have been around. But like it or not, the blessed things are resilient. You know, and you want to talk about air gapping. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, a couple of comments in the chat here I want to get to. So Mark Siegel thinks that Thor was 1987. If I remember correctly, Thor was the first attempt at a rewritable optical.
Now it moves the needle in my brain. I just don't think we were that involved with it on our end.
And then next up after that, Albert Marsh. This is a question in general because I can't remember who made the graphic, but he's asking, so awesome, love the CoCoNation graphic, assuming that it's a 320 by 192, 16 color out of 64. How do I get it?
CoCoNation graphic?
Yeah, you know, the one that's a picture of the MC10 and the CoCo and stuff.
Oh. Well, I guess after a suitable donation, might be able to arrange something.
Yeah.
You're going to send somebody
Here's
over
capitalist
with
Mark for you.
Send somebody over with a briefcase
and small and marked bills.
I tell you, some people
non-sequential.
Otherwise, no problem.
Yeah, Exile in Paradise says that Paul Shoemaker made it, so if you can contact him on the CoCo Discord, that's probably the easiest way. And Mark said, yes, my boss was in charge of Thor. Not the Avengers one, but the rewritable optical.
Oh, not the hammer. Okay.
The Radio Shack one.
Is Thor spelled out mean something, or you know?
I think it did it. I can't even remember anymore.
It has to end with.
I remember there was huge
rewritable,
headlines
right?
about it because it was going to be so far ahead of its time, and you know, Tandy was not known for leading. They would be, you know, the people that actually make it, you know, affordable and cheap and mass market. And this is one where they're actually going to try to take a head start on the technology, and I think they got kind of scammed actually because the company they were working with actually get kind of lied the whole way through the process and really didn't have the technology working as they claimed. That's what I kind of remember reading after the fact. I'll let Mark verify if that's correct or not, but that's my faint memory of it. Anybody else who's at VCF that has anything they want to either show that they purchased? Well, it doesn't have to be CoCo related, because I know you guys are into a lot of retro stuff, or you can show or just talk about it if you don't have it handy. Rick, did you buy anything or take anything from the free table?
No, unfortunately, I didn't have much purchase money this year. I kind of got myself there and got back.
Jason?
What I took away was memories.
There you go.
I actually did get give away and get rid of a few things that needed to get rid of. So it was pretty cool that I got to talk to a lot of people, but no, didn't buy anything but food and drink.
Okay, Ron, sorry I cut you off there.
Yeah, well, did Ken made a video, didn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Now,
I did.
In the video, there was a fair amount of Radio Shack stuff peppered throughout the place. It seemed like
Throughout the show, yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah, there definitely was. I unfortunately didn't get out from behind my table as often as I would have liked to look at everything, but
they did a good job.
Well, it wasn't like the fest where you could go out for a half hour and kind of walk the floor quickly. No. You're gonna need
you'd be lucky to get one row in that time period.
Right, you're gonna need a half a day just to go through once and see what you want to come back and look at.
He documented you coming to the show. I thought that was pretty cool. You're kind of looking around like, where's my stuff? Where do I go?
What's
Over
my
here?
name?
Over here?
So I guess we're kind of transitioning into VCF in general, since we've kind of gone through the project updates and acquisitions. So I was going to ask each of you, what was your opinion of the show and what was your favorite part of the show? And if you have a worst thing about the show, like a logistics thing or whatever, what was that? And we'll go in order as they appear on the panel. So first up, I guess, Rick.
Okay, well, like I say, it was just too big to handle. I needed a day for me and a day for the table. You know?
Yeah, you were only there on Saturday, right?
Well, no, I ended up staying, and in fact, a little story about that from Google Maps. The distance from the convention hall to the attached hotel and to the unrelated Wyndham Gardens or whatever appears quite similar. But you can't see the fence that divides the convention center from the Wyndham Gardens. And once you take that into account, it's, half mile walk. And so, yeah, I zoomed over to my hotel Saturday night, walked back to the convention hall, no problem. Hung out a while. I got to walk back in the dark across that same grassy field, and it didn't work out so well.
The evil geese of doom.
I was probably pretty funny looking as I drug myself up to my hotel room late Saturday night. But otherwise, hey, it was a great place. Nice venue. I will definitely get a room in time and a table next year.
And have you been to a VCF before, Rick? Like, you're fairly close to Chicago, so
I have not. So no, I just never occurred to me to be there. I'm just kind of recently got back into CoCo Fest. I do have something to point out though, if we can embiggen me for a second. This has come up before, but I just wanted to point. Oh, Mark's not here, so I guess we can't do that.
Yep, I'm here. Let me get back.
Here he comes.
Go back.
Need to put some roller skates on that boy.
Yeah, he was trying to sneak in a nap here quick before the news. So
that's when you add some co-hosts to the call so they can do it and make it look like you're still there.
Oh, well, I did add a few co-hosts.
Oh, I'll say they weren't paying attention.
Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I could have fixed myself. Damn it.
Now I'm trying to find where you are. Oh, there you are.
I'm the badge.
It's the badge, yeah.
Badges?
So I just wanted to point this out. I mean, this is the back of your visitor badge. There's only 3 rules in the whole thing. They've been said before, but I wanted to point them out. The free pal should not contain uncool printers, broken CRTs, or anything organic. And I can guarantee they held you to it. I looked all through there. There wasn't any edibles this year. So.
there were no bananas for scale.
Were you putting things in your mouth or something? Or
well, anything organic, does that mean no mold and stuff growing on stuff?
Well, I assume food and stuff, but it's Illinois, so they could mean gummies or brownies.
a lot of things.
Well, we did have Jesus Eric wandering around handing out bacon.
Really?
Yeah, that was bizarre.
Awesome.
So anyway, that was my strange comment on the show. It was a hell of a lot of fun, and everyone should go there if you can get there.
Cool. Okay, next up, Henry.
Oh yeah, give me a second to get into, and we will hit that button and then that button and then that button so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. So yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun. I would encourage anybody who has any interest whatsoever in going in vintage computer stuff to go to VCF Midwest, because oh my gosh, the stuff you can get there, along with going to VCF East or VCF West, because both of those are at computer museums. Oh my God, the stuff you can see there. Midwest is definitely more of a merchants than an exhibitors type of a thing, but hey, that's fine. It was just absolutely a lot of fun. And they had some good panels going on. I got to talk to somebody who was working there, and they have stood on this and they continue to stand on this at VCF Midwest. The minute, and one of the organizers told me, the minute they have to start charging for attendees to come walk in the door is when they stop having the show, is what he told me, point blank. So charging for
Jason?
tables, okay, I can't remember who it was, but he was I don't remember Jason being that small, but oh well. But yeah, they were saying that it was like charging for tables. It was the first year they did that, but the snafu with like overselling real darn quick, it just surprised the snot out of them how quickly they went through that. But it was fun to be there. It was nice to hang out with the FujiNet crowd. Met some really cool people in that group, and just walking around was absolutely amazing. And another nice thing is that if you're there and you don't have a motor vehicle, that's not a death knell, because there is a shuttle bus that goes between that goes around to points between the Schaumburg Renaissance and the Northwest Transit Center, so you can get around by bus relatively readily. The walk to the auxiliary, you just got to know the route to get to your auxiliary hotel. So if you're not at the hotel, me personally, I've determined that I do want to go to some of the talks. I do want to go to some of the fora, but I also realize that I very much want to present there. So that's going to be a next year thing for me. I saw Grant's like, oh, we're opening the tables in January. I'm like, okay, great. You know, as soon as I get the information, I'm up for CoCo Fest. But I'm also going to be watching like a hawk when they start doing VCF Midwest, because I do want to get a table next year.
Cool.
So I can tell you that VCF Southwest, although not as big, was still a good event to go to.
And
Yeah, Southwest was down in Texas, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So for me, it was a drive.
And we figured out that shuttle tram because you'll notice it also goes past quite a few shopping centers on its stops.
Yep.
So this is for the housewives during the convention while the hubbies are all.
So it takes them to the Woodfield Mall and stuff.
They can go pick up some shoes or whatever the heck they need to do.
Yeah, it goes by quite a few little places. It's like it's literally, they call it like the Schaumburg trolley or something like that.
Right. I just thought it was interesting how much shopping was included. You know, it's fun.
Okay, thanks, Henry. Next up is Jason.
Oh, it's my turn already. Okay. I have a few pictures I can share. I can share my screen, I think, or maybe. Let's see here. There we go. And that's the wrong screen, isn't it?
Yeah, that's your desktop.
Nice desktop.
Hey, that's
Needs more
great,
icons.
man. Look at that. Look at my messy desktop, everyone.
Messy. You want to see messy? I'll share mine.
There we go.
It spans 2 screens.
Oh yeah, I had that up there, and then it brought me the desktop. Okay, well, there we go. It's coming through now, I hope.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, this is kind of a spot for my table here. You can see, John Mark there in the foreground. John
Yeah, and
Mark
Eric
Lobos.
a little bit to the right of him, just top of his head.
Oh yeah. But this was leaps and bounds bigger. At least it felt bigger than last time, but it also
Right.
wasn't spread out, and there weren't people in the parking lot this time. I mean, I had a blast, and you can see very at the far end there on the left, that's where the concessions were. Only the one on the far left was I ever saw open, but it was just
Right.
but yeah, I didn't even get to
Fun-
see everything.
Fun fact while you have this picture up, that shiny line about a third of the way from the right is a divider that was removed to make this slightly bigger. And then the rightmost wall can also be removed to make it twice as big as that. So
Yeah.
we need some
Actually,
more people.
there's two more rooms. This is half the space in this area, so there's another small room beside it, and then another big room on the other side of that.
Oh, geez.
So you could go up to 100,000 square feet.
Yeah, and you can see in the background there, you can see the telephone, the phone, the poles for the telephone system they had set up too.
Yeah.
Right, that was cool.
Yeah, they had to bring. Go ahead, David.
Oh, sorry for cutting you off. I was just going to say, yeah, the phone system, they had it for analog, T1, DSL, and I think something else that you could get through those lines. You just had to request it.
Now I got to ask, was it more reliable than the cell phone network at the venue?
Yes. Yes.
However, when
Yes,
you get
it
that
was.
many people in one room, that's a lot of cell phones.
Yeah.
Like I said, RF levels in that room, take an antenna, rip it out, put a diode on it, put an LED on the other side, wave it around, you got yourself a flashlight.
No connection.
Worse than Hamvention.
Oh yeah, and see here. Speaking of RF, there was this. It's my table, but there was I found a channel 7 being transmitted in the building, and it was just a bunch of music and like some type of video kaleidoscope going there.
Well, that's cool. That's rare, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be in my video once I get it up there. Hopefully this weekend, I'm hoping, or Monday at the latest, up on my Fairly Muse channel. Get that all edited and ready to go. But you can see Ken and Rick are there too, and that's the
And
backup John Laurie there.
What's that Telstar thing? Your own satellite you can send up?
That was a Pong machine.
Oh,
the other leather company.
Yeah, it was a Pong machine, and I ended up. That was something I was happy to see. I was happy to let go. I'm like, how many Pong machines do I need? So I had quite.
I told you it's 32.
32. Well, I think I'm down to like one. If one like dedicated Pong machine, I think that's enough. And it's the one from Radio Shack that has like the light gun and everything that we used to run the commercial for, with
a quick aside before you go on to the next picture here, but I was wondering, and I forgot to ask Rick too. Ken, I don't think you were selling anything at the show, were you?
No.
But I mean, Rick and Jason were. Did sales go fairly well? Were they what you expected? I mean, this is a general everything retro show, so
I was pretty surprised with. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Rick.
I was just gonna say I was pretty surprised with how much CoCo stuff I sold. I was especially surprised because a lot of people said, "Well, I'll come back tomorrow," and then they did on Sunday and bought stuff. So
it wasn't an
usually if
excuse.
it's come back tomorrow, they end up not.
Yeah, that means piss off or whatever. But
good thing you stayed the extra day then.
Well, yeah, that's kind of my influence. Was I was thinking,
did you raise the price?
Jason, how are sales for you? You've been to these shows before, so they probably
these...
already have gotten stuff from you in the past. But
yeah, so they've gotten stuff from me in the past. It was okay. I don't think it was as good as it has been, but it was just kind of I think CoCo stuff was pretty much just what I had left over from CoCo Fest plus some switcheroos because those I always go through. So always bring extra of those, and had some of the Apple II GS SCART cables. And
I was going to ask you, how's this Apple II GS SCART cables doing?
They do okay. It's not a high volume thing, but they do okay.
You're one of multiple vendors, so yeah.
Few there. I think probably the advantage is that you can get them from me, especially if you're in the U.S. or North America. You can get them from me probably quicker, because I think the other vendors are like New Zealand and maybe Europe, maybe the UK and Spain or something like that. Although ironically, I have people order them. I think I just had one ordered from Switzerland the other day. I'm like, really? Why wouldn't you get it from Europe? But hey, that's
is the GS working okay?
Beautifully.
Excellent.
But what else do we have here? Let's go. And speaking of that Channel 7 transmission, I found the guy. I was like, I know there's got to be an antenna. I just started looking for an antenna. And I found this guy. At the time I came over, he was not on, but I found this blonder tongue TV modulator that he had hooked up to an antenna. So that was I mean, that was covering pretty much the whole hall, because it was clear on the other end of the hall down there by the closed snack bar. There was someone viewing it on a black and white set.
So he was broadcasting on that antenna on top of it.
Right. There's a pair of rabbit ears right there on top of it. Yeah. There's yep. Then it was just hooked into one of those with one of those 300 ohm, 75 ohm transformers. And but he was pretty surprised. And then I pointed over to my TV over at my table. I said, "Look, it's coming in." He's like, "Oh, I didn't expect it to go that far. I just expected it to go over my table." There was a few other people there that had little low power things, and they weren't going very much further than their table. Like I think, Jim Brain wasn't too far from me, and I could just barely see if I held the antenna just the right way. I could see like he had Dig Dug or something on there, but could barely see it. And he was just like, "What?" I think the only table between us was Ken and Rick. So yeah.
Did you call your brother from Perrysburg to see if he can get it?
No, I didn't.
Can you imagine? You're supposed to hook that thing to a power amp.
Yeah, it's supposed, and that's supposed to be like for like a closed system for that's like a cable modulator.
So did he get a visit from the FCC?
No, I don't think he did. Well, I think he had a couple good things. That metal building. I checked. No one uses Channel 7 in Chicago anymore.
Right.
RF wise, it's not used. There is a Channel 7, but they don't actually transmit on Channel 7 anymore. So I think he was very lucky there, but
he was low power too.
They're low power, but it was booming all over the hall there. I wish I actually would have had like a little watchman or something, and I would have walk around the hall and see how it was, but I never don't have one. Yeah, that would have been fun.
Who's that FCC guy that just joined?
right, but he was really cool. He was really nice. Let's see here. We went over that one. Oh, here we go. This is the auction, and you can see Jason Timmons from VCF. Kind of looks like I don't know if that's maybe his Leisure Suit Larry outfit.
I was just gonna say that.
Right.
Did he have a gold tooth?
I couldn't tell from this distance, but I think that was just me kind of sticking my phone in the, it was a little easier to get in there. During the YouTubers panel, forget it. I couldn't even get in the room. I had my long bendy tripod. I just kind of stuck in there and got a little snippet, but it was jam packed. Do I have anything else here? Oh, this was out in the lobby later. This is one of those robot. I don't even know what this is, but I just know that I've seen these on display before and later.
They're called a topo.
Okay, a topo.
They were made by Nolan Bushnell, who started Atari.
Okay. And they're drunk. They wander around drunk.
Yeah, they were being piloted around the hotel lobby later, and as you can see from this picture, they just kept putting more clothes on it.
Yeah, they had interfaces for the Apple II and the Commodore 64 and the Atari, of course, so you could link to it and program and stuff. Very cool, but about $2,000 in 1982 or 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Didn't Hot CoCo or somebody have an article hook it up to a CoCo at one point, or is that a different robot?
It might have been
the Hero or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Probably Hero or something similar. There were a number of them in the CoCo mags to hook up to different robots.
So they couldn't vacuum, huh?
I had seen these at VCF Midwest before, but I'd never seen them in action until this year. I was like, hey, those actually work. I thought maybe they were just some kind of mock-up or something.
Yeah, probably never seen them so smartly dressed either.
Yeah, well, I don't know. As the evening went on, the robots got more clothes, which I don't want to know where the clothes came from.
Oh, there is a rainbow thing on there.
Adrian after some whiskey? I don't know.
I have no idea. Anyway, let's see here. Where's my thing?
Was Forgotten Machines there?
Oh,
yes,
he was there. He had I gave him the unofficial VCF award of most subtle booth with the blinking lights and the orange backgrounds. I think this must have been lunch or this is Portello's. Maybe this was dinner.
Piscarelli.
That's lunch.
This is
Yep.
when I was leaving at noon.
Okay, so this was Sunday lunch then, or Saturday.
Yes.
No,
Sunday.
Sunday. This was Sunday at lunch. Okay, yeah. So Grant and Joe Lowry, and John Lowry, not Joe Lowry, and one of the Pauls.
Viscarelli, yeah.
Yeah.
Viscarelli.
He's the one who gave us a live feed last week on the show.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, so he did he had his project there running on my CoCo, which was pretty cool. I was like, I didn't even know this was happening. That's a pretty cool project. I hope that gets done. And then I think
he's guessing that he'll have it done by, well, he's hoping to get it out for September, but if not, then at least by the end of October, because it's kind of themed for October.
Yeah. He said by Halloween, and I followed that up with what year? And then what do we got here? Oh, and then we had dinner later. We went to and I picked out the wrong one. Eric got cut off in this one. Sorry, Eric. I have a different one. I don't know why I posted that one. But we went to Illuminati's, but Eric's over here, and I have pictures with Eric, but that was one of the bloopers. Oops. But,
is that Ken without a fancy shirt?
Yeah,
yep, that is Ken without a Hawaiian shirt.
I could not even recognize him.
It happens once in a while.
Wow.
I put the wrong one up there. Doggone it. Although
that must be your underwear.
Yeah. Eric did have this at his table. It was it's all German, but I guess basically it's just a water bottle, but it's a schnaps-pistol. I guess it's some type of German joke. So I'm like, what is this? Some kind of weird German fire extinguisher? And he's like, did you translate? I'm like, well, I know what schnapps is. So yeah, that was pretty funny.
You can fill in the rest, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. The rest of it just fills itself in. Okay, so that's all I had. So I'll turn off my share. That is I have to say, that's the second time I've ever shared my screen on the show. And I think we got to see my messy desktop both times. So
nice.
How much different than when we see you behind you?
Oh, this isn't messy. This is cluttered.
Oh.
Busy. I prefer to call mine busy.
You know what? And it's even more busy right now because I haven't set the CoCo 3 back up. I don't have any of this. It's just kind of sitting here. Like I said.
You know what? You know when the world's going to end is when we start seeing people buying doors for their CM8. You know?
Well,
you don't have one there.
Well,
I can show you one thing that I did pick up. I'll be right back.
Okay. David, have you gone already? I don't know.
No, I haven't gone yet.
Okay, you can go while Ken's getting his whatever he's getting.
We usually go at the break.
Really, Ron?
Okay.
I didn't really get any photos other than what I put in the VCF window. But there were quite a few people there that I recognized. Of course, AJ had his standard, 5 trolleys full of stuff, all stationed at nice places and terminals running. So his stuff was always great. And then I walked around, found, of course, the people that went to CoCo Fest that had their 3D printed computer related stuff, the joysticks and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
And then for the group for the retro repair group, Joe's Computer Museum, Ron, I can't remember his full channel. I'm just bad.
Ron's computer
Mac
videos
80,
or something along that line?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Mac 84. There's a whole bunch of them that had a whole grouping of tables over there. So of course Joe was showing off his the blue scuzzy stuff that was at the table, of a couple other items. Of course, his stuff was busy. Ron had I think it was a Mac Classic or Mac SE motherboard that was in a custom 3D printed case. So, and some from a video adapter. So he wasn't using the, how you remember a Mac Classic, it has a built-in monitor and the logic board's on the side, and then you got other stuff. Yeah, in this case, the logic board's on the bottom, and then he had the hard drive and floppy drive bays above it, and was using one of those Pico power adapters, so you could use like a laptop power supply to power a standard PC motherboard. He had one of those type of adapters running it, and all kinds of other little gizmos. So,
and David, I was going to
then-
ask you about the Blue SCSI, because I know a couple of the MM1 users have been using it now and says it works really well. I don't know if you had a chance to try on yours yet. But has anybody tried it on a CoCo? Because we did have multiple SCSI cards in the CoCo in the mid to late 80s.
I have a Canton controller, but I do not have the cable with the appropriate card edge to IDC cable,
Oh, okay.
because it's split like right down the middle, and the cable goes out to the corners. And I just don't have that cable, or I can't even find the pinout of how it's supposed to be properly made. Otherwise, I'd actually like to try it. Because like the Canton, the TC, was it the TC3? Is that
Yep.
the one that
Cloud9's marks.
Yep. And there was another SCSI controller. I just can't think of it, that was on the CoCo.
Yeah,
And those
Discmaster
would-
was one. That was a really expensive one that came with the high density drives as well as floppy drives. It was like $1,000 or something like that.
Yeah, but the reason why it would be nice to use that is those are true no halt style controllers.
Yep.
And it would be nice to use that. The same with the Super IDE. I still use that now because it's no halt. Where unfortunately the CoCo SDC, you kind of have to shut off interrupts to do read and writes, which you have a chance of losing key presses.
Not as bad as a floppy drive, but yeah, it's definitely there.
So, but you know, the CoCo SDC is a great option when you don't have access to a true hard drive controller. But yeah, I'd really like to try it. I don't see that there'd be a problem. Because so far I've been able to use the Blue SCSI on my MM1. I just need to try to finish some video projects on that. But back to the VCF Midwest stuff.
Sorry.
Let's hear, where was I? So the 8-bit guy was there. Adrian Black was there. He's always a hoot to talk to. And then of course Ben Heckendorf was there, for anybody that knows him. So he's always got all kinds of nifty hardware stuff going on. Guess he's working on programming projects right now. But yeah, it's otherwise the free pile was full of a lot of old Dell desktops and mini desktops, like what you'd find in a office or doctor's office, where they're the small thin desktops. But otherwise there was a lot of different stuff, and busy. I think I walked more at that week I have walked in 2 years.
Okay, and I think Ken, you went and grabbed something, but you obviously got some experience at VCF Midwest as well.
Okay, well, again, this was just a great show, and getting back to the thing we were talking about, CM8 monitors, and everybody has a CM8 monitor without a door, and I just didn't want that. I wanted to be a little bit different, so I searched around, and I managed to find I now have a CM8 door without a monitor.
Oh, nice.
Hey, you're a
I
rare
believe
one
that's one of
now.
the signs of the apocalypse.
Ken's going to be
Really?
in high demand at CoCo Fest next year.
A yin with no yang.
I got some other stuff that I think are probably in high demand too that'll be in my video, so just a teaser.
I would have bought that whole dang box if I'd seen the door.
Now,
Not the
is
discs.
this a real door, or is this like a 3D printed replica?
No, that's a real CM8 door. It
Where
just-
did you find that?
Does
I-
it have all the clips on it or whatever?
Yes.
The-
all of them
Embossing?
except one little tab is broken on one of the clips, but
Oh, I've got ones like that are broken. I thought you had an unbroken one.
no.
Well, this
it's,
one has the
it's
swing clips on it, doesn't
it's
it?
got the swing clips. It's just
The whole
yeah,
shut
so it would
clip.
still-
Yeah.
I think between the two I have, it's different parts that are broken. So if I could combine the
Anyway,
two.
You know
what
what- you
actually
know what-
happened. Oh, sorry.
But
Go ahead.
you can cheat by having a clear disc of vinyl to hold the door closed with. You can't really see that it's
Oh,
on
they'll
there,
stay
and
shut.
The door shut.
One of the hold down clips breaks because it opens up from one side, but the other one doesn't, so it still shuts okay.
Yeah.
Just kind of.
Anyways, that's neither here nor there because I don't have a CM8 monitor, so
Oh, you
never
don't?
know.
No, I just have a door.
We have something to trade with sometime.
Right.
But yeah, I managed to get that. There was just a guy randomly walking out of the thing, and he looked over. He's like, "Oh, you got Tandy stuff," and I'm like, "Yeah, I want to sell this. Give me an offer." So it was just a box of stuff and a disk drive. So I offered him some money.
Well, that's right. You showed us the box at the end of your video and said later.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
stuff
So
in
that
this
door
box.
was in that box?
That door was in that box, along with some other, I think, fairly rare goodies.
Did you make the extra video showing the stuff in there? Or you have yet to do it?
Should be out this week.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on it right now. But yeah, it's a nice.
Did you follow up and contact him after the show and say, "Do you have the matching monitor for this door?"
Right. I need the monitor for this door, man.
It doesn't
no
seem to
idea
work
who
well.
the guy is. He just wandered up and I gave him money and I took his stuff.
That's a pretty valuable door. I remember one year at CoCo Fest, Eric bought a monitor just for the door and then sold me the monitor without the door. I'm like, like, dude, did you just pay like $30 for a door? Or whatever it was. I don't remember the amount.
That's like CoCo's black market currency is CM8 doors.
Right.
And then we see yours in the background there.
With no door.
Like I said, I have two doors and different parts on each door are broken.
Yeah. I only had a CM8 for about a year before I got my Magnavox, and the door and that broke by that time. And I didn't flip it that much.
Have you seen the baking soda and glue that people are using to reconstruct?
Super glue, cryonite.
Yeah.
Good luck. It's good for filling. It's not so good for tensile strength. So, yeah.
So my next question for you guys at VCF, did any of you get a chance to attend any of the seminars and stuff? It sounds like some of you were pretty busy with your booths and stuff. And I don't know, some of the seminars were after the main show floor closed, or were they all simultaneous?
They were all simultaneous. I wound up not going to the YouTuber panel because I got caught up on the floor, which was, still fun. But the ones that I went to were actually quite informative. Like I went to one that was dealing with PCB design and FPGA design, and found out a couple of things that were not necessarily intuitive, but it kind of boils down to this: the only place that I really need to worry about like trace matching and all that other nice stuff is going to be when I start working with HDMI signals, or when I start working with DVI signals. Everything else can just kind of like go anywhere for the most part. But they had some good talks there.
I had live music.
Yeah, I didn't attend any of the talks. I mean, I stuck my hand in for the YouTuber panel. That was about it, because there was no way I was even getting in that room. But I did make it for the stop bits, and I think that was after the show to close. So that was like that was Taylor, Amy, Veronica.
That's the women.
I'm trying to remember the fella's name right now. You had Ron the Roadie.
Yeah.
And Sean something.
Yeah, there you go.
Adrian Black.
We're talking about the band, because they actually had a live.
Adrian wasn't in the band.
Okay, that was just on the YouTube panel.
Yeah, YouTube panel.
Yeah, they did a live performance of some original songs,
including CoCo ones.
For the show.
No, it was the 6502, not the 6009.
They did mention the TRS-80 Model 1 in one of their songs.
I know they got a web page up for their band now. It's done old style, like AOL type thing.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I guess I did pick up one of their.
Cool.
I have one of their stickers. I think somehow I ended up with 2. I don't know how I got 2 of the Stop Bit stickers, but I did.
They were just throwing them on everybody's table.
That must have been what happened because
.net or .org. I can't remember one of those, but it's set up like a '90s web page, with all the gross colors and.
One I know I got from Taylor gave to me. The other one I have no idea where it came from.
Veronica made that web page old style. She actually used all the old. She did a.
Yeah, it's actually running on a 486 too, I think.
Yeah,
or something like
she made it.
Does
on
it have the
486.
blinking text like the old days? The annoying blinking text.
I think she tried to put that in there, but I
don't
think
think
depending on your browser, it doesn't
but
work.
never forgotten.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I don't think that works anymore. But
Under construction sign at the bottom.
Oh, is there a web ring?
That's the whole reason I did animated GIFs in the View program under OS9 is to watch those. Pathetic, but true. Yeah, they've got a YouTube channel started up too, and I think last time I checked, they only had one quick little 20-second video of Amy doing a triangle solo.
Yeah,
But
she
they're
did a
eventually
triangle
planning
solo
on-
in one of the songs.
But they're going to have the actual songs up later on too. So
I wanted the triangle solo to be 20 minutes, but they only made it 20 seconds.
You wanted the Indigata Davida of triangle solos?
Have you heard about looping?
Yeah.
I don't know. We're pretty
No, I
loopy
wanted
here
it
as
live.
is.
I wanted it a 20-minute solo.
that's like
live.
modern music. It's all loops. There's no real originality here. I'd rather have the full 20-minute proper triangle solo.
Absolutely.
What was that website?
I
The
believe
stopbits.net or org. I can't remember which
I
one.
think it's .org. Just a second.
And the YouTube channel is also the Stop Bits with the triangle solo. By the way, I just checked in with Frank here at the World of Retro, and he says, I asked him, how's it going? He says, crazy. We are swamped. Let this die down a bit. So they'll probably be a bit later in the show.
Okay, it's .net. It's the stopbits.net.
Okay. There's my sticker. And
Yeah,
my
there
other
you go.
sticker.
There you go.
Somehow I got 2. I don't know how that happened.
Here, I'll share what the website looks like.
Yeah, I made a bad joke. I said, so where's the odd or even?
Yeah. Well, I just said,
Oh,
what,
yeah,
what
nice
happens
blinking
if they start...
animations. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. What if people start screaming stop?
Well, that is the joke. The stop
Yeah.
it.
So
Yeah,
it's that's what actually the way that they named it. It's so that the band can the audience can start yelling, "Stop bits! Stop bits! Stop bits! Stop bits!"
I think my favorite thing is that somebody was actually streaming a little bit live, and there was a comment in the chat saying, 4 Stop Bits? That's a waste of bandwidth.
Right?
Oh.
2's enough for anybody.
Yeah, so they've been kind of busy, I guess, writing song stuff. So I haven't seen as much output from the Taylor and Amy show on their channel. I don't have time to watch all of Veronica's stuff here, so I don't know if she's been kind of keeping up, but it sounds like they were busy recording. I guess they didn't actually record with everybody in the room. They were sending stuff back and forth.
No, all of their rehearsals were over like Twitch and stuff like that. So,
ouch.
The Friday was the first time they ever played together, like actually played together.
Yeah, I've tried playing with people across the web, and you get those little glitch delays and stuff, and all of a sudden something goes out of sync. It's horrible.
That's why a little while ago there was all the videos with Veronica and Taylor and Amy, because Veronica actually went down there so that they could do some practicing before going to VCF.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Anything else from VCF you guys want to mention, or?
Well, I could right or wrong here real quick with my screen share.
Oh, show
this.
Eric?
Yeah, we'll show Eric.
Yeah, he can come.
Oh, it's okay. I've seen him.
Oh, you've seen him? Okay. Oh, so many. This is. I'm sure this will be so not worth it, but here we go. There we go.
Oh,
there he
Eric,
is.
yeah.
No, he's not cut off. Eric Illuminati's, because I had to make that up. Okay, and I don't know what he was drinking, but it was pink.
Shirley Temple, maybe? I don't know.
No, it was
Or
off the
lemonade.
alcohol menu. He was drinking alcohol.
Yeah, it was an
my.
adult beverage.
Oh yes.
The rest of us
Saturday
ordered
night.
off the kids menu.
Oh yeah, I got.
They're all Dr.
Yeah.
Peppers in honor of David.
Oh yes. I
Oh,
wish I
that's
had
not
Diet
what I
Dr.
was
Pepper.
drinking Saturday night.
Ugh.
Not even his
Wait,
mix.
what? There was a Saturday night? I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
I don't know. I got 2 different drinks from Paul Fiscarelli, and then Ken shared a ale with me, and yeah, I was feeling all nice in the evening.
I don't know. I remember being pretty tired on Saturday and not being in the lobby that long, and then it was pretty crowded though too. So
Yeah, I could tell about you people because this is what it looked like Sunday morning when I walked in. You'll notice an amazing lack of anybody in the
got to
hall.
stop sharing. So
yeah,
Just a
I'm
second.
trying to stop sharing right now. Come on.
hold Eric.
Yeah, hold on. There's the dang button.
Yeah, Sunday morning there was a definite lack of energy in the room.
Yes,
There we go.
Here's the Sunday morning as I walked in. Amazingly empty.
There's a bunch of bodies on the tables draped in covers from the morgue, or what is that?
Tarps, yeah, to wake them up later, maybe. Yeah,
Look
so
at
here's
that,
Jim Brain's booth,
SX64.
and then looking past Ken, me, Jason, all the CoCo people. No.
What time was this?
After breakfast, so it wasn't
Ooh, dark
horribly
30.
early.
No, it didn't open till like 9. 9.
Well, yeah, but I didn't eat
I-
breakfast till 8ish, so
It was-
anyway.
yeah.
So this photo, those orange colored stuff in the left of the photo, that's AJ's section right back there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't miss it.
This is the only time when you can see all that, though, because normally you would be blocked off by people about the second table down.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
I see like one person in there.
This was the best time to definitely see the hall. I went around and took a bunch of pictures. Can't get them off my iPhone, so.
And one thing I wanted to ask you guys, because obviously this is a new venue they're at this year. One other YouTuber, and unfortunately I can't remember, they didn't cover any CoCo stuff, so they didn't include it in the news or anything. But I watched their summary, and they had said that the foyer and stuff in the hotel was absolutely incredible for room, unlike basically any other show we've ever been to. That there's a lot of room for people to get together after the sort of after hours.
Did you see Did you see the picture in the video? Just a second, I'll see if I can find that picture and share.
The front desk is on the second floor.
Yeah,
right, and about
also
half a block in.
Yeah, it's just like, where is this?
And it was also an open inside where you can actually see from the windows and balconies from the rooms into the main, kind of like the old Elgin one was, except much bigger.
Some of the rooms were like that.
And
Thankfully,
the fire
mine
pit.
was not.
There was a fire pit in the one section.
There was the fire pit. There was several. I think there was several bars.
Yeah, because one of the Elgin ones that CoCo Fest was at in the 90s had that too. There wasn't multi-stories high, but had the swimming pool and stuff. But people could just wander in and out, without having to go through elevators and doors to see each other. You could just look out the window. Oh, they're gathering. I'll go join them.
Well, it was kind of a trek from the hotel to the part of the convention center that VCF Midwest was at, and then later that day you had to go up to the second level to go across because there was a wedding going on, and they had that pathway, shut down.
Hey,
So
there's
this
one of
is
the
like-
Pac-Man ghosts on the right there, Ken.
Yeah,
Right?
this is like half the lobby. This is standing by the escalators that come up to the second floor where the check-in desk is at the far end there. Then that's all seating, and it's all divided up so that you can kind of have your own little space to sit in.
And was that fairly
there's-
filled up with groups after hours, or?
Yeah, well, we were just kind of everywhere. Everybody was just wandering around.
Right.
I was just wandering around.
And
because it's not like this is the only place that's this big that's anywhere near there. This kind of crap is all around there.
Yeah.
You go around the corner and there's another hallway with.
Although, as big as this place is, I found it very ironic that there was one little lonesome vending machine at the end of that hall, and that was
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
one vending machine.
Maybe the rest are hidden.
I thought there would be a bunch of vending machines. No, there's just one vending machine. There's like a coffee shop, but it's not open all the time. That had
yeah, the
snacks
vending
and
machine,
whatnot.
the vending machine hidden behind the Starbucks.
Exactly.
Oh, well, actually, there was another vending machine on the first floor near the entrance to the right when you come in through the front door, but that vending machine was for all the drugs.
Yeah.
Well, that was
Right.
like a CVS.
Oh, the
vending
CVS
That
one,
was a
yeah.
CVS vending machine.
Yeah, you could even buy SD cards in there for an exorbitant rate if you really wanted to. But yeah,
Right, but food and stuff was all only when open and all overpriced. It was just
Yeah, I thought Ken Record would mention like $9 a hot dog or something. Was that true, or is he exaggerating?
Yeah, nope.
Depends on where you got the hot dog.
I think my
Go ahead.
I think my pizza was $9.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I paid.
I think hot dogs were like $7 or $8.
But I brought my own beverages.
Well, it was like, it's funny. A bottle of water is $4 and a beer was $7 or something like that. It's like,
well, beer has
okay.
water in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess you're paying for the water part of the beer is why it's so expensive.
It was very convenient to not have to leave on Saturday when it was very busy to go to lunch.
Yeah,
But
you just had to go line up and.
Yeah, it was worth the $2 just to go to the end of the room and get some food.
It was well worth the convenience, and the line wasn't too bad. I was just waiting for pepperoni pizza, and then there's people behind the glass, and the pizzas will magically appear.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the hotel too. I mean, I stayed at a hotel in San Francisco for a printing trade show, and I got a grilled cheese sandwich, and this is a good 15 years ago, and the grilled cheese sandwich was like $13. And that's it. You got a grilled cheese sandwich. You got no fries, no nothing. It was just a grilled cheese sandwich.
Actually, as prices go, that wasn't that bad for the restaurants and stuff.
The thing
is, it's cheaper than the one that we go to at CoCo Fest.
Oh, really? Okay.
The notable thing was nothing was free. The Wi-Fi wasn't free. The drinking water wasn't free.
Oh, you could have gotten the Wi-Fi for free if you signed up for their points program.
Yeah, it was like $15 a day for the Wi-Fi. I'm like, absolutely not.
Right.
Or you sign up for free for their, yeah.
It was all these extra steps. I'm like,
Now, the really important question, is there at least free coffee in the rooms?
No.
Yes.
Where? Who?
In your actual hotel room?
In your
Yeah,
actual hotel room.
Yeah, your actual hotel room.
There is the coffee machine, but like I said, I'm not a coffee person. And there was also a $6 bottle of fancy water in there too.
Yep.
Okay.
You could go to the grocery store and buy for $2.
I stayed at the Wyndham and they defeated me. Almost every hotel I've ever been in uses K-cups. So I bring extra coffee cups and some bottled water for my hotel. They use those weird disc things in the Wyndham. So
good old fashioned drip style, yeah, but that wasn't the Renaissance Schaumburg. I don't know what the Renaissance had, but the Wyndham.
Well, no, that was the Renaissance. That was the cheap Wyndham across the way, but they completely defeated me. I had to bring all my K-cups back home, undrunken.
Yep.
See, I just made breakfast simple. I went to Dunkin'.
That's why, like, if I have the luggage space and if I'm driving, I just bring my French press and my electric kettle.
Now, Ken, did you bring any coffee equipment?
No, I did not.
Now, in Canada, is it a French press or is it like a Canadian press?
A Quebec press.
It's a Quebec press.
Okay.
I can tell you,
it's a distinct cultural Quebec press.
As long as the letters are bigger than the English ones.
Yep.
It almost sounds like French, but it's not.
Funny how words are, like Henry populating his board there.
Oh, geez, Henry, you're soldering awfully close to Curtis's view picture there. Curtis might just burst into flames.
There's like that big set of tables of the torture chamber. There are all these people that don't know what they're doing or trying to solder. Like, I'm going to.
Can we even see that at home?
That was the other thing I forgot about at VCF was the two tables I enjoyed. The LAN party square for all the machines that were set up for the LAN party. And then, of course, the whole area for the soldering station for showing people how to solder stuff. Curtis should go just to properly learn how to solder.
I'll go to the show eventually, but it's not going to be to do that.
That'll be great. We'll put Curtis at the learn to solder station, and then the next thing we'll see is Curtis running across the show floor with his hair on fire.
In flames.
If we're gonna do that, we're gonna have to have EMTs on standby.
Yeah. I'll come up with my hand all fused together into one big massive claw.
We need that fire extinguisher we saw earlier.
If they tell you to
I don't
take your
think that'll
shoes off
help.
and stand in the water while you're doing it.
You know what else I saw that was really cool, and this will be in my videos. A fella had some of the equipment from like the old Chuck E. Cheese
Oh yeah, the
animatronics.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh
I saw
yeah,
that.
the animations.
Yeah,
I
so
never could. I wanted
that'll
to
be in
film
my,
that.
yeah.
I tried to film that, but at no point could I ever get close enough with my camera and not have like 10 people in front of me. So
Well, I got it, and it'll be in my upcoming video on my Fairly Amused channel.
So for everybody that was at VCF, how many of you have videos coming out? Like Ken, you've got one already, and you've got a follow-up of that box of stuff. You got Jason, obviously, you've got one. Any of the rest of you that were there planning on doing a video or anything? David or Rick, for example?
I keep thinking that I want to do one, and then I'm like, I know. So I'll just enjoy the moment. Maybe take some pictures.
Editing
Okay.
is hard, but it's worth. I think it's worth it in the end. But yeah, after I do it, and then I go to edit, I'm like, man, how much did I shoot?
Yeah.
That goes with any video I have. Then once I'm done, I'm like, this was great. But just getting through the editing process is always kind of like I'm kicking myself. Like, why?
Is it as bad as soldering? No, just kidding.
I hope not, for the sake of what hair I have left.
it's
Is
tough when
editing
you're
as bad-
editing.
is editing as bad as soldering? No, editing is not as bad as soldering, because at least soldering, you know where you need to put the iron. With editing, you look back at your footage and you're like, do I need this? Do I not need this?
Right.
It's
funny how
tough
we
to
take
just
footage.
get that right amount of not bore the audience and cover everything that you want to cover.
I especially like when I go through my footage and I find like 5 minutes of me just walking with my camera and it's just pointed at the ground. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize it was running.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I guess I can throw that file out there. Or it's just going like me walking. I'm like, it's all like off to the side or to my, like, yeah, I don't need all this video of the floor.
Well, it was a pure fluke that I caught the footage of Rick coming into the show. I didn't even know I had filmed that.
Yeah, and you didn't let me get out of the shot, did you? I stuck there for limping along, old man.
I did, and it looked like I followed you, and I did not mean to do that. I was just filming the audience,
The floor in general, yeah.
Here's the
Floor, and I just
LCB
can't.
Learning Center too.
The stalker cam.
I had to send myself an email to get this off of my phone.
Yeah,
Now,
I
a question
do
we had
some-
last. Whoops, go ahead. You first did.
No, I was about to say I tried to do some recording, but I was walking around. Ooh, yes. I was walking around with my
That's right,
camera
Curtis.
or my phone that I was using for a camera, and it was just I got a ways through, but yeah, the people were getting so thick I couldn't get photos of anything. I'm thinking one of those quadcopters with a camera on a gimbal so that you can fly above everybody and take photos from above or videos so that way you can actually see the stuff.
I just had to go around later after it thinned out because at first, yeah, it was just panda. It was
Apparently,
like,
Sunday morning would have been a great time to do that.
I got a bunch of. I will at least get some stills off of my phone and post them someplace. I've got a whole
I think
bunch
I have
of
some more
these, but-
stills on my phone too that I just, but yeah.
How many watts you think per station?
Ooh, I don't know. They had a fancy power cable for that one, I'm going to guess.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Don't those run about 50, 75 watts a piece? Or less to
Yeah,
get, because
that
you
makes sense.
really only solder about 30, 40 watts.
Well, that reminds me, AJ had over at the Forgotten Machines booth, he had a display showing the current voltage at the show.
Oh, really?
Oh, to prove they weren't sliding out.
Yeah, that'll be in my video also, but
Is that why all the UPSs were tripping?
I'm sure if he turned on enough stuff with all those big gold terminals and whatnot.
They seemed to be well wired, but it was all in the walking space between the tables. So look down as you.
Yeah, there was some speed. There were some speed bumps.
Now, did Glenside have an official booth at all, or any official presence? Were they even handing out flyers or anything?
We put a bunch of flyers on all the CoCo tables for CoCo Fest, but that was just Jim had a bunch of flyers with them. So
Okay, because I think Glenside should have an official representation at these to help promote and answer questions.
Oh, you're volunteering?
Yeah.
Well, when I can get out there, I'd volunteer, but that.
Yeah, you better
obviously
stop
I don't
doing
know.
that.
You would have been too distracted by the Nitrous 09 table.
Which one?
Right.
The one that I sent you the
Because
picture
Boise
of.
had one too, remember?
Yeah, we had the Phoenix table.
Speaking of Phoenix 09, Boise and another one of the FujiNet team got FujiNet up and running on the Phoenix with the 6809 during the show at the table.
Yeah, Thomas mentioned that on a Facebook post. I was just disappointed when we actually had live streaming last week, and then we went by Ken, and he wasn't running Nitrous 9 at all. So,
well, I was getting complaints.
I'm gonna. There's no tip involved this year.
People were like,
neighbors were
people
complaining.
were like, could you just put something on your computer that would be fun?
Well, that's what all the games are on there for.
We're not going to have Canadian retro things as an ad on Nitrous 9 anymore. I see a retro.
Actually, I did run Nitrous 9 most of the time there, but
I actually did see a photo where it was running.
I saw Multiview there a couple times.
Yeah.
Truth comes out, huh?
It'll probably be when I can finally get out there that I'll have a dedicated one. But I'm kind of torn. Like when I do get out there, which should be within the next couple of years, is to whether I want to do like Rick was talking about originally, where there's so much to see that the first year you just want to go and just take the show in and not even worry about a booth, and then try to do the booth, the next year following, because otherwise I won't be around to answer people's questions.
I think the good thing is to maybe try to team up with somebody so that one person can be at the booth while the other goes and looks around.
Kind of take turns.
Yeah.
Obviously, it won't be with you because you took Nitrous 9 down, but
exactly. I'll be sharing a booth with Rick again. So,
do you ever hear about any theft or anything?
Curtis, what's your blocker from going to VCF Midwest? What's your big blocker?
It's my busiest time at work, and I usually end up working the weekends. Like even when CoCo Fest, I have two big rush seasons, one in spring and one in fall. And like when CoCo Fest is in April, especially if it's like mid-April where I'm really busy with baseball stuff, then I ended up going to the room right after the show floor closed and stay up to 2 a.m. working. I didn't get a chance to go to the hallways to visit people or anything like that. Like basically I had to isolate myself because I had work to do. And that happened the entire damn weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that's the same thing. Like, my fall is doing, basketball and hockey for colleges and stuff like that. So I ended up actually working the whole weekend. You guys were at VCF. So I would have not been participating on any of this stuff. I'd be going to the show floor and then running back up to my room because, people are running 24/7 on weekends printing this stuff because everything's very time sensitive, obviously, because you have to ship it all up. So it's that I have to basically retire or, grow big enough again, which it's been doing the other direction, but maybe big enough to have staff to do stuff like in the old days. But I think I'm just going to do the early retirement option.
Have you thought about having an ice cream truck or something? In your retirement.
Yeah, I don't know. Not too many people here buy ice cream in the fall and winter. I don't know why.
Oh, gee, yeah, you would.
You only have
a
about
van out down by the river.
It's because it's unedible.
Yeah. Well, in Canada, you only have about 2 or 3 weeks of summer.
Oh, geez.
Not lately.
Today on Good Idea, Bad Idea. Run an ice cream truck in Canada during the winter.
Yeah.
I'm planning getting out there. It'll probably be 2 years from now. We'll have to see how things go this year, but I am planning on doing it.
I am personally, I don't know if it helps you, Curtis, but I'm personally planning on having a table next year. So if I manage to get the table, you're welcome to join me at mine. If you're able to come next year.
Yeah, it's more dependent on work. I mean, I could technically afford to do it. It's just that the timing
Henry,
is terrible.
You don't know what you're getting into.
Hey, I'm going to be demonstrating my 4th ROM, so.
Yeah, that's even more nerdy than me. Come on. Plus, he can solder. I mean,
Curtis can talk for 21 straight hours about Nitrous 9.
Perfect.
Believe me, I know this.
Yeah, and I kept trying to slow down to drag it out because there's more points I had to make here. But Ken said, "No, let's just get there."
Yeah, he perfect. He can talk. I'll deal with the customers.
So a good show. For those of you who've been there before, quite a bit bigger by the sounds of it. The new hotel seems to be well liked, especially for the way they got one big huge hall instead of people scattered in hallways and parking lots and stuff.
Except that they have TVs in the bathroom, which is really weird.
Oh,
I've seen that
there was
before.
there was a TV in my bathroom mirror. I'm like,
this is weird.
This
You
is
guys haven't seen
weird.
those before? I've been seeing those in Vegas for like 15
No.
years.
As
I
long as
went
it's only
there.
one way.
Yeah, when I went into the bathroom, it was suddenly something came on. It started speaking. I'm like, "What the?" And was looking around.
I was wondering why there was a remote control in the bathroom at
Oh,
first.
right.
I'm going, what is this?
I'm
And
trying
then
to remember.
There's
There's
a
a
TV in there.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Was that me?
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. Did we lose Canada?
No, I'm still here.
restaurant that has.
Yep.
He thinks he's still on.
Okay, you're
We,
unfrozen.
we have no
Curtis.
idea what you just said, Curtis.
Please stand by. I think a moose just went through your internet
Yeah.
line.
And he's
Oh,
dead
you
again.
froze again.
Yeah, I'm getting cut off a bit here. I don't know what's going on. Let me check.
Curtis is losing the
I'll try
net.
reconnecting.
Wiggle the wires, man.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
Move
That's
the
what he's
foil
doing
ball
now.
around.
You got too many stop bits.
Pretty soon you'll have to pee on a screen with a target on there.
Oh,
Jeez.
Yeah, he's getting too many CRC errors on his data stream.
You jiggle the cable
Hey.
or something.
there you go. How about a commercial?
Good time.
Yeah, you know what? It's been what are we at? Hour and a half now?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think it's time for. I think it's a good teaser to run an ad.
All right.
It's
hang
good
on.
We're
for him to
Curtis after this.
It's a good
What's that?
thing for him to come back to.
I think Zoom was crashing because it was stuttering. Like I could hear you guys.
That was an example right there.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons. AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Brandon Dunny, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, The Bray Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunnarsson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, please sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Nate says, your name? Nate. Your systems? CoCo1 was my first machine December of 1982. Currently not running any real or retro hardware, just emulators occasionally. Where did you hear about us? CoCo Pi project pages. Looking for? Not sure yet, thinking about building real hardware. Cheers. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
All right. Curtis, are you back? No.
I believe
No,
what
William.
Curtis was trying to say was,
Oh,
You know,
boy.
I could mention here, since I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper, that in with tradition, David brought me a Diet Dr. Pepper one of the days there at the show. Isn't that right,
Traditions are
David?
important. Yeah.
Yeah, it was warm, but it was a bottle of Diet Dr. Pepper.
Well, I didn't have a choice because
the fridge was on the fritz, I guess. So I wouldn't put it in my fridge in my room and enjoyed it later.
My fridge froze everything.
yeah, your fridge was freezing everything. Grant, our room, the fridge wasn't doing jack, and well, don't know about any of the other ones.
My fridge was
is
just
fine.
right.
So was mine.
I'm sorry, as much as I paid for that hotel,
It kept my
the
beer
darn
nice and
fridge
cold.
better work. I should have got free Wi-Fi too, but I guess if I sign up for the little club, but I didn't know about that till later, and then I guess it was too late. So I don't know.
Well, should we move? Anything else to talk about on VCF, or shall we move on to the game on?
Why don't we do
And
news?
come back?
Why don't we just do regular news?
Okay, news is over. Now we're on to game on.
All right.
Oh, look at this. Troublemakers return.
Okay. All right. Well, while you were gone, Curtis, we did the news.
Well, I find out what's going on here. It's not my machine. My website is just getting pounded right now. Like somebody's downloading multiple pages.
And it's in his house.
There he goes.
And
Okay,
whatever
gotta kill
Curtis
the
says,
website.
I think I just got caught because I just got kicked off.
Simultaneously, I'm out like 11.
And whoever's hitting Curtis's website, stop.
I think you just
Wait
need
till
to shut
tonight.
down your website, Curtis,
I might have to.
till the show's over, because you just
Or
keep
at
getting
least
wiped out.
configure the server to limit the output bandwidth.
Just turn the website down to 300 baud.
That'll be
Curtis,
authentic.
why are you even hosting that website on your personal internet thing anyway?
I think that's the
Because it
same
normally doesn't take that much bandwidth. It's a CoCo site.
Well,
It's
I
never
think
been
it
a
also-
problem for like 20 some odd years.
I think that all falls under the same reason why Tandy did that.
It's cheaper.
I'm not so sure, because I mean, time is time, and you know, I pay like $12 a month for my web hosting, and I don't have to worry about any of the administration. I just put the website up and it's fine.
No, for me, it's just like I can literally copy files right there. I don't even have to like go online to do it. It's just bang, and it's nice and convenient. And it's like I'm doing everything like Notepad type thing, right?
Besides,
So-
Curtis is old, and this is how he does things.
Yeah, just back to the old days. I mean, this is the same basically site I've been
Curtis,
running since the
what year were
90s.
you
But
born? What year were you born?
67.
1867.
1960. Okay, so you've
No,
got about
1867.
you got like 6 years on me, which is not enough to insist on using your bandwidth for your website. Use someone else's.
Like I said, it's never been a problem before.
Yeah.
Because normally the bandwidth is like somebody looks up a web page. I've got two, GIFs on it, and it's like 8K. Okay, you've got the entire page type thing. But somebody's, site sucking the thing by the looks of it here.
It's AI. AI is learning from your
right.
site.
Oh boy, it's learning all the wrong things.
You have been
This is going to be
assimilated.
interesting. ChatGPT has been poisoned. What did it read? L Curtis Boyle? No.
And I'm just gonna see if I get anywhere from Frank yet.
Now ChatGPT is going to be recommending OS 9 to everybody.
Every answer is going to be Nitrous 09.
Well, as it should be.
It's going to decide that OS 9 is a better operating system than what it's running on now.
Have you embraced the power of Nitrous 09?
So
Have
will
you
it port
accepted
itself?
Nitrous 09 in your life?
Just hit clear.
Yes, it will port itself to OS 9, and then the world will be complete.
Anyway, you guys might as well go on to the game on stuff.
Okay.
Well, are we finished with VCF?
I think so. And I haven't anything from Frank yet, so he's not obviously ready to come on yet about the world of retro computing.
Yeah, we still don't know what you were trying to say for VCF, or before you got cut off.
Oh, I was just going to ask if I think the last thing was Glenside going to become, have an official table next year so that people can ask questions about CoCo Fest, about the club itself.
I thought they were this year, but
Well,
I thought that was discussed, but it didn't sound like it happened.
Yeah,
a lot of people did ask questions to, like, those of us that had the flyers on our tables, and people just asked us questions about it. And we recommend they come back in the spring. For the show.
Grant was hanging out. Grant was hanging out with with Ken and Pal. So
I have a name.
Really?
No, I had we were just professing the CoCo with everyone there, and yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Join us.
I have one last comment about the show. These chairs look kind of like Samsonite hold-up chairs. They so are not. I may be at the weight limit for these chairs.
I was they gave a lot more than I thought they were going to give. Yeah,
flexible
they're like
strength, right?
they're like that $5 ukulele. They're plastic
with a few select metal parts. But yeah,
there's an old one. Oh, we did have someone come up to, at least up to my, and I don't remember the fellow's name, came and says he's been watching the show since pretty much the beginning. And before I could even apologize, he was already going, "We're sorry." Like, you really do watch the show.
Yeah. Okay, well, ready for the game on then?
Sure, why not?
All right, here we go.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Osotos. We had a total of 13 players. We had Mr. Dave 6309 with 650, Mark B with 1700, Mike with 1750, Jim Rye 1800, Ed Rhodes 2300, Kassir and Son 2450, L Curtis Boyle 5750, Coconut Bob 6200, Canadian Retro Things 6300, Sloopy Malibu 6350, Shenley 7800, Dr. Ted 16,350, and this week's number one score belongs to Retro Rick with 19,750. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Retro Rick. Salute. He's not been very often. Is this the first time for him?
I think this is the first game that he won. I mean, he's been in the upper echelons of the scores a few times, but apparently he plays this game on one of his IBM computers too, so he's had practice.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, definitely him and Dr. Ted blew everybody else's scores away.
So first thing is the CoCo 3 version has got some issues. Play the CoCo 1.2 version instead.
It hides a few things. But they're still there. They're just hidden.
Yeah. Yeah, you can still interact with them, and once you do interact with them, then they start appearing again.
Yeah. So yeah, I just found that if you ran into something and couldn't move any further, it means you're up against an invisible block, and just destroy it, and then you'll be able to see it.
And then, amazingly though, I did manage to clear the first level and get onto level 2.
Well, I should hope so, because there was a video on how to do it.
Well, I didn't watch the video.
So, of course, this was a new game by Inafuto. So, yeah, there's no reviews in any magazines. No matter how many I looked through, I couldn't find anything. I went all the way back to like 1980, and I couldn't find anything on a 2024 game. So, yeah, for tips and tricks of the game, you just gotta kind of remember that you have to stack some blocks and stuff like that to be able to get to different places. So you gotta, I guess, logically think about stuff like that. But I don't know. For those of you that played it, what did you think?
It was a challenging puzzle.
I personally only ever got to level 5, and I could not figure out how to beat level 5. So, and there's a good chance that I'll probably go back to it and try it again. So I don't even know actually how many levels there are. I think there's probably 10. That's gonna be my guess because that's what he usually puts in his games. So if Dr. Ted or Retro Rick is out there, what level did you guys get to? And when did they start repeating? Come on, anybody. We need some tips and tricks here.
Don't die.
I think I noticed though, like on the level 1, if you could kill off both of those ghosts early on, and they didn't respawn. I don't think.
No, if you kill the ghosts, they don't respawn. So that's one of the tricks of getting by level 3 is you got to kill both ghosts. Because if you don't kill the one ghost off to the far side, he'll kill you every time when you're trying to go down the side to get all the stars. Well, I guess not a lot of people have much to say about Osotos, so I personally
it's a
found
cool combo of Pengu and I didn't get a chance to play too much, unfortunately, but
Restream. Dr. Ted says there's 8 or 9 levels before it repeats, and he got to 11.
Oh, okay.
So management, finish quickly as you can, so you have time on certain stages to manipulate the monsters so you can kill them.
Yeah, you gotta kind of figure out a spot that you can kind of wait for a monster to come up and kill it. Otherwise, yeah, they give you problems later on.
Oh, so it is more of a puzzle game than just run around and kill crap.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's definitely a puzzle element to it. So
did the ghosts follow a fixed pattern, or were they just homing in on you?
I think they're homing in on you. I mean, they would always follow the same pattern if you waited in the same spots. So. So, yeah, I think I will definitely revisit this game because I want to try and figure out how to get past level 5. But so I will move on to our next game, which is the one that Sloopy chose last week. I will just reiterate there, Sloopy chose this game, so hate mail, send it to Sloopy. But we're playing Jungle Queen. And it is a game that we have played one in the past before, and I think we're running into exactly the same problem we did before. It won't load on certain emulators.
Yeah, so the VCC. So it won't load or run on VCC, but it does work well on the online XROR from the archive.
It also works just on regular XROR.
Yeah.
So if you can't get it running, I would suggest just go hit the play now button on VCC on the archive. As for tips and tricks for that game, yeah, it's hard.
On the vines, I only got as far as the vines.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter where on the vine that you're on, it doesn't matter where you're at as on the swing. You've got to time it with the second one you're jumping to. That's where you got to set your timing so that when it's swinging towards you, that's when you want to jump. Like when
or if it's one of the really fast ones, you do have to actually jump when it's swinging away from you. Just when it's almost at its apex of coming back.
Right, because then it's by the time you get over there, it's already gonna come back.
Yeah. So yeah, that's one thing definitely on the vines. Forget about timing it with you. Like in the real jungle hunt, you have to wait until both are kind of swinging together and then you jump across. On this one, doesn't matter with the vine you're on.
And I don't know about the crocodiles because I never really got that far.
Yeah, I've gotten to the crocodiles and then I just die immediately. So it's like bang, 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 3 men. Oh, okay, that was that. Apparently there's a level after the crocodiles, but I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah. I guess if you're loading it on XROAR, you have to string the command together because there's 2 programs that you have to load. So I think it's Jungle and Jungle 2, something like that. So you got to do load M Jungle and then colon exec colon load M Jungle 2 colon exec. Otherwise, it won't load properly. And that just doesn't work on VCC, so. Or, like Mark said, just go to the play now button, hit it, and it works. So.
Is it good?
I don't know. Does anybody have anything to say about Jungle Queen? Come on, people. Going once?
I think we've all just
going
kind of
twice?
fell off here.
Boy, I must be boring everybody to death with these games.
Unfortunately, I don't have much to say.
Remember, this was Sloopy's problem, not yours.
Yes, this one was Sloopy's problem,
Oh,
and
geez.
yeah, remember to send the hate mail to him.
I'm trying to figure out what's next to your ear in the background.
What's next to my ear?
Yeah, is it a carburetor right there by your finger, down below it? There, right there.
It's on the couch.
Time
It's
to
on
play.
Or on the table. It's on the table in front of the couch.
The green thing, or
Nope, next one over.
Right of the green thing.
Looks like
Okay.
a carburetor.
Well, that is a pile of CDs with a Tandy cassette cable sitting spooled up on top of it.
Ron, I'm sorry. It's not a carburetor, but thank you for playing What's by Ken's Ear. We have some lovely parting gifts for you.
Oh, great. It wouldn't be a carburetor, would it?
Nope. It's a Tandy cassette cable on top of a bunch of CDs.
Shoot, man, I had it. I thought I was good, man.
What? Can't I get the year supply of rice-a-roni?
And here you thought we were just bored.
What's in Ken's background?
Yeah, really.
Oh, Ken's
you're not-
talking? What?
You don't have a wife, or you don't have a girlfriend, I guess. I don't know, but sometimes they tend to pick up and do things in your home. You know.
Well, I actually moved all those things just a little while ago when I was packing up the computers to take to VCF.
There.
VCF, and I just haven't put them back.
Oh, okay. You're forgiven.
So did you need me to put up the Thursday video or you got that?
Oh, just a second here. Do I have that? Yes, I have that.
Okay.
Okay.
But do you have the bandwidth?
I should have the bandwidth. I guess the question is, do I have a Wi-Fi card that's working properly? Because I don't think so.
Oh no.
So as you can see, there's Jungle Queen playing. Let's see, I'll move forward in this a bit. So maybe there's some other games playing. Boy, we had a really exciting, there we go. Somebody else is playing finally. Yeah.
They mentioned you on the Glenside meeting, that your show was going on while they were having their meeting.
Well, they're just gonna have to move the meeting.
They voted about it.
We've been doing this show for 147 episodes. That's like 3 years.
Gee, it seems like 6.
Yeah, I know.
Glenside didn't start till the mid '80s, so they need to.
I know. The heck.
Which one of you started first?
Glenside. Although I don't know, were they doing their meetings on
No,
always
what I
on
meant
Thursday
was
nights?
you were the
For time wise, I have no idea which of us started first.
no, not so
See
much
if I-
that, but did you start the show first, or did what's his face? I can't think of his name.
Sloopy?
Sloopy, yeah. Did he? Which one of you started it?
Oh,
Nick
this was
Marentes.
Sloopy's idea.
Okay.
The live was Sloopy's idea, playing it
Okay, I
live
gotcha.
originally.
And he liked the bright shirts, so you came on.
Well, no, I was doing this part of the show, and Sloopy was doing the live game playthrough.
Sloopy, I think Sloopy and Ken took over from I can't remember. I think it was
Nick
Dave.
Marotta.
No, Nick Marotta. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
For Nick Marotta.
Marotta.
Yep. Sloopy decided that he wanted to try out that whole live thing on Thursday night. Got that rolling. And yeah, it just pretty much started from there. And Ken got drafted to do the people sides of things, I think.
Yeah. When we took over, we decided to do it as a joint thing. So
good.
And I still
yeah,
have
so-
this. I still have this queued up.
That's great.
There it
Ah,
is.
the good old days.
Nostalgia.
Those were the days, my friends.
I missed
But they
that.
never-
Nick Marotta.
He actually contacted me about my mom passing. I thought that was
Oh,
pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So as you can see here, I think that's Mark playing Osotos on. That's
Zoom height.
CoCo2. So
Yeah, I was doing I was doing it on VCC, but I was using the CoCo2 version.
Yeah. So the MC10 version looks much the same. So
Yeah, the CoCo1 version did perform a lot better.
no glitches.
Nah, I wasn't hiding stuff, and I was able to get through the first level.
See, that just means that people that play on the CoCo3 have a higher skill level than the CoCo1 and 2. Right?
I ain't touching that one with a 10-foot pole.
Okay,
So,
now the
um,
metric.
4 people just left the show.
Anyways, we had like 6 people playing. Well, Marco was there.
Yeah, I never got on. I was in the Glenside meeting and it got interesting. So I never jumped over before you quit streaming.
You missed the part where I was talking about the Apple IIgs.
It's a bummer. I was hoping to pull my Apple IIe out and play the Apple IIe version. So
Anyway, so yeah, we just we did a regular old show there, had 5 or 6 people. It was a lot of fun. So Thursday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern time, then feel free to join, and you don't even have to play the game of the week, especially if it's a game of the week you don't like. Sloopy. Jungle Queen. And yeah. You can join in, you can play a game, you can just chat, do whatever you want. So.
And just for those of us who are going to be moving to night shift on Thursday soon, how late does it generally run?
The episodes usually go for an hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on the people. So, and also like there's some people will join just from like while they're traveling on Thursday night. If they're in their car, they'll just come in on voice and chat with us. So.
I don't
It's
know
very-
who do that.
I don't know who does that. Brian Weasler?
Who does that kind of thing?
I know.
The nerve.
That you would think they would just pull over and actually load up a CoCo game and play.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Or
why we
play
need
while you're-
self-driving cars so we can play
Can't you
CoCo
load
games.
MAME onto your dashboard screen or something?
Yeah, there you go. If you have it, especially if you have a Tesla, you've got self-driving, you've got that big screen that you can just hack into and put a CoCo on it.
Well, isn't there that online emulator, like online VCC, like or something? Kind of like they have for the Dragon.
XROR.
Well, there's XROR.
There you go. You can play that in a browser, right? There you go.
Yep. And you could get I just forgot what I was talking about, so never mind.
Now, don't
All right,
worry,
so-
you were just going off on a tangent.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was definitely off on the tangent. So yeah, join us on Thursday nights for chatting, playing games, and just generally having fun.
And next time, instead of going off on a tangent, go off on a secant.
Oh no, that's too hard. You have to think about those.
Well, of course, we were working up to saying having a CoCo in the car is not without precedence.
Yeah. Hey, there was one in Knight Rider.
And I believe there was one in Ron's van.
There you go. Actually, in a Tesla, you could put the audio spectrum analyzer on the screen, and then you could be just like Knight Rider.
Right,
That is
right.
true.
Yeah, the Toyota. That was a good one.
Yep.
And so, Henry, you put just a little bit too much squeeze on it and end up squashing the chip around.
Yep, and that is why I'm being exceedingly careful with this and letting the socket do the talking for the most part.
That's
There
very
you
well
are.
know.
Don't touch the sides.
There you
Are we
are,
critiquing
populating
for-
on TV.
Let's critique Henry's work.
Oh, let's see. We probably ought to, if we're, you know what we do need to know is what's the new game coming up?
Oh yeah.
Let's see if my Wi-Fi holds out for
Another critical 4 minutes.
Can we continue forward?
We'll just
you
have
know what?
Curtis announce the game.
Computers work so much better when you grab the right mouse.
Left mouse?
I'm back.
Right mouse?
Well, I got two mice for the two computers and I keep grabbing the wrong one.
That's what happened. One of the cats got the mouse.
That was good.
I'll mention Frank
Okay.
said he should be on fairly soon.
Am I back? I think I'm back.
Yes.
You appear to be.
Okay,
Did you leave?
good. My stupid Wi-Fi card is crapping out on me.
Oh, look at it. It's definitely a Canadian desktop. It's got all that snow on it.
Can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
We see the
we see your
desktop.
desktop.
We see
Yeah.
a lovely springtime view.
Yeah, that's a lovely summertime view in Canada. Yes.
All right. What's going on here? Why is it not sharing properly?
Maybe because of that carburetor in the background.
There.
What's in Ken's background?
Actually, that's my cabin on one of the August long weekends a few years ago.
Cool.
We actually got like 3 inches of snow on like August
Yeah,
2nd.
That's summertime in
2nd.
Canada.
Yep.
Holy smokes.
What in the
Looks like-
world
Almost
is
got
this
it this year too. Does anybody recognize this game?
Angry snakes.
I'll even let Curtis play.
No,
Are those
he likes it.
sharks?
Oh yeah, it looks like sharks at the top.
Or
Are
snakes,
those-
or
No idea.
Are those geese from over in
No, I actually have no idea what the oh, I know what the top is supposed to be.
A turtle shoots lightning bolts at sharks. Yeah.
I mean, they look like little howitzers or something up there.
They're-
Or no,
they're-
a couple of them look
they're-
like ducks.
They're storm clouds.
Right.
Oh, the
This is
lightning
lightning?
game. Hmm.
well, we have to wait
This is
till
the
next
game.
week.
Oh,
Okay.
Zeus.
Ooh.
Zeus.
I
Zeus.
thought those were lightning bolts.
Zeus.
Now it makes sense.
I think you put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Indeed.
Wrong salad bowl? What?
The wrong syllable. You know.
Yeah, Thousand Island and croutons,
Put the
please.
emphasis on the wrong salad bowl. Yeah, give me some blue cheese, please.
So, Curtis, do you know this game?
Sorry, I've been just reconfiguring. Oh, yep. Aardvark.
Is that on your site?
It's on Curtis's site. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Everyone go
just
down.
was-
Everyone go look at that page on Curtis' site right
This
now.
this is a
Yeah.
cross-platform one too. I believe there's a C64 version as well as maybe some others. If you want to do a compare?
Quick, everybody go download
there's-
everything on a site right now.
No,
Yeah.
my site's
Okay,
down
well-
right now. I shut it off.
And I guess it's perfect timing that I ended because I see Frank just came online. So
Oh, cool.
See, Frank.
Who's this Frank? Who's this Frank guy you guys are mentioning?
I don't know. We're gonna have to be frank with you.
All righty. Let me give you guys a quick tour of the world of Commodore. The most important, or world of Commodore, world of retro computing.
Quick, hang up on him. He's talking about Commodore again. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
the most important setup is the
Hit rewind.
retro rewind setup in the kitchen.
Ooh, it's
We're
blue.
serving coffee and drinks. For those of you who can get down here in the next 5 minutes, we'll buy you a beer. So we had this an absolute crazy mad rush this morning of people because the event is free, which is quite fantastic. For those of you who are Silicon Graphics fans, there was a massive SGI display with octanes and indigos and everything else that you can imagine when it comes to these incredibly overpriced computers. Fantastic
Capable.
machines, though. Fantastic machines. Don't
Yeah,
get me
they're pretty
wrong.
popular in Hollywood. I know that.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if any of you guys follow Ashton on TikTok. Ashton's Retro Room, one of the most popular TikTok artists out there. He's here. Can't miss the mustache. And then you guys know this.
Here's
cohort.
Trina. Feeling scuzzy. I like that shirt.
Yeah. Lucy, what is it? Feeling scuzzy. There you go. Feeling scuzzy. And then I don't know. Stacy, I think, is trying to sell her 3,500 to someone over there.
Yeah, we'll have to check out her CoCo display a little bit later there.
Yeah. So we'll not talk about her Amiga display then. The incredibly
Exactly.
rare Amiga 3500. Which, hold on, let me see if she'll notice.
The good things you didn't
I
say.
just
CoCo
kind of
knows.
too heavy for me to just walk away from it.
Still says game on challenge.
I'm
So
sorry.
it's a pretty wide mix of machines, which is fantastic to see. A lot of people
Yeah,
selling
see an
that stuff.
Atari there and
Yeah,
some more CoCos.
couple CoCos.
Oh, look at that.
$80 for CoCo2.
Yep, and there's a food
80
net.
Canadian dollars. That's
Oh, that's like
About
$37.
65 bucks. Yeah.
yeah, I was about to say 30 both $30 American.
Comes with a jar of retro bright.
Oh, there's a Sega
It
Master
does, yeah,
System.
it does.
Apple IIe.
Ooh.
2E.
Yeah.
Isn't that the spit sound? 2E?
Tui, patui? Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work too. And
Oh, there's a
Casey's
CoCo one.
collection of
Oh, look at
CoCos.
Ooh,
Yeah,
look,
she's,
look,
free.
it's
CoCo
gray
CoCo
inside.
And it's running Nitrous 9 EOU. That's better than Ken's booth.
It keeps crashing, this Nitrous 9 EOU stuff.
How
all the
come that
time.
Model 1?
She's been cursing you the whole day.
How come that Model 1 isn't black inside?
So this is now that Sarah's not here, one of my favorite booths because I get to eat all the cookies. So this is Signals from Space, and they make fantastic retro themed cookies.
Oh yeah.
And there's our master baker, including getting your own cookie cutters.
Ooh.
Yeah, ooh is right. Talking to the CoCoNation podcast here. Hello, CoCoNation. So these are there's a few.
Looks like Ready Freddy.
Yeah, so it's actually really cool, and it's a huge hit. Every time we see them at the show, it's a massive hit. They're fantastic cookies.
I didn't know there was going to be cookies.
Yeah, we had a pirate TV station set up here, which is fantastic. They're actually transmitting on UHF. So you can see they've got some of the portable TVs, very meta, since it's me holding my iPhone, looking into it.
Oh, that's a Game Gear with a TV tuner in it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, couple of the
That's
old.
awesome.
I still have my realistic Pocket Vision. That I still have.
Yeah, I got one.
And an old Sony Watchman, which allows you to see yourself. So it's a good thing the CRTC is not aware that we are broadcasting illegally here.
Well, they weren't.
The oldest.
They were doing
the
that
oldest
at
computer
VCF
user group
Midwest
in the
anyway.
world. That's right. The Toronto Pet Users Group.
Oh, so the creators of the Super Pet that ran OS9.
Yeah. So it's the oldest computer user group in the world. And Lee started it when he was about 52 years old at that point in time. So he's immortal is what he is. This is live. So this is the CoCoNation podcast. So even though you think I know how to work technology, but I don't. Is Bruce on? No, Bruce isn't on. Yep. Yeah. You hear that?
No.
Went to high school with Bruce Moore.
Oh, D. Bruce Moore.
D. Bruce Moore.
Yes. In Manitoba, yeah. Were you originally from Manitoba? All these years, I had no idea that Leaf was from Manitoba. Leaf is
Actually, there's a retro group. There's a retro group in Manitoba that's actually having a meeting coming up here next weekend too, I think.
Unfortunately, he can't hear what you guys are saying. I got my headphones on, but nevertheless, if I was ever on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Leaf would be my phone a friend. That's
who's that guy?
I don't know.
Let's be frank.
Modern technology. There we go. So what else do we got here? We've got an Argentinian Commodore 64, which is the first I've ever seen. A whole bunch of Argentinian. Yeah, so they're all.
What the heck is a Froggy Junior?
Looks like an Atari 2600 Junior.
It's essentially an Atari 2600 clone.
Okay.
Yeah, non-licensed. Yeah. Yeah. So
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Right.
An MSX. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah, the Spectrum, the Dream 64. That's right. And in Portugal, which is interesting because I'm fluent in Portuguese, and it's interesting that the Portuguese alphabet doesn't use the letter Z, but here it is.
Huh. That's fun.
It's just a time it. Yeah.
Yes, Sinclair's clone or something.
Yeah, they are. They're Sinclair. They're essentially a time map, right? Yeah. Cool. We got some games set up for people to play. More vendors selling their wares. Atari, the ever popular with you guys, Commodore 64s. And the biggest hit at this place is the LAN party. We have a LAN party set up where people can all get together and just geek out, play Unreal, play whatever you want. I think Unreal Tournament is the most popular game so far here.
It wouldn't be retro if you weren't playing Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few different games that people play, but I think most people seem to be kind of either into StarCraft, Doom, or Unreal. That seems to be the big fun game here. So let's go down the other side here. What do we got?
Refreshments.
Oh, coffee cart. That's the most important part of the show.
Free coffee. Thanks to the sponsors. Free admission or free coffee. Some more displays. The Eagle Spirit PC.
The carrying handle. It must be portable. Then.
Right, luggable, right?
Yeah, that's
run
that's
through the airport with that puppy.
That's for the forklift to be able to pick it up. Is what it is.
There's a Model 100 or
Oh,
102.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's one that runs on AA batteries, isn't it?
Yep.
It does. Yeah.
Is that a CGP 220 inkjet printer?
No.
No.
You know, it's an Apple.
But is that TV
Which
watching the
model is it?
pirate TV station?
Image Writer 2. Sorry, I'm on the CoCoNation podcast, just kind of showing everyone here. It's an image writer.
Yeah, it's an Apple IIc or C plus, depending on what drive it has.
Is that an Edge printer? Remember the logo in the corner there?
Is the TV station from the other room on the little TV over there?
You lose your audio, Frank, or you're just not talking?
Can't hear him. Yeah, you guys can't hear him. So you know what? I'm going to drop my headphones. Hold on.
There was apples, and then this is an orange.
You guys hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Why doing that?
You might have to hold the mic up to the guy's
hear me now?
mouth, though.
No, that's not working.
That's not working.
I'm not sure what happens.
I think if they're in their peer pocket, they might have registered as being in here.
He might have swallowed the microphone.
Yeah, we heard that. So if you hold the mic up to whoever's speaking there, we can probably hear it.
Okay, so let's reverse that.
Oh,
all right, go
there
ahead.
you go.
Dig in here.
Okay, so what we got here, dumb terminal, it's hooked up to something, the weirdest thing possible.
Modern M1 Mac. That is really cool.
Ah,
Like Apple Silicon M1?
Absolutely. Yeah,
In a wood box, looks like a VCR case.
correct. I can't imagine how much it weighs.
That's got to be genuine imitation wood grain there.
Yep.
No, that's genuine wood. That's not genuine imitation wood. That's actual wood. Hey, look at that. He's running H-top. So you can actually see the processes running. That's pretty cool. That is really cool.
Looks like an Apple clone and an Osborne.
Yeah, an Osborne. Seems to be the year of the dot makes printer.
That looks like a star or something.
Is Osborne made in or born in Australia?
No, it's born in the States.
Adam Osborne was from another country. I don't remember off the top of my head right now. Maybe it was Australia.
It was an American.
Oh, there's a Hawaiian shirt,
wasn't he?
Yeah, I thought he was American too.
It's Discount Ken.
Hey, there's a finger in
Hey,
this.
I discount Ken.
He was born in
So
Thailand.
when we did the show and Stacy couldn't be on, the incredibly rare 3500 is right here. This is the only.
That's the one she rescued.
Correct. Only two known working ones in existence. And I think she's bolted it down because I've tried to walk away with it 3 times.
Oh, right. Shot right into the table.
Yeah.
Look at it. It even has the
lift it off.
Even
I
has
saw her
the
dirty
feet
look
on the
about that.
bottom,
So
I like how it has
give
the
me-
stabilization feet on the case.
Yeah, they all the
Oh, yeah.
3500s do, but she gave me lots of dirty looks every time I walk by. She's got her eye on me. Some cabinets set up, and then Ashton of TikTok fame, and YouTube with his display. The king of dot matrix printing, as we call him. If you guys haven't looked him up, please do, because even my kids follow him, which is really weird. Because I follow a guy who does all this Commodore stuff. I'm like, what? And then we got some console games and gaming.
Oh, Vectrix.
Yeah, Vectrix.
Yep.
We like that Vectrix.
We got our raffle for Brian Pope was a member of the community who is incredible and unfortunately passed away unexpectedly earlier this year. So his estate has given us a whole bunch of stuff to raffle off to give all the proceeds to the local Humane Society, which I think is a fantastic thing to do.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I bought all the good stuff already, so whatever's left, people can have. So that's the show. Earlier
did you buy yourself a Weisler trailer?
No, that I did
you mean
not.
Weasler?
Yeah, Weisler
Like
trailer.
a Brian Weasler trailer.
Yeah,
Oh, like one of those like semi trucks.
yeah,
Oh, he has staff. He can,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, see, I just walk around. That's all I do.
You're
so
the
that's,
figurehead.
That's a quick look at us here in Kitchener.
Well, you're very generous. Thank you.
Been a
And
hell of a day.
the show's tomorrow too as well, correct?
Correct. We're here tomorrow, 12 to 5 tomorrow.
Do they have a free table?
Yeah, there's a free table, but there's very little left.
Oh.
There's very, very little left. I think there's maybe an old AT case and a couple magazines, and that's it.
So you were there.
Yeah, no, I
stocked
didn't
up.
venture there. I actually dropped some stuff off. I dropped some stuff off there. But
Okay.
it's all
How many
gone.
Atari STs did you drop off?
None. Thankfully, there's only one here, and it's with Brett, and he's just lucky that I like him. So.
Nice cable trays.
So, I mean,
Yeah,
honestly,
so
we were
this-
just going through VCF and like they were, showing some of the stuff like somebody was broadcasting, TV signals that could pick up on the old TVs too. So it sounds like you guys really are like a sort of a Canadian VCF. A lot of the same things, the LAN party, arcade cabinets, the whole bit, just scaled down
so-
from VCF.
And it's and we do it free, which is great because we've got all sorts of in our proximity to the university here. So the University of Waterloo is, for lack of a better term, Canada's MIT. It's the best comp sci and electronic school in the country. So the proximity, we've had all sorts of students and stuff come in. Jamie's kind of giving a little rundown to a couple students right now on some of this old technology. So it's great to see. It's great to see that a lot of young blood kind of coming through and asking questions, exploring that type of stuff. Because we need new blood, right? We need blood to keep this hobby going.
True. Yeah. How's
And
attendance
Neil,
this year compared to last year?
It's about on par. I mean, earlier it was just insanity. And it's calmed down a little bit now because it is getting later in the day. I don't even know what time it is, like 4:20 Eastern. So we're kind of wrapping up at 5 for dinner, and then
You guys got Portillo's there?
games. No, there's no Marcello's, but we are in the heart of downtown, so there's plenty of places to kind of.
But is there $9 pizza available at the show?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Like at VCF?
Undercooked $9 pizza. Yeah.
No, there is a free play arcade bar down the road that is being closed this for all of us. So it's essentially, you pay, I think it's $15 or $20 and you play all night, eat and drink and get hammered and all the fun stuff that we used to do as adults.
They have a service where they carry the people up to their room.
Oh, right. Home delivery.
We have our collection of dollies ready.
Oh,
yeah. There you go.
Make sure everyone gets back to their room safely.
I thought it was being novel, but I guess not.
Yeah.
No, they thought of that.
They've got you covered.
Yeah, we're
So you're
Canadian.
saying-
We've been drinking since we're 11.
So you're saying that you're able to let people in free. Now, do you also have the tables for free, or are you charging for the tables?
So vendors pay for their tables.
Okay.
People who are not selling and just want to display stuff, they're free. So
Is there a financing room?
what do you mean? Yeah, I mean, we can talk. I can definitely loan your money at a reasonable 35% rate.
Uh-huh. Ouch.
Daily.
Well,
Reasonably.
Yeah.
Well, it's Canadian percentage.
Yeah. You know what? I'll still take those odds. I'll still do 35% Canadian. But yeah, so I mean, essentially, if you're here to kind of show off some cool project you've been working on, you don't pay for anything. If you're here to make money, well, guess what? You're going to pay for your table, which, in all fairness, is the way it should be, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's only $20 a table per day, so
yeah, that's not bad.
It's I don't think it's too much of a hardship, but yeah. So we've got a lot of people, and those of you that remember Justice, he's
All right, yeah, the organizer.
he's ready to go to sleep. I think
That wouldn't be a retro rewind?
the CoCoNation,
sign, would it?
just doing a live kind of quick thing.
Can't hear him.
He didn't pay for his room. So
He can't hear you, so I'm going to tell him what you're saying because I got my headphones on. So we have guests, we have people that have come here specifically because they saw Justice talking about it. Well, I guess it was last weekend we were on, or the weekend before, whenever it was. Yeah,
Excellent.
so thank you because it's driven more people here. Which
nice.
is fantastic.
Both
and I think
of
Neil
them.
is here somewhere. I saw him earlier. Neil Blanchard.
Yeah, I was going to ask if he was around. For
He's
any of
here.
the-
He's here, but I haven't seen him. Maybe he's out drinking or something. We all know how he likes drinking. So,
Yeah, did he have a table himself, or did he just attend this year?
He just kind of showed up.
Hey, show us your badge.
Yeah. So,
Show us your badge.
My badge? Sure.
Yeah.
Badges?
There you go. Nice.
Same thing on the other side.
Oh, it's reversible.
It is reverse. I think this year we figured that out. It was good to
Smart
make sure
move.
that they were printed on both sides.
Well, maybe
as
we
opposed
should
to
do
just
that.
one.
Yeah, we should actually, because mine kept flipping backwards.
Yeah. and
There's
then
all these
just
shows that
blank.
need to do that. I had the same problem at VCF Midwest. My
Yeah.
badge kept flipping
I
around.
mean,
It's like just
it's easier just to print it on both sides.
All
Yeah.
right.
All right, I'll let you guys get back to your. I'm sure the next 3.5
You haven't even got
hours
to the
of
news yet.
That's what I mean. Next
Right.
3.5 hours of news to keep you guys awake.
We'll be going longer than you will, so.
Yeah,
Ken needs a nap. It's time for the news.
Is he
you
current?
guys will
on
just
the-
be opening up tomorrow. We'll be done.
Is he
Thanks,
current
guys.
on the
Enjoy your
ads
day.
for?
Take care.
Thanks,
Hey,
Frank.
sir.
Bye.
Thanks.
Is Frank current on the ads for the retro rewind spots on on Nitrous 9?
Keeps the doors open. Are you kidding?
Okay.
That was
Is it-
good.
That was
Can
that
we
was
get done
fun.
in time? That is my question.
Yeah, that looks like a nice little show too. I'm going to try to see if I can hit
Where-
that one at some point too.
Where is Kitchener? Is that near Toronto or
Yeah, it's literally a 45-minute drive
South.
from Toronto.
Okay.
Southwest, I think.
Straight. Yeah, pretty well
Yeah,
west, but a
that's,
little bit south. Yeah.
Sounds like it's probably
within the
about as
realm of
far from me as,
possibility for me.
Chicago is.
So
It's within an hour or 2 hours of the border by Niagara Falls too, I think, if I remember.
Okay,
Maybe
so
less.
that's,
University
that's
of-
actually closer than Chicago.
Yeah.
University of Waterloo is notorious for computer science. In fact, the Watcom C compiler that was used for like Doom and stuff was written by us students and grad students at University of Waterloo. And I actually saw an IBM PC prototype that had been shipped to the University of Waterloo to do, I think they were doing, what were they doing? PLM. They were doing one of the IBM programming language for the PC. And so it was shipped there for development. And it wound up at the University of British Columbia. And the guy brought it down to Seattle a few years ago and had to put the thing back together. I've never seen a PC with more wire wrap in it, but it booted. But yeah, the University of Waterloo, it's man, it's a great place. Watt 4, the Watcom as compiler and Fortran compiler. And yeah, good stuff.
I'm trying to remember, was
Wow.
RIM in Waterloo? Or is still, I guess they're technically still around. The guys who did the BlackBerry?
Oh, RIM. Yeah, they might be, or close there anyway.
Research in motion for those who don't know.
Yeah.
ABBA was impressed with their band, with that place.
ABBA.
Yeah. Remember the song Waterloo?
Yeah. Different
No.
Waterloo, I think.
Not talking about the
Oh.
one in
Yeah.
Europe.
Yeah, not the Napoleon one. Maybe for those that are near the Niagara Falls Buffalo border there, that's a show you guys could definitely hit. And because of the Canadian dollar being almost worthless compared to you guys, it's fairly cheap.
For me, it would be like going to that hotel. There's a giant thing to go around. It's 500 miles north or south from where I want to be.
So is the Canadian it's a free show to get into, but is the exchange rate so bad they'll pay you to go?
Now you have to come up to the prairies in winter for that.
Okay, yeah.
If it wasn't so close to VCF Midwest, that sounds like a cool drive. But
Yeah,
that's-
Jim Gary just said Waterloo, the Silicon Valley of Canada.
Yeah.
Frank just said Waterloo's also taking $12K a year of my money for my son's education.
Actually,
it's
I'd
about
Silicon
8,000.
Valley. Yeah, but I'd also say like MIT too. I mean, just the amount of stuff they're doing. I'd throw that in there as well.
Right.
Yeah, and Jim said, yeah, RIM is from Waterloo, so that is the Silicon Valley where the BlackBerry came from.
I have
Oh.
fond memories of my BlackBerry.
Crackberry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll stain your CoCo.
Before it was cool, right?
We're all just being memorized by this, by Henry putting together that thing.
Right. Can he get it done before the show is over?
Oh,
Inquiries
yeah, we
just
haven't
want
done
to
the
know.
news yet. He's got lots of time.
We need to get it booted.
Can you
and
get it
tested.
done by tomorrow? Then you're good.
Oh, welcome, Nick. I couldn't talk to you
Nick's
earlier
up.
because my bandwidth was sucking.
Oh, good day, everyone.
Good night,
Can
sir.
we rewind the show? I missed the start.
You can on
Trust
YouTube.
me.
That doesn't.
Yeah, you
it
can on
doesn't
YouTube.
matter.
Frank's gone now.
Trust me, until Frank got on, you really didn't miss anything.
Nope.
It was
Just
just
recap
us.
VCF basically and some game thing.
Yeah. And then the news will come on. He can go back to sleep.
Okay.
Because I know
We
it's
did do
really
project
early.
updates and acquisitions. Do you have an update, Nick?
I'm
Like a
still-
status report, I guess, would probably be more accurate.
With the game, I'm working on my game based on Hero. I've finished my the actual coding, looking for bugs. But, you know, no, I won't find any.
Just not finding, just not finding any.
And
Pretty boring.
I'm putting together a web page as well to explain it, and I hope to have it available for everyone to view, to read about, and to download for free. Trying to get it all done before the end of September, because that's my Tandy project. So, but that's about it. It's looking all right.
Did you say free or 300? For free?
Free.
I'm sure he won't mind if
Free.
you send him $300 for it. So go ahead.
Well,
Ron.
300. I'll take the 300, but yeah, free with an F.
Yeah, and we'll
So
do a
it's cool.
follow-up CoCo Tech too to go through some of the techniques in a bit more detail than we did last time. I haven't scheduled that yet because I'm going to wait for him to have the game done.
Yep. So yeah, it's getting very close. I'm working on it as we speak, actually. So
Well, at least somebody's being productive, like you and Henry.
Right.
Yeah.
We got two people. Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully a bit more news next week.
No sneak peek, huh?
I've shown the game before, haven't I?
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah. I mean, there's
Yeah,
not too much more to show except there's you got 20 levels maps done now, I think now.
The 20 levels are in there, yeah. So but
20
yeah, I'm doing the
levels.
web page at the moment, so I can show
Are
it.
you making the first lifelong game? You just keep playing until
Oh no, it does end on level 20. Yeah, I generally like games that do end. So
Yeah, you're not into the infinite arcade shooter where you just try to get a higher score all the time.
I've got some of those, but yeah, I
Now,
just thought
Jim Gary's got a challenge for you, Nick, because he's done this before on the show. He says, "Will Nick have it done by the end of the show?"
well, the game essentially is done now. It's the web page, and I won't have that done by the end of the show. No. So I can show you the web page so far, but
sure.
Oh, do you want it? Okay, I'll just get a copy onto my Explorer.
Yeah, because Ron doesn't remember the game, I don't think, so this will at least jog his memory of it.
Little visual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you weren't on when we showed it, Ron. I can't remember.
it could be.
Let me see. What do I got here?
Was he putting the case on it now?
Henry,
No,
yeah, I
he's
think so.
putting the
Or is
power
putting
switch
the-
Connector on the back, yeah.
This is the USB extension, so this will be
This is the part that
power.
doesn't scare me because it's just a screwdriver.
Right?
Oh, the sun.
Right? You can
Curtis,
get your hair
you just-
twisted in, but you can back out.
I can
All you
handle this
gotta
part
do-
of hardware projects.
Nice,
can
slow
you sew?
speed.
Are you?
Sorry, go
are
ahead,
you
Henry.
able to sew, Curtis?
So,
So, as in needle and thread.
oh, I'm suck at it. I can barely put a button on a shirt.
All right, never mind.
Sweet.
That was
Oh,
the correct
fancy.
answer. Oh, yeah.
Nifty.
Check that out. Guy's heels are red hot.
Right.
So, do you do your own? Do you do your own artwork, Nick, or does somebody do the cartoon artwork for you?
No, I let Google Google
Oh,
do the
sweet.
so
Stock art.
I just grab bits from all different sources and cobble it all together.
This is
Okay.
AI.
No,
AI
no,
Google?
I've got no AI in myself.
By the way,
No,
for those who are wondering, that is a self-portrait of Nick.
you said it was a
In his
a
jetpack.
too, remember? I said, I
Grant,
just saw-
please do. Sorry, I had to answer Grant in the chat.
Yeah, no, it was just a bit of clip art I saw somewhere. Didn't seem to have a copyright on it, so I said, okay, grab it. I changed a few things, a few of the colors and all that, and then put together the ad.
Now, do you
And,
recognize the screenshots, Ron? He's got 3 screenshots in the middle showing a couple stages of the game there.
Nope.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you might have been not around the one
Yeah, it
episode
could
that
be.
Nick previewed it.
Yeah.
You
So it's a
didn't go
game
back
that-
and watch it? I'm disappointed.
It's a game that came out
skip-
on the
skip
Atari
through.
2600.
Oh.
It's a fairly well-known cartridge, called a game called Hero by a John Van Ryzen, and it's a very good game. And originally, the original idea was when we came up with the idea of how to use BASIC and fool it into being able to use semi-graphics modes. And so it originally started as being just a quick, short demo of what you can do using those techniques from BASIC. And then, of course, it just became bigger than
Spiraled
Ben-Hur.
into an actual game.
That's right. It became a game, and then I thought, look, Tandy, Sep Tandy's coming up. This could be a Sep Tandy project. So now I'm just trying to put all the blurb, all the text below it, explaining my insanity.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm trying to give it a commercial feel, even though it's only a game in BASIC, but it's done in BASIC, and I'm trying my best to try get it optimized, because BASIC's not really the best language for trying to do an arcade game. You don't quite have the speed. It will work on a CoCo 1 and 2, but it is a bit slow on a CoCo 1 and 2. On a CoCo 3, it's a bit better, because it will support the CoCo 3 higher speed. If you have a Gimme X, that'll be really good. Gimme X, it works really well. I don't have a Gimme X, but if you have VCC configured, you can actually set VCC to a clock speed that's almost the same speed as the Gimme X, and it plays.
Yeah, I think it's 2.68 megahertz in VCC,
That's
and the
right.
actual Gimme X is 2.86.
That's right. So it's close enough. Mind you, you can even go even higher with the VCC. So it becomes a very fast game then. But
I don't know if you saw Jim Gary's comment here, Nick, but he says only a game in BASIC. You shut your dirty mouth.
yeah, I know.
But it's hacked basic. It's not.
Well, the whole
regular
point
basic.
was to see what we can do with this mode from BASIC. And I purposely got no machine code. It just, the rules were, it has to be totally basic. So
yeah, you will see pokes in the code, but that's just to set the colors.
that's
of the
to
way it
set
works.
you've got to set the mode to set the VDG into semi-graphics mode. BASIC itself doesn't know that you've done that. It just tries treating all the graphic commands, the get and put commands,
In
as
line,
if it
yeah.
was a normal graphic screen. So it it works, but there are a few things you have to be aware of when you're using it. It doesn't quite address the pixels or the memory, as you would think. So once you know what those restrictions and those limitations are, and you can work around it, you can actually control it all. And that's the whole point of this project, to show that it is possible to do a game in BASIC at a reasonable speed. So Hero's probably a bit of an adventurous choice, because the original game is actually quite fast. So there's no way you can copy that in BASIC. But I think the game is sort of fun. And anyway, I've left it there. I'll have a download for everyone, and anyone who thinks they can come up with ways to speed it up even more can attempt it. I've done as much as I can.
You used to program the Model 1, right?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh,
in the past,
long time ago, yeah.
Okay. Now, if you did the same type of game on the Model 1, since it's in BASIC, would the BASIC be faster than the CoCo's BASIC?
No, it would be slower, because you don't have those graphics commands.
Yeah, that's right.
Or anything.
You'd have to redrive like pixel by pixel if you're using BASIC,
that's right.
or character strings.
It would probably be very similar to a CoCo if you didn't use those commands. You just use the old either poking graphics or set reset or strings like that. But yeah, in that situation, it probably would be the same. But what we're doing here is using some of the graphics commands in extended color BASIC, and that actually gives you a bit more speed and flexibility. So yeah, it would be faster on a CoCo.
Let me ask you this: I got a CoCo 1 with a 6309 in it. Would be a fractional amount quicker using that one? Or?
No, because it's running in BASIC. So unless the BASIC is running in, it does activate 6309 mode, which I don't think it.
No, the only thing I've seen that actually patches BASIC to use 609 is Sockmaster's thing, but it's a bit buggy. It actually can crash and corrupt the program and stuff. It's not perfect. I mean, that would be an ultimate goal, somebody to take the time to go through, color CoCo 3 super extended BASIC and actually optimize it for 639. You could do some actually just optimize BASIC in general for that matter. You could do some pretty amazing stuff with it, just like we've been doing with Nitrous 9, speeding up the graphics and stuff. But yeah, currently the only thing I've seen that does anything with 609 BASIC is Sockmaster's patches, which also, allows by 28 line text and stuff too, but it does have some bugs.
Yeah. So BASIC is the limitation there. If I'd done the game in machine code, I would have I wouldn't need a 6309. I could do it all in full speed with the 6809, but yeah, I could utilize the 6309 if I wanted more speed. But BASIC, we don't have that luxury. So you're sort of stuck unless you
and for those of you who didn't catch it, if you guys want to learn about the mode and some of the tricks we did, and we'll be doing a follow-up episode later on as well after the game's released. But if you go check out CoCo Tech episode 6 that Mark hosted, Mark O'Roser, there's a good, long explanation. I will go through the modes itself and how it's set up and how BASIC gets strict. And then Nick does an early demonstration of this game, for using it in a practical use, because my little demo is just a spaceship flying around. You could fire a laser and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, how does this new mode or whatever correlate with some of these other machines like the Apple and the other one? Is this something extra that we have that they don't, or is it not even comparable?
I don't think the Apple II has that. The equivalent of a get and put, not as standard. So yeah, it would be faster. It's because we have the get and put command is the main thing that adds speed. It allows me to grab an entire area of the graphics, like the characters themselves. I can grab the entire square area around a character, and then I can just put it anywhere on the screen instantly. I don't have to poke or set every pixel individually. It just throws it up there in one hit. So,
And this is one place
Okay.
where Microsoft Basic is actually a bit optimized. If you're doing it on an even byte boundary, which with semi-graphics you pretty well
Yeah.
have to, you get an extra burst of speed from a regular get put, like literally 3 times faster.
Gee.
and that's the whole idea. I wanted to do this little experiment to see if these commands would allow you to do something like an arcade game, if it would be fast enough to do. And
So
yeah.
long story short, you're get put buffering a more complex, a higher resolution graphic than you would normally have available. Right?
Not quite. The mode
no.
itself has the higher graphics, like semi-graphics 12 and
that's what I said,
semi-graphics
but you
24 are like a P mode 2 and a P mode 4, basically.
But you couldn't have that speed at this resolution under extended basic without your.
No, you could. If you do even by get put boundaries in regular graphics modes like P mode 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever, you get the speed increase there too. It's actually something that Rainbow published in, what was it, October of 82 or 83?
But the players won't look like this in those modes.
No, you'd be using
No.
P mode 3 or P mode 4 graphics. Yeah. The advantage here is a semi-graphics one, it lets you mix text if you're running on a CoCo 1 and 2 without you having to actually draw the text characters. But the big thing is that you get to use all 8 colors plus black at the same time on the same screen. So it's much more colorful.
Right.
See, under the semi-graphics modes on the CoCo are not supported at all by BASIC. None of
Except
the,
for
none of the
semi-graphics
commands-
4, which is set reset graphics.
Well,
Right,
yeah,
which is
semi-graphics 4 is your text screen, but yeah, and none of these graphics commands support the semi-graphics modes. So, and it was a mode that Tandy never really promoted anyway. They I think in the early years they didn't want people using it because they couldn't guarantee that that mode would be available in future color computers.
And that
As
actually
it's-
happened with the CoCo 3 where it got disabled, though there are some tricks you can get some of it working, just not the text
Yeah,
part.
yeah. So
It was actually used more on the Dragon, I think, than it was on the CoCo
yeah, that's right.
for games. But I mean, there's a ton of games. If you want to see like Protectors 2, Guardian, Storm, Pack Attack, Cave Hunter,
Neutroid.
Neutroid, Jumpin' Joey. Yeah.
Had to get it in there.
Pipes.
That's good.
Yeah, so that's all it is. It's just to show people that you can do graphics in a semi-graphics mode from BASIC. You can do it from machine code easily as well, but I mean from just straight plain BASIC, you can.
Yeah. So any of you game writers out there who want to experiment with a mode where you get, well, if you include black, 9 colors on the screen at once. And if you're running for a CoCo 1 and 2, you can actually do the text characters too. And you get to use get put in line and line box fill. You can definitely write a game. And I've already put up the disk image. I think, Mark, you can tell me where the links are for it, but we already have a disk image up with my original little spaceship laser demo. And then, of course, because Nick's including the source code, because it's basic, when this gets released, you'll be able to look through his code and see exactly how we got everything running.
I have them all posted on Facebook in the various groups, and I think I put them on the CoCo Discord also in the CoCo Tech channel. But
did you upload them to the
go
archive or?
No, I did not upload them to the archive, and I probably should.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, I'll do that too.
That's kind of the go-to for everybody looking for CoCo stuff. So,
yeah.
Well, I thought, okay, I'll show you a demo of the game then, since since Ron hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
This is the game. So this is the title page, Hero, which stands for Hoverjet Emergency Rescue Operation. The original game it was a helicopter emergency rescue operation, and the guy had a propeller hat, had a helicopter propeller on his hat, but the propeller just didn't look quite good in the semi-graphics modes.
plus, let's be serious. You imagine the headache you'd had if you had a propeller on your head.
Yeah. So I thought I'd change it to a jetpack, and hence I had to come up with another word that started with H, So I said hopper jet. So yes, a slight change, but oh well, a bit of creative.
It's like Go Gadget Copter.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the game, and if I start it and try not to die, hang on. Now I've got my VCC running similar to a Gimme X. That's how it just plays it at a better rate. I've got it also so that you can just select the level, so you can start at any of the 20 levels rather than having to try, get there yourself from level 1. For a lot of people, they may never get to level, over past the level 10, and so they'd never see it. But with this one, you can. So like if I wanted to go to the very last level, just hit 20, and it takes a little while because it stores all the levels on disk.
It's getting ready to kill you, right?
Well, yeah. So it's got to load in all the levels, and off the disk. So that's the game there. Your character
nice
comes
sound.
in. He's hovering when you start. When you are hovering though, it's using fuel. So you got to be careful not to be hovering all the time. So you can take off, you can fly around. If you don't thrust upwards, it comes down by itself and lands. And you don't use up fuel if you're walking.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, this is running at Gimme X speed right now. Just so you're
This is
aware.
the Gimme X speed, yeah. So this is a good speed, and it's slower on a CoCo 3, and it's even slower on a CoCo 1 and 2. CoCo 3 is, it's still bearable. CoCo 1 and 2, yeah, it's a little bit sluggish, but what can you do? So anyway, I can drop a bomb here and just blow up this wall so I can get through it. I can then jump down these little corridors. This one here on this level, there's a light. If you hit the lights like I did there, it turns the lights off. And you can see the animals, and you can see the glowing magma walls because you're supposed to be going underground into a volcanic area. So you can't touch those magenta walls. Now I'm gonna come down and see if I can kill that bat before it kills me. Oops, and I walked into the damn wall. Okay, so what not to do? Yeah, what not to do? So I'll do the next one, and I'll get to an area where the lights are still on. When the bomb blows up, it flashes the wall so you can see where you're going because it's very dark. You've either got to have a good memory because it shows you the levels when you start.
But you have a limited number of bombs. You can't just use this constantly if you're in dark
you got to
rooms.
conserve your bombs. Don't do it all the time.
If you're too close to the bomb when you set it off, do you get blown
You
up?
die.
Yep.
Yeah, you die.
Yeah, okay.
Kill that spider on the way down. Now here's one where the lights are on. I'll just land so I'm not using fuel. Now there's a few creatures in there. There's a spider on the wall down there. You can see there's a bat flying. There's a light in this room too, but don't touch it because you'll turn the lights off. Not every room has the light there. The lights are always on, but if there's a light bulb there and you bump into it, the lights go out, and then you got to play that level blind. And the game does remember as you're going down into the mine, it remembers what you did before. So like if I fly back up and go into the screen I just came out of, the lights are still off. And likewise, whatever I killed stays killed. So I'll fly back down, and here I am. So it does remember it. Now I'll see if I can get down there and kill this bat before he kills me. Okay, I'll go down. I'll go up. I missed the button. I'm trying to do three things at once here. When you die, it kills the creature for you as well. That was something I put in because it was annoying me.
By the way, Jim Gary says beauty.
Yeah, you should.
And Sixty says we're talking about the fact that the Dragon had more semi-graphics games, and he said probably because nobody was laying down strict programming guidelines for the Dragon.
No, that's right. And not in that, but the Dragon being in a PAL region, all the well,
Yeah,
the
you didn't know
artifact
there's
is
no
gonna
artifact
work.
color, so this is
That's
one way
right.
to get
So
color in a
if you
DC
wanted
game.
color, well, they could see semi graphics. It does have color. Anyway, I'll go down and kill this bat. And if I fly over here, if I remember, the next level has moving walls. See, so we can do animations. I'll leave it hovering above the wall. Well, actually, I'll just pause the game so I'm not. Yeah, no, actually, you want to see the animation. Hang on, I'll turn it off. Turn it on rather. Yeah, so you can see I'm moving the walls being moved, and that's all being done in BASIC. So the get and puts are helping with that. See if I can get through before it crushes me. Yes.
Ooh, barely.
Yeah, it's timed pretty tight. Now for this one, I've got to watch out, don't hit that. And go over here. Don't whack into the wall. I'm just going to leave the spider for now. You don't have to get the animals, but obviously if you're going for points.
And anything you touch that's magenta, you die. Just so you know.
Yeah, I'm trying not to walk into it. You can go up to it, but don't try to walk into it. And that's only the magenta, because that's supposed to be lava or lava made from lava or whatever. Not touching the light. And I'm not going to try. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I went into the spider, didn't I? Okay, I'll do it again. Oh, damn, I whacked my head on the top. Okay, doesn't matter. You get the idea.
Yeah.
So it has a high score table as well. So that's the game. And there's 20 levels. It starts off, the levels aren't very deep. Might only be 2 or 3 screens deep. So it's fairly easy.
If you reboot it, there's a strange word on the front.
A strange word.
Yeah, reboot it to the front. First screen.
This is the title screen now.
Oh, there it is. Okay, see where it says Tandy Dragon Color Computer? It says color, COLOR. Don't you use the other, like with the U in it?
Well, I'm using the American spelling.
Oh, yeah. See there?
The American way is the only way to go.
Well, on the top of the computer, even on what's the CoCo 3? Even my CoCo 3 has OR on it, so I just use that.
Okay.
But it does start, like if I go to level 1, it only has 2 screens. So
yeah, you might as well show what the goal of the game is, because you haven't really showed that yet.
So the goal of the game, why you're going into these mines, is to rescue the miners. So I'll just show you this because it's only 2 screens. I go into here. If I face this way, that's saying, hang on, I'll just go down.
Why would you have miners in a lava pit?
There it is. Well, I don't know, but the original game had miners in volcanic whatever. So you got to find these miners. And when you find them, you just have to go up to them and they get rescued. You get bonus points for whatever fuel you didn't use, whatever bombs you didn't use. So you conserve the fuel, conserve the bombs, and you get bonus points and all that. And then it goes to the next mine. And blow that up. Fly down to the second screen, and it's a bit bigger. You can see the spider on the wall. Don't touch that, but you can kill it. And now part of it is that you've got to sort of work out what the best way is. In later levels, certain pathways will lead you to a dead end, so you can backtrack and try another tunnel. Later on, the tunnels don't just go down, they go left and right. So it does vary as you go, but just get away from that bomb. There we go. go down. Let's see what's down there. Oh, okay, we got it back. Let's get him on the way through. Oh, I went too fast. Anyway, you get the point. So I won't I won't go any further. But that's the game, and it's all working now. So, and I'm looking for bugs. You know, I know there's none there, but I have to look. No, seriously, there have been a lot of bugs.
Well, you got spiders and bats.
I got spiders, bats, and snakes. Oh, those bugs.
And
yeah.
rafts.
And there's a raft later on as well. You travel in a lava river, so you need to go on a raft or fly over it carefully, whichever.
Which blows your fuel, so you kind of want to use the raft if you can.
I've tried to put in most of the features of the original. It doesn't quite have everything, but, you know, within reason. The more I put into the game, the slower the game will go, because, you know, that's basic. So I must say I am surprised actually by the fact that of what I've been able to do, and it still runs at a reasonable clip. And that's because of, you know, the use of the get and put commands in basic. That helps it. If I didn't have that, there would be no way it would have been able to do that. But you can see it generally does look very commercial, arcadey-ish in the way it's done everything. So, and that was the whole point, to see what type of game you can do in basic using those commands with the semi-graphics modes to get the colors. And that actually, Curtis, would that also work with text screens like SG4?
No.
Have you tried that? No?
No, there might be a way to sneak it. I have to experiment, because there is.
I think I'm just thinking, if you do the pokes to turn on SG4 rather than the basic command to switch back to text mode, that may.
Well, the problem is you have to do a bit more. You have to change where the text screen is located to fool it into the graphics, because the graphics commands only work on the graphics screen, which starts at a different spot in memory.
0600, yeah.
So as long as you can change basics variables and it doesn't reset them itself, which you might be able to do, then you can possibly get it to fool it that you're going to run on an SG4, like your standard 512 character green screen with regular set reset style semi-graphics. You have to make sure you don't draw past that. You start going through disk buffers and corrupt your disk and stuff.
Right.
So you have to be darn careful, but that might work if basic doesn't reset it. Now basic does a lot of resetting, which is why some of those pokes were in there to tell basic to bugger off. So I haven't tried that yet. It's possible it might work if you change the start location of the screen where P modes think it is, and then you tell it to run those commands on that screen and make sure you don't go past 16 lines down, basically.
Because that's what we're doing. We're actually telling it to turn on a P mode 3 or P mode 4 graphics screen. So basic thinks it's using a high res graphics screen.
Yeah. And you tell the VDG, no, we're just kidding. You're in text
That's
mode.
right. We're doing a shifty on the in the background and forcing another mode, and basic doesn't realize it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's my project update. How's that? I got one in there.
Pretty
even
good.
though I hadn't planned it.
Yeah. And now, while you've been yammering, promoting your game, Grant Leedy has joined us, and he's got an update on CoCo Fest, I believe.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yep.
Hi,
Just give
Grant.
you. Is that Ken?
No, that was me.
That was Henry.
Oh, okay. Henry and Ken sound so similar. Interesting.
You just insulted both of them. That was great, Grant. Continue.
I like that. So just let everybody know, I did meet with the hotel this last Monday when I was up there for VCF Midwest. And we'll be booking for the hotels. I'll probably have the code for the reservation starting on Monday. The rooms will go for $122 a night. CoCo Fest this year will be on May 2nd and May 3rd. So keep in mind that is a Friday and Saturday. So we will not be having a show on Sunday. And before everybody asks, we'll be tearing down on Sunday. So therefore, we do not have to worry about tearing down at midnight on Saturday. So we have to be out of that room by noon on Monday. And then we also have setup and loading time on Thursday. So you'll be able to set up your tables prior to Friday. So most likely we'll start the show probably around noon on Friday. And I've been playing with the schedule a little bit, so this will open us up for several more presentations, opportunities for presentations and other things too, since we have now pretty much a full day on Friday and Saturday. If you may remember, we only had a half a day on Sunday in the past. So I think this overall would work out very well. I did take your guys' suggestion, and we are going to flip the presentation room 180 degrees. And we'll be putting Randy back in the cubby corner in that little room, that little area.
Yeah, the little narrow section at the
side. Yeah. So we'll flip it 180 degrees and we'll see how well that works out, and hopefully it'll work out better. We did also book the
room across the street,
the suite that's across that's catty corner across from the presentation room. So they'll be taking out all the furniture, the beds and everything out of that room and setting up the 6-foot tables for us to put the auction items in. So that should also take care of any audio and video issues for the auction for next year as well. So the other thing too, we will offer the dinner again this year. I'll be honest with you. It's getting a little expensive. I think it's going to be around $47 to $54 a person. Yeah. So
as long as they have the buffet open longer, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I did talk to them about that, and I guess and I was right. I think it was a miscommunication because we had that room booked for 2 hours, so from 6:30 to 8:30. So I don't know why they were trying to pressure some people to get out of there earlier, because we had a book for 2 hours. So, and they do apologize on their behalf for that. So
did we get a discount for next year from them for
it? I wish. I wish. I do know there was some talk though about how some people are wanting to maybe do their own thing to save a little bit of money. Because I'll be honest with you, when we were at VCF Midwest, you can get a steak dinner for $39 at a very nice restaurant there at a very nice hotel. So it's even getting a little too expensive for my taste, I'll be honest with you. But the only thing I would suggest, though, somebody will need to pick up and probably make reservations, because keep in mind, a Saturday night in Chicago is going to be very hard to get in and out within an hour and a half, 2 hours, because of, it's a busy weekend night. So just a FYI, if somebody wants to take up that project, Curtis. So other than that, that's about it for right now. So because VCF usually is the point where I start working on stuff for next year as well. So keep an eye, look on the Glenside's website. I'll be putting more updates on there as time passes. Oh, one other thing too, tables reservations will be starting on January 1st at 12:00 p.m. in the afternoon. So,
and that is Central Time, right?
That is Central Time, correct. So and I think the way we're going to do it this year, I think the tables around the corner, around the outer edge of the room will be a little bit more expensive than the tables that don't have the wall to hang stuff up on. Those will be, a little bit cheaper. And then we'll have the quiet / project rooms over what we call the overflow room. Those will be the cheapest. Those are more or less designed for people who are not going to be showing anything or selling anything, and they just wanted a table to maybe work on a project, or they just want some quiet area. Because I pretty much want to make sure that the tables that are inside the main room are going to be for people who are showing projects and also going to be selling stuff. We do not want people to be going in there and just say, hey, we're going to buy this table just to sit down and put all of our stuff on and not do anything with it, because that's not fair for the people who are trying to make some money off the show. So but more to come on that. But again, be looking on January 1st for the table registrations, and we should be able to start booking the hotel rooms here next week as well. So
nice.
So anything else? Any questions, concerns?
I have something a bit separate. We were talking about earlier before you came on, the fact that Glenside didn't actually have a table at VCF this year, because it sounded like you guys had planned on it and then it kind of just fell away or something.
Yeah, yeah. I think what has happened just with everything going on with VCF and everything like that. Jim Brain was very busy with some stuff too, and I was out also because of the hip surgery and everything. And no, we didn't get one this year, but I did tell Jim that we definitely want to get one booked next year for sure. And I did talk to Jason, and there is also a possibility that we may try to do a mini CoCo Fest / Tandy show at the VCF Midwest next year. For one, it'll give us a lot more exposure for the CoCo. A lot of young people are there. I mean, we are starting to have, we're starting to have issues within the club, of trying to find people to actually do the jobs. In fact, as of right now, we are looking for a treasurer. We don't have a treasurer for next year. So luckily, Eric's going to fill in for a little bit longer, but it's hard to find people to actually, volunteer to do things. So hopefully by being at VCF Midwest, we can maybe grow our club and so forth like that. So yeah, definitely be looking for a table for next year. So.
Okay, cool.
And then also, if you probably want to do presentations for CoCo Fest, let me know as well. And we might be doing some presentations also at VCF Midwest next year too. So maybe a couple there. So just let me know if you're interested. So right now, the whole VCF thing is kind of up in the air right now. So, but I'll let you guys know more about that when Jason gets around to setting that up probably late spring of next year. So
how are you letting people know that hotel block's available for reservation? What's the distribution method?
Oh, I'll be putting it on the website.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Glenside website.
So in other words, I won't get any notification. I just have to keep checking the website.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as I get the code, I'll let you know. I can ping you directly if you like. So.
Yeah, I don't know if you were hitting the Tandy list that you were using from last year or anything like that. So.
Well, you typically
unfortunately, I'm not on Tandy list. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, you typically post it on Discord as well.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Discord. I'm talking about.
I'm
talking about the what's the other little rooms you guys talk to? That's always kind of the older one. I can't think of it. You guys. Not the Discord one, but there's another one. That the older
mailing
crew
list.
used.
CoCo
or something.
The what?
Mailing list.
Is that what you guys use? The mailing list?
Mailing list or IRC is the only two I can think of.
Okay, so maybe it's the mailing list, yeah, because I've tried to get on it and I've never been able to get on it for some reason. So.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Discord. I'll put a announcement on there too as well. So and I don't look for that hotel being booked up, so I wouldn't worry about it. So.
You never know.
No, that's true. That is true.
I mean, we might have to go to a bigger space midway through it.
Nope. We definitely will not be doing that. We got plenty of room to grow. We can put people in the hallway.
What's the chances of tornadoes through there?
Probably
you would
low.
know, right?
Yeah, probably pretty low in Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah, Chicago.
It's just the windy city, not the tornado city.
Oh, hopefully.
And the windy doesn't have anything to do with the actual weather. Windy has to do with the politics.
Yep, that's true. That is
Tornadoes
true.
can appear anywhere in the continental United States, correct or incorrect?
That is correct. Yep.
In theory,
even Alaska.
But most of them show up in Dallas and Texas and
yeah, they
Oklahoma,
show up
it
at
seems
my
like.
house.
Yeah.
Any other questions, concerns, or anything? How many presentations you going to do, Curtis?
Just one.
I think I got you down for 4 next year.
Uh-oh.
Well, 3 of them will be unattended by me.
They're going to be titled "The Sound of Silence."
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Curtis? If you don't do your job and you don't do the 4 presentations, then you are banned from getting coffee for free.
Oh,
that would be a tough one. VCF offers free tables and stuff. So
no, they're not. They're not free. They're not free.
Oh no, sorry. I was thinking World of Retro Computing.
Yeah,
as long as I'm not selling stuff, then it's free.
So, but anyways, more to come. But that's the latest update. So I think we're in a good spot for next year. So I think we worked out a lot of the kinks and problems from last year. So hopefully this year will be a little bit easier and smoother sailing. So.
Yeah, it wasn't bad last year. I mean, it was definitely better than it had been a few years previous, where we had some pretty rough spots.
Yeah. Right. Well, and keep in mind too, that's the first year we did it too at that location. So, but I think Randy's done a great job as far as the video. I was very happy with the video this year. So, so I think we'll be even better off next year. So, and I think the audio and video issues for the auction will be resolved too. So I think everybody, I think we'll be in good shape. So
I definitely plan on attending.
Are you sure?
2025.
Yep, just one seminar, but
do we think that we will let Canadians cross the border?
Well, you just let Ken over, so.
Well, yeah, I like Ken, so. I might have to call the Border Patrol on you.
I'm going to send a tornado your way, an ice tornado.
Oh, thanks. So, all right, cool. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay. So before we get into the news, which we still haven't got to yet, I think we should probably have another commercial break so I can grab another coffee.
Okay. Everybody's going to need a caffeinated beverage to stay awake for the news.
Yeah.
Yep, mandatory.
More caffeine, more coffee. Sounds good. Let's do it.
Oh,
hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3SCARTcable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Marentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCoNation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L Curtis Boyle. And I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things. And you're watching the CoCoNation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy color computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
Tips. And we're back.
Yeah, Curtis needs to share his food with the rest of us.
That could be a great cross promotion. Curtis Blend Coffee.
Don't I bring you guys chocolate bars every darn year, weather permitting and UPS permitting?
We appreciate that greatly, Curtis.
Anyway, I think just as we were going to commercial break there, I think Grant was giving Mark a reminder about a virtual CoCo Fest or something.
Yeah, virtual CoCo Fest. We're putting one together for the end of January 2025. So basically same verbiage as last time. That's what I've started with. Same idea. I think we had, it was like 5 or 6 that I got to come on, including Julian Brown and who else did I have?
Thomas Cherry Holmes, wasn't he?
Thomas Cherry Holmes. Yeah. That was a kickoff one for the FujiNet. We'll probably have more to say about that. We'll see. He always likes to promote stuff, so I'm sure I can get him to come on for an hour and talk about stuff. And it's been a while since I reviewed everybody I talked to, but anyway, we'll do it again. It's been popular and people like that sort of stuff, and so we're going to do it again.
Awesome. I think we're just going to do it one day too, right? Just on a Saturday, right?
I'm willing to do it Sunday if people want to push it off to that, but if nobody does, I'm willing to do that too. So.
Yeah, I think one day was a lot easier unless we book up Saturday, then we can move it over to Sunday. I think one day is pretty good.
Yeah, I think one day for the virtual is fine.
Mainly it's people's schedules. I mean, I had people that didn't have time on Saturday. So that was why there was kind of the 1 or 2 on Sunday, or was it just 1? Just because, it didn't work out. So I'm trying to be accommodating to people. So
okay, makes sense.
As I said, if I can keep it down to 1 day, great. But if it need to be, I'm flexible. So
Okay, sounds good. So I guess we're ready to start up all the news, the upcoming announcements, etc. So everybody get your pillows ready.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, since we've just been talking about recaps of VCF and upcoming CoCo Fest stuff, I thought I'd continue right on with some other shows that are coming up, some of them fairly quickly here. So obviously, World of Retro Computing is in Kitchener, Ontario, that Frank showed us live streamed earlier. If you're in the area, it's on again tomorrow, starting at 12 noon till I believe 5 p.m. Eastern. So there's still a chance to make it out to that, and it's free admission. So feel free to do that. And then coming up just a couple of short weeks after that is Tandy Assembly, September 27th, 29th in Springfield, Ohio, which has been getting some notoriety lately, which is not related to the show whatsoever. And Steve Leninger is the keynote speaker. Of course, he's the person that created the original TRS-80, even before it was called the Model 1. And he was involved in the creation of the CoCo2, and I'm hoping he might touch on that. I know Randy Kindig had just recently done a podcast of Floppy Days interviewing him, talking about his time at Tandy and going back to Tandy a couple times as a contractor and stuff later on. But he didn't talk about the CoCo too much. He just mentioned kind of briefly in passing he was involved with it, but I'd love to get a bit more detail on that. So hopefully that happens at Tandy Assembly too. All right, as you can see on the screen here, but I'll read it out for the audio listeners here. The registration is $10 per day. There's also a $10 per day on Friday for the Tandy Tech Track. These are deeply technical discussions that you can attend if you want to really learn some hardcore stuff. Children 12 and under are free. All proceeds pay for the cost of running the event. And you can get your tickets online at tandyassembly.com. Next up after that, actually the same weekend as that, I should say, is the International Computer Club for the Amigos, which is starting at 4 p.m. Eastern on September the 28th. And this is a live stream, and this will be a mix of all kinds of retro people. I plan on being on it. We'll be talking about some of the semi-graphics, tricks, and hero. I think Nick is not available that particular day, so I'll lie on his behalf. Talk about it on his behalf. And but basically, they cover all kinds of retro stuff, including collecting, setting up, how you want your retro room in the basement with massive speakers to be set up, and all kinds of things. So it's covering all aspects of retro computers, retro home consoles, collecting, all kinds of things. And it's always a lot of fun. Anything with the Amigos is usually there's a lot of humor involved. And as you can see by the lengths of some of these previous ones, here's like 5 hours and 51 minutes, 413. It actually gives us a rival for like longest show of the year type thing. Though today we might beat that. Next up after that is the Dragon Meetup, which is October 12th to 13th at the Museum of Technology in Cambridge, England. And there's the official posting by Tony Jewell with the nice little semi-graphics advertisement picture there. And I know there's already been some talk on the World of Dragon archive, World of Dragon forums, I should say, website, getting details, and they're trying to, get meetups and stuff ready to go for that too. So this invites, anybody with dragons, with CoCos, general 6809 fans. So this can include other machines like the Thompsons that, came from France, and then also you can do MC10s analysis and that kind of stuff too. So it's a nice big mix. There's Flex representation, OS9 representation, Dragon DOS, Disk Basic, all kinds of stuff. So, and some people usually bring out some pretty rare machines to these too. You'll see some of the stuff like Dragon prototypes that were made by Dragon Data before they went under. And actually, they're now trying to recreate those, and then you'll start working on getting the software and stuff running. Because they had some pretty advanced ideas there, like rivaling the CoCo 3, if not beating it in certain cases. Next up is kind of the UK version of VCF, kind of like the world of retro computing is the Canadian version of VCF. And that's a 2-day Retro Computer Festival that's happening Saturday and Sunday, November 9th to the 10th. And just down the road from where the Dragon Meetup is. This is at the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England, literally just a few blocks away from the Museum of Technology. This is basically the largest retro computing show in the UK and covers all retro machines. And you can go online to buy your tickets, and it's you can get both days or a single day. And there's a list of events and stuff. You can actually just hit up their website. Once again, all of the links to any of the stories we're covering in the news, including all of the upcoming shows, you can find on the CoCo Discord in the news topics channel, and you can download the show notes from all of our shows if you want to quickly check out stuff. And also, I wanted to throw out a big thank you. Rick Ewan has been actually indexing all of the CoCoNation episodes. If you want to just find, different segments of the show without pouring through 5 hours of video trying to find it, you can actually just click on this little link and you'll be able to skip news and go straight to Game On Challenge, for example.
There you go.
Yay. Thank you, Rick. I've done it myself a few times.
How do I skip the news right now?
You can just log off because it's the last part of the show. So, and the last one I'm going to mention here with an actual screenshot to show you here is Retro SC. This is, of course, the Brazilian retro computer show. And we've actually had some live shots, and we also had representatives of the show come on. Erico Montero's one who really knows English really well, so he's been really good with that. But there's others, too, that know enough English that you can definitely talk to them at the show. And, of course, as we've had them on the show before talking, there's been a ton of Brazilian clones of just about every popular home computer in the early 80s. They cloned the Apple IIs, they cloned the Spectrums, they cloned the CoCos multiple times. And this is all due to some rather strange copyright laws they had back then. Basically, there was none. And you could just make whatever the heck you wanted type thing. So we've usually had pretty good representation there. These even people bringing out CoCo 3s, et cetera, but they obviously had the Kodamax and the CP400s and a bunch of other CoCo clones that actually will play, CoCo games and hook up CoCo joysticks and all kinds of stuff. So as it mentions on their retro site here, it says that the show is in 62 days, 17 hours, 36 minutes, and 28 seconds. So book now. Erico has also let me know that because of the time of the year this is actually when they're kind of in their summer. There's actually, beaches and stuff right near where the actual event is held. So if you want to make this into a holiday and bring a better half and allow them to go sun tanning while we're attending a retro show indoors, you can definitely do that. And Erica's even offered he will help do tours and stuff around the area as well. This is in southern Brazil.
I don't speak Portuguese yet.
Erico knows English quite well, and most of the others know some English too. So you could still make it. You could still manage.
So are you doing 2025 stuff yet?
The one I've been mentioning is that the dates for VCF East, because they were originally booked for later April, are now at the beginning of April 4th to 6th. At the Info Age Museum. Now they haven't updated, at least I didn't get a chance to check this week, but I don't believe they've updated the website with any details beyond that. So I haven't shown it.
I got a notice that VCF Southwest is now announced for June 20th and 22nd.
Cool.
Down in Dallas.
Okay. Do you want to forward me that? And I'll put it in for future.
Yeah, it's in an email. I got to figure out how to get it out from there.
Oh, just forward the email to me. My email's right on my website, so it's pretty easy to find.
If you can get to his website.
The website
not right now though.
Turned it all off, man.
Seems to be a bit down
Once
right
the
now.
show's done, yes, you can hit up my website for that.
Okay.
My website is currently on hold because somebody was literally site sucking the whole damn thing, and it was taking all my bandwidth away.
We have one really mad viewer somewhere.
It might even be a bot for all I know. But yeah, I was downloading all the graphics, even some of the video clips I've got of the last Ninja and stuff. So they were just bombarding it. Anyway, let's switch to.
Don't know why you'd want to.
Okay.
Those colors remind me of a game.
Yeah, there. Since Ron said the word game, I'm going to do the game news next.
Oh, right.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Ron, we thought you were on our side.
He's not
No.
normally a gamer, but just the particular instance he was.
Guess so.
Okay, so chronologically, gaming still continuing on in October 1982. At this point, he's actually kind of rounding up all the ones that didn't have a specific release date and going through those alphabetically. He's currently in the S's now. This previous week here, he's been in the P's and the S's, and of course, those S is probably the most popular starting name of a game for any platform because there's like space, whatever, star, whatever,
snake, whatever.
Yeah, there's tons. Anyway, he covered a few CoCo and Dragon related games here. So the first one I want to show, and you can kind of see the screenshot here, is Poseidon Adventure. Now, this is one that actually was on the CoCo first and was published by Jarb Software, by Brian Cook and his wife, I believe. But this is one that the CoCo version is completely missing. We don't have a manual. We don't have a disc image. We have nothing. But since it did end up getting sold for the Dragon and directly by Dragon Data themselves, we can actually get this game back and actually show what the game is like. So I think I'm going to request, or actually I'll download the copy there off the World of Dragon archive, and I'm going to have to do a game entry for it because right now it's on my missing list. I try to generally tend to use the CoCo ones in case there's some subtle changes in the program that were done. My understanding is this one, it's pretty well a straight port, so I should be able to recover it anyway, except we don't have the manual or the original artwork, if there was any. But as usual, the Dragon has really good artwork, as you'll see here. And this is actually based entirely on the movie of the same name. So this is where you're doing like a double licensing and not paying for it. You're using a movie title and a game that's based on the movie title, very much so on the movie title. And of course, it's totally unofficial in every way, shape, or form.
Now, was this on tape originally first?
Yeah, on the CoCo it was on tape too, because on the CoCo it came out in early 82, I think. So the disk drives had only been out for like 6 months, and it doesn't load stuff continuously, so it'll run.
I wonder
think it took 32K too.
What would the name be? Like P.O. Poseidon or
Yeah.
Probably Poseidon. Yeah.
Does it prove you're old if you went to the movie?
Yeah, I saw it in a drive-in.
Yeah,
that's where I saw it.
I think I saw it on first release, so sorry.
Yeah, I did. I saw it on first release in a drive-in. So anyway, that's one of the ones he covered there. Next up, he covered Rail Runner, and he's actually here showing the commercial. It was one of the first color ads that they'd put in Rainbow, and some of the other CoCo magazines here, which shows a bunch of the games, but includes Rail Runner. Now, unfortunately, when he was playing it here, he was having trouble. The keys were reacting really, really slow. And if I remember correctly, and maybe one of you guys can remember this too and see if I'm right on this or not, but I believe Rail Runner actually used the Polecat polling keyboard ROM routine. And now this was written back when Color Basic 1.0 and 1.1 was out, and that ran a certain way, and it runs pretty well from what I remember. I don't remember getting the delays he's getting. But when Color Basic ROM 1.2 came out, they put in some special checks for the break key and stuff, but I did notice on some games that I'd written in Basic that if you have to hit keys continuously and it's not doing the hold down the key for repeat, you have to tap them each time using the ROM routine, even in Basic itself, if you're just doing in key string, it lagged and started losing keys like crazy too. And I remember a few of my games had problems with this, Olympic Decathlon being one. So I'm thinking he's probably got his emulator set up with Color Basic ROM 1.2 or 1.3 that has that problem. And I think if he actually created a MAME entry or something with only 1.1 basic or 1.0 basic, I think it would actually run a lot better. Am I talking out of my butt, or do you guys kind of remember the same thing?
Isn't there a
It smells like it.
Isn't there a poke sequence for hardware CoCos to disable that break key pull so you get your speed back?
On the CoCo 3 there is.
I thought that was just a thing that you did. I may be just thinking of the CoCo 3, but I do remember having to disable the break key to get things to work right on my CoCo 2. I thought. But
I wonder if this guy watches this show.
He's been on it.
Well, maybe he'll try it again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to, when I get time after rush season's done at work here, I think I'm going to revisit that because I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Because I remember I wrote 2 games I submitted for Rainbow for the adventure contest. And one of those was a little 4K kind of a really poor man's adventure, like the Atari 2600 adventure. And it required you to hit the arrow keys and tap them to run away from dragons and stuff like that. And I remember playing it, and it was no problem for me to win it on my old CoCo 1 with 1.1. But once a friend got a CoCo 2 with 1.2, it was impossible. You couldn't do it. And my Olympic decathlon on CoCo 1 with 1.1, I'm pretty sure I could get like well under the running speeds for like the 100 meter and the 400 meter and that kind of stuff. But on a CoCo 2 or a CoCo 3, you can't win. Like, you really can't. So I'm pretty sure that's the issue here. And I mean, it's just an in-key command. I can't fix that per se. You'd have to patch the ROM, which on a CoCo 3 you can do because, of course, it copies it to RAM. But for a CoCo 2, and which I think he's emulating a CoCo 2 to make sure the speed's right. I think that was the problem, if I remember, because he actually gave it a pretty crappy rating, mainly because of the controls sucked and the fact the game was too hard to do. And he thought it was because it was, taking so much time drawing graphics because it's moving all the rail cars, across the actually I can play a little bit of it while I'm talking here, just so you guys can see what the game looks like, in case you're not familiar with it. Now here's actual gameplay. Let's beat that. Like, he thought it was because it was moving all these cars. By the way, Semi-Graphics 24, you can now do this type of thing in BASIC, just not this fast. But he was thinking that all the drawing of the graphics is why it's running so slow, but it's checking for a key between every movement of a car, and you'll notice his movements make maybe half that, no matter how fast he hit the keys. So I think it's that in-key problem. And I think if he used an older version of the ROM, I think he would be okay. Now, one thing I was trying to remember, XROAR has CoCo 1 and CoCo 2. I'm not sure if the CoCo 1 XROAR emulation defaults to 1.1 or 1.2 basic. That'd be a way to test it. Because if it's using CoCo or Color Basic 1.1 or 1.0, then it should work okay. But if it's using a later one for the CoCo 1 emulation, it might still have the same problem.
Do most people, or back in the day when you had your CoCo 1, nobody really updated their ROM, did they? I mean,
1.0, most people did. Because that was a bunch of bug fixes. And also, if you wanted to do graphics on a printer, you required. Because the original Color Basic 1.0 was 7-bit out to the serial port printer routines. Yeah. That was it. That. So you could do no graphics dumps without loading either a machine language program, which they did sell a little tape. But I actually got mine upgraded from 1.0 to 1.1 free from Radio Shack because I bought a printer, a CGP 220, and I can't even print color graphics on this. So they swapped it out for free. I have to give Radio Shack credit there. They didn't even charge me. That was like a year after I bought the computer. It's well past its warranty. But anyway, it's a graphically, it looks like a nice game. It's Semi-Graphics 24.
Well, that information you just gave us wouldn't be something that this guy would know, right?
No, I mean, I was on the live show, and you actually might even see me commenting on some stuff on the chat window at the very top there. I might have scrolled past already, but I think that's what I was trying to explain to him. But he doesn't have time during a live stream to suddenly switch and remap ROMs and relaunch MAME and that kind of thing. So. But I'm pretty sure the game plays a lot better than he experienced, and the score rating he gave it probably should be a bit better. I mean, it's still a Frogger clone missing some of the stuff of Frogger, so it's probably not going to get a great rating, but it should have been a bit better than it was because he was really downing its rating because of the controls.
It's colorful.
That's Semi-Graphics. That's why it was used and loved by people like Nick, who had PAL and didn't get artifact colors. That's why you guys should, learn from that CoCo Tech episode and start writing some basic games, Jim Gary, and see what you can do with it. And the last one that he covered, this is the Dragon game called Space Monopoly, sold by Microdeal. And this is actually a port of another CoCo one from Spectral Associates. It was done a full year and a half earlier, but under a different name. It was called Color Space Trader. It's more of a space trading game. I wouldn't really call it Monopoly, but I guess it's kind of, I mean, you're trading stuff, so it's kind of like Monopoly, I guess. But it's basically just a basic game. It was a little strategy game, P mode 1 or something. This one we do have on the
this is also the 26th game we played by Spectral Associates already. Yeah,
and it does this intro screen here with
it's the identical game that we've already seen.
No relation to the game whatsoever. The actual gameplay is basically played on a grid.
merchant games or trading games, or
Then
I mean,
this is
you
basically your
just
map,
stop,
and you go
it's
between
kinda
star
interesting,
systems and
but the rest
planets,
of
and you
this
trade
is
and
very,
stuff.
very bare bones.
If you want to play
it
a
is-
similar style game under not just on UU, for example, you can play Greg Zumwalt's Zone Runner. Is kind of along the same line, though that has some real time, attacks and pirates and stuff like that too added to it. But if you're into the strategy trading games, this is one of the earliest ones. This was originally written in the CoCo, I think, in April of '81. So it was, the CoCo was far less than a year old already at this point when they originally did it. And this is the Dragon port.
You can straighten your screen up with that grid, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and you adjust the deflection of the beam.
Yeah.
This is Lee Perkins. Many of you have been following on Discoder. He's been working on this port of a VGA PC game called Cloud Kingdoms, and he's doing some pretty cool little tricks here. Now, this game currently is going to require 6 309 and 2 meg of RAM. Now, he's been changing some of the way he's doing things here. He might be able to get that down a little bit. I'm not sure if it'll drop all the way to the point you only need a meg or less. But one of the tricks you'll see here right now is that the top 3/4 of the screen is basically a 16-color full hardware scrolling left, right, up, down, diagonally graphics screen. And then the bottom part, he actually uses a timer interrupt from the gimme to switch it into the 40-column hardware text mode. So that bottom part takes almost no RAM at all and is very fast update because you can draw an entire character with one single byte instead of having to draw, well, he's doing 8x8, so it'd be 4 bytes wide by. He'd have to write 32 bytes on the graphics screen to get one character, and it's only 1 byte on here. Well, 2, I guess. Well, if you're dealing with the attributes. But it's kind of an interesting way of doing it. So it basically shuts off or changes the mode base when it gets to the bottom. So only the top part scrolls around and the score stays where it's supposed to be and takes almost no CPU time to update. But he's been updating the game gradually, and we get these little bursts where he, puts in some stuff, and he's had some demos that you can download where you can actually fiddle around with the scrolling, see some of the tile sets, and you see some of that in the screenshot here. But he actually made this little video to show some of his progress. So now he's actually got item pickups working. So you can pick up the diamonds, which is part of the reason you're playing the game. That's part of the mission goal. Bumper collisions and being pushed by objects is now enabled too. Now he hasn't got everything working as far as collisions and stuff go, but it's actually starting to look like a game rather than a tech demo. And I'll play a little bit of it here. He's even got some palette animations for the borders and stuff. He's got some sound in the background. It's kind of here. I think he's just recording on the phone or something. So anyway, yeah, it looks really good. And he's made a lot of progress. He's gone down some roads that didn't work out, and you have to kind of backtrack, which anybody here is programmed. I think that's awfully familiar. Even for Nick, who never has bugs.
I don't have bugs.
Just adventures.
When that's playing back and forth, it reminds me of a migraine I had one time.
Yeah, he's got collision detection and all that going now.
Yeah. And using hardware scrolling, that's I think it gets a little bit complicated because you're dealing with memory that's not even mapped in at the time or whatever. You have to keep swapping. Because this is a pretty big screen when you enable full hardware horizontal scrolling and vertical scrolling. And yeah, I think he's got 20 maps or something. It's kind of about the same size as Hero, actually.
Do you know the game Bejeweled or something like that? Is that the name of the game that
Well, Bejeweled's an actual commercial game for like phones and everything else. I think you're thinking of Jeweled by Roger Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of that some way. Maybe the artwork being
there's no scrolling or anything in that one, but it does have that kind of PC-ish look, which this is too, because it's based on the VGA graphics from the
right.
Yeah. Now, I was wondering, anybody here, because this game came out on the PC, I think the late 80s or early 90s. Has anybody here played this game on the PC originally? Is familiar with it? Because it was not one I played, but I didn't play PC games much.
Nope.
Was it a PC game originally or a Commodore 64 game?
Yeah, I think it was actually multi-platform. I'm not sure which one was first. I know he's basing his on the graphics, etc., from the PC VGA version.
Yeah. But I think the original game.
But I think there's the Amiga version. I think there's an Atari ST version.
There's
C64.
everywhere. So I don't know which one was first, but yeah.
Yeah, I would gather probably the C64 one would be first, or maybe the Amiga or ST one. Anyway, it looks really good. So I encourage Lee to continue on. I know it's a few times where he's been getting a bit flustered and kind of going, well, this might just be a demo and never quite get finished, but I think he's making
That's
a
what I
progress now.
said. Yeah, he's in the he's caught in the trap. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, when you get something working properly, that you get that rush, and then you're like, I can continue. And then the next day you want to quit again. But
I have a problem.
I keep saying this about Nitrous 9 now, and it's been what now?
Yeah.
32 years
since I know
with a bit of a break.
Man.
Still not done. Still buggy.
But you're close. So close.
Okay, for any of our Spanish-speaking and reading people in the audience, I wanted to mention that Spanish versions of two games, School Maze and The Final Countdown, which is an adventure game. In fact, I think it's by the same people that did the Poseidon adventure we were talking about earlier, are now available for download in the Dragon World of Dragon forums on the World of Dragon archive site. And if you go, you have to sign up to be a member to actually read the groups. It's free. There's nothing bad there. You feel free to join up. But he's actually got the downloads right there. You can actually download them and give them a shot. And they're already pre-converted for Spanish. And of course, with the history of the Dragon, Eurohard in Spain actually took over manufacturing the Dragon in 84, 85, somewhere around there. So it definitely has some Spanish ties. And of course, for some of our friends in South America and Spain and mainland Europe, etc., here's a chance to get some that are actually in your native tongue.
Jacques Cassidy.
And for those of you who've been following Micro Games Basic, UG Basic, which has an active channel on Discord and is constantly being updated, this is a massive multi-platform compiler, a basic compiler. And basically, you can write the code once. You'll have to do a bit of tweaking, of course, because some of the platforms are quite different, but basically it'll assemble for a bunch of different machines, including the CoCo 1, 2, the CoCo 3, as you can see on the list here on the screen on their itch.io site. There's also the Amstrad CPC 664, Atari 400-800s, Atari XLs, Commodore 128, Commodore 64, Dragon 3264, MSX, Olivetti Prodest. I'm not familiar with that one. And the Thompson TO8, another 6809 base system. And he's released the latest game that he's done here, and he's actually got some screenshots. And this is called Hangword. It's basically Hangman. Now, I think the words he's actually got in here for you to spell are, I think he's Italian, if I remember correctly. I think they're Italian words. So I was definitely having some trouble trying to guess some of these when I tried it earlier. But you can see different versions here. Like here's the Atari versions up on these top two screenshots. Here's the Commodore 128 version, C64 version.
Spot the CoCo version.
Here's the Dragon CoCo 1 and 2 version. Here's the that's the CoCo 3 version. Obviously taking some graphics from other ones, and you can go through all these different ones. You can kind of see how the graphics differ between them all. And I tried running it. It runs at a pretty good clip. I think it's probably a little bit faster than even the FastGet puts, but I don't know if he's released any arcade games. Like they've been mostly kind of like the strategy games, but with you have to sit there and watch it redraw text like you would on a basic program normally. So, but yeah, it's on its IO site. It's a free download if you want. If you want to contribute some money, which would actually go towards him working on UG Basic or Micro Games Basic, of course, feel free. It's one of those pick your own price type things. You can definitely go pick it up and give it a try. It's active on there now. He's done some other games too, and I really do want to get to the point where we can actually maybe do a run through some of the games he has released, just to show what the compiler is doing. He's got some older ones that were released before certain new features of the compiler were added, so some of the older ones probably look a bit primitive compared to stuff you could do now. But I'd like to do a run through of it just to show people what the compiler is capable of doing, and just maybe even have some people that have other machines to show it off. How does the CoCo versions compare, for example? He's been getting a lot of feedback in our Discords here, so. And he's been doing updates pretty well once or twice a week here, where he's been fixing bugs or adding new features, et cetera. And of course, it takes him a while to get a bunch of new features added because he's doing it for a dozen plus platforms simultaneously. And if he does a change in one, it might, bugger up something in something else. There's a lot of testing going back and forth. You can get the link directly to the itch.io page. Spotlessmind1975.itch.io if you want to just jump there immediately. And he's got some other games there too, which also include CoCo versions. CoCo 64 is one we talked about. It's a Sokoban style game. And then he's done Acme Inc., Falling Balls, Pick the Star, Tic-Tac-Toe. So he's been kind of doing, starting with the simpler games for the older ones and then getting a bit more advanced as he adds more features to the compiler. Now, I will mention the Tic-Tac-Toe because, of course, everybody's, written a game like that if they did anything in BASIC. That's actually a 10-liner contest entry. So the entire game is 10 lines of basic code. Next up, I'm not quite sure the details of this. Maybe one of the Dragon guys can help me with this. But basically, there was a company called Mastertronic Software that actually produced some Dragon games. Now, there's a Mastertronic Collector's Archive. I don't know if this is done completely independent of the people that were at the old company or if it's people that were active with the company. I've kind of gathered that some of the original people that worked there are involved, at least. And basically, they've done a review of one of their Dragon games called Vegas Jackpot, originally written by G. Campbell and J. Orbaum. And it actually has a specific release date, which you don't see too often, 14th of August, 1984. And it's actually, quite a detailed with screenshots, descriptions of the game itself, with quite a bit of information in there. They gave it a 6 out of 10. It looks like a basic, the spin the wheel type thing that you'd see in Vegas, but it has a lot of these extra things, which I'm not sure what some of this is. I don't know what Nuigi's, whatever that is. I'm not a gambler, so I probably don't know most of this stuff, but it doesn't look too bad. I mean, it definitely seems to have some extra bits there that I don't normally see in a Vegas style slot machine style game. So I'm kind of curious what exactly those extra features are, but very good review. And they're planning on doing some more releases this company did for the Dragon because it wasn't just this one. So I'm looking forward to that. Next up is a couple of stories from two different people, actually. And they're doing the same thing I've been trying to do in the CoCo, which is to find copies of games that have gone missing over the last 40 years. In their case, they're doing it specifically for the MC10. So the first one here is from Darren Ottery. And this is from an Australian magazine called Australian Micro, which is the microcolor computer, which is MC10. So they had their own dedicated magazine there for a bit. And there's a company that was called Martin Wells Software from Pymble, New South Wales. And they had a series of games. 6 of them were for 4K MC10s, and then 3 were for 20K MC10s. And I'll just read the titles off here. So there's Moonlander, Connect 4, Missile Attack, Space Venture, Mastermind, and Gold Quest. Those were all for 4K. And then Circus, Pyramid, and Haunted Adventure were for the 20K machines. And these are ones that nobody's been able to find. Like they're advertised for multiple months in the magazine. This particular one's from March 1985. And same problem I'm having with a lot of stuff. You can go hit it my page on the timeline. There's a bunch I list there on the CoCo that are gone missing over the years. But he's trying to find these as well for the MC10. So if anybody has these or bought them in the past and still has a copy, please contact Darren Audrey on the MC10 group on Facebook. And if you find any CoCo Dragon ones that are, that are missing from the archives that are here, please let them, send them to the archives, but also let me know about them too. Because I'd like to catch up some of the ones on my site too. Because there's dozens and dozens of games, and I'm only up into mid-83 right now that are missing. I'd probably say over 100 that have gone missing. And then along the same line, Jim Gary mentioned one too that was actually sold by a Canadian company called Dataman. Called Adventure in Bipland for the MC10. And this is a Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. So, basically the same spot that the world of retro computing is going on. Pretty close. Dataman is one I remember Rainbow had them advertised quite a bit, and they manufactured some pretty interesting hardware and software for the color computer over several years from what I remember. I kind of had been forgotten they even did MC10 stuff, but basically this is a graphics adventure for the MC10. And the description in the ad was a graphics adventure for the MC10 after having fled from the exjectors, generations ago, the Bips are now being pursued by them again. To restore peace to Bipland, you must slay the exjector king and halt production of their new invention. And so it's a graphic adventure game, which is, I haven't seen a ton of those on the MC10. So that's one that Jim Gary is kind of trying to find, another missing in action. I don't know if anybody in our audience is affiliated with the Dataman, but it'd be awesome if somebody was, because I know there's some pretty cool hardware stuff they did, and I'd love to have you on for an interview and talk about that. back in the day. Next up, we have Attempts, a gaming channel by LRU. We've covered him before. He plays games on a variety of platforms, and occasionally CoCo and Dragon games sneak in there. And basically, there's the official place that I'm trying to remember the name of the website that actually keeps track of high scores. You have to send like screenshots, etc., to send to qualify. But basically it's a competition between everybody that wants to join that site to get your games officially registered to see if you got high scores, etc. And he does these little scoring jaunts on all these different games for a wide variety of platforms. But he did a Dragon one here called Breakout from Dragon Data. And of course, you'll recognize Breakout, Bust Out, Brick Out, whatever you want to call it. It's your basic, paddle game where you throw the ball up and try to take the bricks out. There is a bit of a twist on this one. I mean, it's nice. It has a top 5 score and some multiple skill levels, can be played with joystick or keyboard. But the actual gameplay is a little bit different. I mean, hitting the bricks is pretty well standard, but see if you can notice what the difference is from a standard Breakout game as I play a little bit of it.
Moving down.
Yeah. So the entire set of bricks scrolls down at you, and it speeds up as you get further advanced. There are blue bricks, and there's also red bricks. And if you hit a red brick, the ball speed will double until you hit another blue brick to slow it back down. So it's got some pretty interesting twists on the Breakout, Brickout, Bust Out theme. And eventually you can get like multiple chunks of these tiles coming at you. The English on the ball is not great, which actually makes it more challenging. Like here, you see hit a red brick, all of a sudden the ball's going twice as fast. Oh, hit a blue one, back to regular speed. So you definitely got some challenges in here that aren't on a normal Breakout game. So I thought this is a pretty cool rendition of it. I don't know if Ken wants to throw this one in the Game On Challenge at some point. I don't know, if there's a CoCo port of it yet, but since it's joystick operated, I'm pretty sure it'll just run on a CoCo probably fine. Might need to tweak it for disk systems. But it's not one I'd seen before, or at least I don't remember it. But having scrolling bricks and the 2 different speeds depending on what color brick you hit, that's kind of a bit more innovative than most Bust Out games were. And the last one is episode part 3 of AJ and Tim on the sibling rivalry show as she tries to win Dungeons of Daggerath. She's not a touch typist, so that's a big challenge. As any of us who've ever played the game know. And Tim hasn't exactly been forthcoming, telling her all the secrets and stuff that would definitely make things a lot easier for her. He's starting to let up on that a bit because I think otherwise it's going to take years. You have to be pretty dedicated to the game to do that kind of thing. Now, I think a lot of us were back in the day. This is one that a lot of programmers really liked. But yeah, she gets flustered and frustrated, and she's been on level 3, I think, since most of episode 2. And I'm not going to tell you if she gets past it in episode 3, but she's definitely advancing. She's getting more objects. She's getting a bit stronger. But she's encountering the fake wizard here. Wizard's image, I think, as the manual calls it. And that's definitely a challenge the first time. And of course, trying to figure out incant rings and things like that. So because she gets quite flustered, she'll occasionally swear. So I'm not going to play any actual clippage here. But if anybody wants to check it out, it's an hour and 49 minutes. And that's one of the shorter episodes of Daggerath. So if you want to watch the entire series so far, it's even longer than our show.
That's just like the panel introductions for us.
Anyway, it's been fun watching her because she doesn't know if she wants to like the game or hate it. And I understand that from playing it back in the day. And as she's made several observations over a couple of episodes now that because of the sound effects in the game and the intensity of the game where your heartbeat gets faster if you're running too fast, or you're getting hit, or you actually run into a wall a couple of times, or you're swinging your sword missing, etc., that your own heart rate tends to match that on the screen. And that's one of the biggest pros of Dungeons & Daggerath and why it's such a classic. Matt Barton actually did a really good review of it early on in his retro gaming shows of RPG style games. And of course, Rick Adams and a bunch of other people, that this was a game that developers liked. And a lot of developers don't like playing games at all, really. They just like developing them. But yeah, it's the world's most advanced typing tutor, I think I'd call it, because you learn to type pretty fast after a while, or you'll never make it through the game. And you can definitely go check that out. There's more episodes to come, obviously, because she hasn't made it to the final wizard on level 5. that's the game on news. Do you want me to go straight in, or do you want one last commercial break there?
Just go straight in.
Okay. I will switch my share.
Why wake everyone up now?
Hang on, folks. We're going in.
Okay, let me scroll up my notes here. So on the CoCo Discord, a user called Low Level, I'm sorry, I have no idea who that is real name wise. But he made his Tandy project a do-it-yourself RF modulator replacement style composite board for the CoCo2. And this is designed for the CoCo2s with the flat laying RF modulators and shared it on PCBWay. So you can actually see it. So this fits into the original space that the RF can would have gone instead of making some weird satellite board. So it fits quite nice and comfortably in the case and actually gives you your composite out. I don't know if anybody has tried this particular one out or is even aware of it.
Korean made CoCo2s rather than the American ones.
Yeah, no, the board is basically the same size once you include the connectors and stuff in the back, and same, as the original RF can. So the ones that have it sideways or something, would it work in there? Do you think, Mark? Like you just orient it differently? I mean, the plug might have to move, but
they're different dimensions. If you look at the ones Zipster did, they're not quite the same shape.
I mean, the circuitry would probably work. It just needs to be reformatted to fit the vertical can.
Well, this board is so small. Yeah, stand it up on its side and run some stiff wire
flyweights,
and you'd be fine.
If you're doing it right, what you should have there are basically just pin headers that you solder to the board over there.
Right.
That you solder to the board there. So I would imagine you've got pin headers coming up on the vertical side. Just change it to a 90-degree pin headers instead of being,
straight through.
180-degree pin
Right,
headers. Yeah.
because you don't need the channel switch anymore, so you don't have to fit anything other than to keep the output lined up about where it is here.
Mhm.
Tip the thing up. So
And
I bet it could be.
I designed and built a composite mod that fits into the same space on the twos with the lay flats. And I didn't look at the cans for the vertical ones because I don't have one with a vertical can, but I imagine that the PCB size is going to be about the same. You're just going to have to change the orientation to make sure your pinouts are right.
Okay. So for those of you doing it yourself, but don't want to have to design the whole board yourself here, obviously you can get you can get PCBWay to manufacture it if you want to, but you should be able to actually just take a look at what are they called, Gerber files or something?
Yeah, I'll have
Gerber's
to get one
the
of these.
output, yeah.
And see how it works. Because I've got lots of Korean CoCo too, so I'll have to get one of these.
Yeah, and I want to thank Low Level. I guess his first name is Stuart, judging by his name here on PCBWay. He's from Canada. I didn't even know that either. But thank you for sharing that so that people can actually take a look at it. Next up, now I will not be playing any audio for this. So there's basically two parts to it. One was done way back in June 27th. One was done much more recently. This is the Grumpty Oz Retro 2024 podcast. And it's a retro show. It's an audio-only podcast done in Australia. And there's language warnings all over the place. So they freely swear like sailors. And they interviewed Iam Mavric, who, of course, is famous for doing a lot of stuff in the Tier City community, including the CoCo. He's actually manufactures, for example, RS-232 cards based on the original Tandy 6551 RS-232 cards, amongst a bunch of other things. So he does a lot of stuff in the CoCo. He's also a regular Tandy Assembly. He's actually one of the organizers. He's also in charge of the trivia contest there. So if you're going to Tandy Assembly here, you'll definitely get a chance to meet him in person. But they interviewed him over the course of 2 episodes. This one here, the first one, I think it's the tail end of the episode. They kind of get a bit of a feel for him. And then the second episode is more of the full interview. And they're also talking about the 2024 Canberra Vintage Computer Exhibition Special that they attended, as well as Ian himself attended too. So I don't believe, Nick, you were ever at this show, or was that the one where we did the live stream once way back?
No, I wasn't at that. No.
So which one were you at? Because I never remember.
It was an Apple II one that was held near here, near where I am.
Okay.
I forget what it was called, but yeah.
I think Danielle O'Connor's been at this one, if I remember. Maybe that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think he does, yeah.
I think
So
it was
anyway, it's a good
Ozfest.
interview, but be forewarned, there is language, lots of language.
You
So
already
they
said
speak in
Australia.
Australian, do they?
Crikey!
Well,
Ah.
I found out that a lot of the curse words are in common with North American English.
Oh,
They're
Maybe they're
what?
spelled differently. Maybe they're upside down, but they're definitely the same.
Maybe they have
Play it.
extra cues.
Play it. We'll see.
Right.
No, I'm trying to keep the child friendly here. As several people mentioned, both VCF and CoCo Fest are getting younger kids out, and I want to keep encouraging that. So I'm going to try. I mean, occasionally it'll slip up and somebody will say something, or play
Crikey.
some video
Ear
or
muffs.
something. Yeah. Anyway, it's a good interview. So go catch both parts. It's not a podcast I'd ever heard before. I'm kind of curious who else they've interviewed and talked to. And it's generally on retro and across multiple platforms. So if you're into retro in general, this might be a good podcast to give a listen if you've never listened to it before. Next up, as part 2 of his building a performance meter for MAME. So this is CoCo Town. So he's working on his Moon Patrol clone that he started as a teenager, is finishing now with much more knowledge. And he's been learning how to do all kinds of things with Lua and MAME. So last time he was learning how to interface Lua with MAME so he can get it to do things. In this case, he's building a performance meter that actually will count, how much time you've got left on a frame. So how bogged down is your program getting? Explains how you actually got it set up, the programming that went into it. But I thought I'll show a little bit of the demo of it actually running.
We want to see the start. Play the start.
Oh,
of
the intro. We'll do that, and then we'll play a little bit of the actual thing up and running.
Yeah.
Because this is something I think Nick might actually be interested in, except for the setting up part.
Hello, #happy Septandy. Where's that #happy #Septandy, which is different from #happy #Septandy. In a previous video, I went over a couple ways you can automate your MAME debugging experience. And in the second half in particular, we talked about the Lua programming language and how you can use Lua to script many of the objects inside MAME. I highly recommend that you watch that video first, as we will be building on that Lua stuff quite directly in this video. Today, we're going to build a performance meter. In fact, why do 1 meter when you can do 2? The first meter will tell us how much time before the current frame is done being drawn. And that's a nice proxy for telling us how much work we've been able to get done during the course of the frame. The second meter will give us a running average of that same thing, so that as we run our program over time, that second meter will tell us a more stable reading of how performant our code is. So without any further ado, this sounds too exciting for me to continue rambling on and on and on. I really want to get to seeing how this thing works, so let's go!
So yeah, I'll skip right to the trying it out thing here so you can kind of see. And like I said, this is a performance meter graphing utility that I think actually Nick would like, because sometimes he has to do optimizing for frames, especially with sound routines, etc. I don't know if he still wants to use MAME for that or not, but just kind of show a demo here.
Yeah,
Bottom meter for the average frame. We got a bit of a nan here. We're dividing by 0 because nothing has started yet. I'm okay with that. Let's start it up. You'll notice it already has started doing something, and that's because that area of memory, 7800, I guess it must be written to during the startup of the ROM. But you'll see nothing's changing. So it wrote to it initially, but then after that, there was nothing. So let's start up the game. Have the game running in a kind of autopilot, so it's jumping and shooting without me trying to. And you can see the current meter is juggling all over the place while the average meter is very slowly lowering into position. All right, we got our meters. I think we should use our meters. Perhaps it's time to do some more optimizing and seeing if we can get those meters to be higher. Well, until then, if you would like to study the code that was in this video today, there's a link in the description.
So anyway, I think that's a good tool for people that are writing games or anything that is involving interrupt driven sound or graphics or whatever running in the background type thing, because this will let you actually profile how well your code's actually doing and how much CPU time overhead you are using, which may change how you design the game, or maybe look for optimizations in the code. Because currently, as he shows here on the bottom, on the average one, he's running about 20% of the frame remaining, so he's basically using 80% of the CPU time to do the scrolling mountains, the scrolling ground, the jumping, the shooting, the rocks blowing up, rock detection. And he's still got to add, if the ship hits a rock and detect that, and if the ship falls into a hole and detect that, and the aliens up top. So scrolling obviously would take a fair bit of CPU time, but that's a pretty cool use of the Lua programming language hooks into MAME to do some really useful stuff, actually. MAME lets you see a lot of stuff raw, but it's really hard to stop stuff at certain points. I mean, you got break points, you got watch points, but sometimes like the first 50 occasions of this particular break point is not what you want. You want the stuff in the middle, like, once it's actually done some things first. So sometimes it's kind of hard to get the nice general picture of what's going on, like this is doing, just using the built-in stuff in MAME. What do you think, Nick?
Okay. Yeah, no, it's good. It's just that I have to use MAME.
Too modern for you, huh?
Hey,
too modern for you.
Just one look at the GUI and that's it. I'm off. What does he call the game? Moon Patrol or Moon?
I don't know if he's actually officially named it yet, has he?
Yeah, well, I was just going to suggest to him, if he's watching, don't call it Moon Patrol. You got a blue sky and green mountains. Wrong. So call it some other alien planet or whatever. It just looks so wrong.
It's got red ground, so Mars Patrol maybe? Except Earth's up in the sky there.
Well,
so.
Mars is, it doesn't have green mountains either, so I don't know.
Well, if we terraform it, maybe.
Yeah, call it something else and get rid of the Earth in the top there. It's just it looks good, but I can't get to feel that I'm on the moon.
I think he should call it Nixa Weiner Patrol.
Yeah, that's a good one. No, but everyone does it. Moon patrols on the CoCo, I always have a blue sky and
well, you're right. It is kind of backwards. Shouldn't it be yellow moon and green Earth?
Yeah, so
things.
Since you got those colors, call it something else.
You know what they should do, Nick? Is write a Moon Patrol in semi-graphics.
Well, yes, you're right. Yeah, I agree.
And then you can have black with white stars.
Black border. Yeah.
White and black ground. Maybe throw in some highlights. Your ships can be all the other colors.
Yeah.
Next up, I was actually hoping Bob would be on the call, but I don't believe he still is, or is he still? He was earlier. No, I think he
fell asleep.
Yeah, fell asleep, hit the keyboard, and disconnected. Probably.
He's playing with this new toy he just finished.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. What was he doing?
Bob the Builder was building that ancient processing thing.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Oh no, it was Henry.
No,
okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I got my people all confused.
Yeah, because Bob was on at the beginning of the call here, but since we're an hour 14, I think he had to leave. And...
Yeah, something like that. Lightweight.
All right, Bob, of course, is known for various hardware projects and has done a ton of them over the years. But this is a software one that he started way back in, I think, around 2002. And it's kind of a GUI for BASIC, super extended BASIC on a CoCo 3 for doing file manipulation stuff. Originally was set up for like RGB DOS, HDB DOS would be the virtual hard drives that were done with the Canton, SCSI, and the TC3 by Cloud9, etc., or the ID interface by Cloud9 or Glenside.
I think
we have virtual hard drive images. Sorry?
Bob's in the chat, apparently.
Oh, okay. Oh, his internet died. I know what that's like. But basically, this kind of goes through a bit of the history of it, kind of shows what some of the things you can do. He's actually been updating it to run on the CoCo SDC, which is done a bit differently. You don't have one hard drive image divided in 256 virtual floppies. The SDC actually just mounts floppies separately. You can do it through DriveWire or locally on the SD card. So it's kind of a demonstration of that. So I will just show a little bit at the beginning so you get kind of an idea what the visuals look like in color fog. But we've got a nice full explanation. He's actually planning some follow-up videos here to go through some of the more explicit details of the program itself. But it's actually quite a nice little interface and totally done in BASIC too, super extended BASIC.
Hello and welcome to La Coco Strangiato and welcome to September 2024. Today I want to show you this interesting software I wrote about 20 years ago called Color Fog. There's a lot to discuss and this will be a multi-part series, so let's go.
I'll let it play a little bit further in and I'll let you go watch it on your own afterwards.
So what exactly is Color Fog? Well, the color part is pretty obvious, and FOG stands for File Operations GUI. And what's cooler than an acronym within an acronym? I like to consider it my Disk Basic Ease of Use project, and yes, I was using that phrase back in 2004 when I wrote the documentation. It was written to provide a quick and easy way to not only read disk directories and do basic file management, but also to manipulate the disk basic drive lookup table, which makes it easy to access both sides of your double-sided floppy drives for basic. So Color Fog is a modular basic program. And what makes it modular? There are some global variables stored around memory location 6FFF0. And these variables tell the software modules things like your monitor type, palette settings, which controller you're using, and more. Any basic program that relies on these variables to work properly is a module, and identified as such with the .baz extension. .baz files should only be run from the loader or called by each other, since the loader sets up the user's environment.
Anyway, it goes through a lot of explanation of how the whole thing works, some of the things you can do with it. I thought I'd just fast forward a bit so you can kind of see what the GUI itself looks like. And play a little clip there.
A menu pops up, a context-sensitive menu. So this top line here, Color Fog Generator, that's actually a disk label. And that is using basically the same format as I believe ADOS would use to name a disk. If you look up here at these buttons, when you click a button you get this kind of 3D effect. So it reads in the directory and then it trims the spaces and kind of interprets the file extension to give it a color and determine what context sensitive menus will pop up. So if I
anyway, one of the nice things about it that actually is better than G Shell, for example, is that you can select multiple files and then say copy them all at once to a different disk. And that is something I do plan on adding to G Shell in the future, but I haven't got to it yet. And I do like his icons. I mean, this is hard coded for a 16 color screen, so obviously you can do a bit more than I can because G Shell has to run on multiple screen types. But you'll notice like his little menus up at the top right there, like help and cassette and setup and exit, has some nice 3D effects and nice colors. And he's got support there for like GoTex and CoCo SDC and real hardware floppies, etc. He's even got icons kind of corresponding to that on the top there where you select your drives. And then as he just explained here, when it reads the directory, it'll actually go through and take a look at the extensions and then kind of figure out what type of file it is and color code it. It's like binary files that are using magenta, and some of the graphics files are using kind of a dark cyan or something, and the greens are showing like P mode 4 graphics dumps, etc. Basic programs are in a bright blue, etc. So it's a really nice looking GUI. It's got some pretty nice, powerful features in it. You can actually do some program launching from it. I'm sure there's going to be some program launches that don't work, just like there's in the STC Explorer. Because if you have a really large program that's going to fill a memory, you're kind of overwriting any hooks that would have been left over from the original program. But like I said, he's going to be doing some follow-up videos on this as well. And I think he did a really good job. And I don't think there's any machine language in here. He can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. So all these little overlay windows and stuff he's doing are all done through super extended color basic. Next up, Ken, you want to kind of set this one up if you're still here and awake? Or did he leave too? I think he did.
Oh, no Ken.
That rat bastard. So he's the one who pointed me out this video. He actually sent me the link directly. So he's a brand new YouTuber. He's got 5 subscribers so far because this is literally his first video. And the name of the channel is called Basement Bodge. And the first episode he's doing is RF This. And basically he's doing a CoCo 1 to a TV that doesn't have the old RF plug on it. And as I did in my show notes here, I would tell you more about what the video is about, but I was traumatized after watching the opening title section here, and I didn't manage to finish the video. And I'll play it here. I'll just have to look away so that you guys can see why I was traumatized.
Hello and welcome to my channel, Basement Bodge. I am starting my channel with an 80s classic, the Tandy color computer, also known as the CoCo. I recently purchased this gorgeous 16K model of the Tandy color computer at a local estate sale for just $20. While there are variations in both design and internal hardware, all color computers had about the same type of input and outputs available, with only slight variations. All CoCos have power and reset buttons, an RF output, a channel.
Anyway, he goes through, kind of explains the CoCo, because obviously some people have never heard of it, especially if they're just watching his channel. Also, I mentioned Ken is actually featured in here. They took one of Ken's thing of showing a much easier way to do what he did here.
This is so old, it has the stickers and not the molded.
Yeah, this is like a D or an E board.
Oh.
But when he first tried plugging it in without the... you can't hook up the switch box. There's no ties to put it on to hook it up. So he tried to hook it up directly, and he got a pretty crappy attempt at a picture.
Viewing. The problem is I don't have a TV that takes these spade connectors. To solve this, I purchased a commonly used adapter that will let me connect it to the coaxial input on my TV. Easy peasy. Just have to slide the spades underneath the heads of the screws.
Yeah.
You got your adapter into your adapter.
Not the most elegant solution, but the cheapest I could find at my local hardware store. Easy peasy. Now that my adapter is installed, I have hooked the CoCo to the coaxial connector on the back of my TV. So let's see how well the adapter works.
Wow. Well, it's just not working out.
I bet you that
Yeah, that's
hookup
about
is
how I-
transmitting just like those that VCF.
Right? Just kind of from the CoCo and ignore the wires and right.
And I like the fact that he puts in little video blurs from the IT crowd, one of my favorite shows of all time. That was awesome. Anyway, he goes through it and makes a adapter circuit. Meanwhile, on an inset in the corner, he actually has Ken explaining, you can just buy something that'll do this for you. And he's got a good sense of humor about how this is all set up here. So let's, I'll play a little clip a little bit later here as he gets going. And then I'll let you guys watch the rest of the video now.
Hooking the Tandy directly to a composite video connector won't work. Both composite and coaxial cables basically consist of 2 wires. While I'm not an electrical engineer, I think this is one of those instances where wires are just wires. So my plan is to just connect an RCA cable to the end of a coaxial cable.
Go on. That's it. In Britain, the word plan refers to an idea or scheme that's more thought out.
Let's go into the basement and see if we can bodge this out. I mean, what other solutions could there be?
He'll realise in a second.
You know, I don't have any other options.
Sometimes it takes a while.
I like his sense of humor in his videos. This
So I
actually
have here
looks promising
a
for his
free
channel.
He'd fit right in with us.
For hooking your computer up, your CoCo 1 or 2 up to a TV set. Now, the first 2 here are basically the same. This one is a coaxial to RCA adapter.
So it's a $6 part you can just buy and put in.
Which would go
And here's
into the back of the
taking apart
computer.
cables.
Both of them have the input that takes this RCA.
But if you buy it on Amazon, you're gonna have to wait till at least
input,
tomorrow to
so
get
you
it.
would plug
Maybe 2
this into
days.
the back of the computer.
Right. Could be Monday.
Well, remember though, he did buy that other little older RF adapter thing already. So he's already spent some money and gone out and got
Right.
stuff that.
By the way, I have a little bag of those little adapters. I bring them to CoCo Fest all the time and offer them to people
Right,
for like
right.
$1. You know, because
Anyway,
Along
though,
with the
when he
screwdrivers.
does this all up, this is what he resulted in. So it did work.
Yep. Yep.
Beautiful. Hey,
So-
everybody, go see his video and subscribe. I'm number 7.
Yeah, you should actually, because I mean, he's definitely doing some more CoCo videos coming up as well too. So, and I was hoping Ken could give the story how they, met with each other here and how Ken became part of the video as well. But he went and skipped out, lazy bum. And that means, do I really want to plug his video now since he skipped out? I got to think about this. Nah, I'll still do it. So anyway, this is his VCF wrap-up type thing. So he, at the very beginning here, actually shows when he's leaving, just heading towards VCF. And he's got a bunch of, clips and stuff from within VCF itself. And I will show you, like he mentioned before when he was still on earlier, that he'd picked up a box of stuff that included a CM8 door. I will show you a brief clip of that because he's got a follow-up video coming out this next week here, kind of explaining what all was in that box. So I'll play a little bit at the beginning, and then I'll play that little chunk where you can see the box.
Hey there, I'm Ken. This is Canadian Retro Things. I've got my travel mug full of coffee.
Shameless plug.
I'm on the road. It's 7 a.m. I'm heading to Chicago to VCF Midwest.
So he goes through, shows pictures. You can kind of see in the thumbnails that are going by here how busy it got. But let me get to his little stuff he got here. Well, I'll just show the box here because I don't want to take away from his video so people can go watch. But this is the box of stuff he got. Now he's got a second video is going to come up, and now some of this obviously we can recognize, and he did show some of it in the video. He's got some Black Beauty joysticks. He's got a JDOS Disk Basic and the controller itself. I don't know if this is the one with Memory Minder built into the ROM, which was an expanded 16K ROM that you could actually get the Memory Minder test disk for actually aligning disks and stuff. It's a very specially created formatted disk you can't even do with a grease weasel. And it was used for aligning tracks and that kind of stuff, like doing low-level stuff. And obviously, he's got a bunch of other stuff buried in the box, too. I can see a cassette recorder here, probably cassette cable. That's maybe a joystick manual or something. I'm not sure. So that's what his future episode will be on.
Going through the box.
Right.
But I'm trying to remember. He mentioned he paid, what, 20 or 30 bucks for this whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't very much. I would have bought the whole box for the CM8 door if I'd known it was in
Yeah.
there. I mean, I had a chance. And,
And that included this dual floppy drive with the J&M controller, too. So
oh, wow.
That's a pretty good deal right there.
right?
Yep.
It is the J&M and all the goodies, isn't it?
Yeah, and
looks like
J&M
the
made a
basic one.
few versions of this controller. I
Three
can't
different
tell if
versions.
this is just something on his table or if that's a switch that's a bit bigger
That's
than
a
normal.
long switch. It's a weird long switch.
Yeah, because it had the dual ROM you could flip between. I remember that. Like I
It
had
was
one of those.
It was a regular size, because I've got one. That's wrong.
Yeah.
Someone did that.
Somebody
for
must
some
have replaced
reason.
it.
Yeah.
And there was a version of it called the CP, which actually had a real hardware parallel port on the side that
Yeah,
actually
on
would
the
run a
side.
full parallel printer, or it could be used with a special driver as an 8-bit input-output
SCSI?
for a hard drive SASE interface.
Yeah.
Which I had that version.
I have just the basic JNA, and they swapped in the Tandy ROM because, well, I guess the JDOS doesn't always.
Yeah,
compatible with
JDOS
stuff.
wasn't the most compatible thing in the world.
Hence the
Yeah.
switch, right?
Yeah, with
Yeah,
the Switch, it
the
wasn't
Switch
bad
is
because you could just flip
second
between JDOS and the regular. And the full 16K JDOS does have the entire Memory Minder disk alignment tools and stuff built into it too. So I did keep the JDOS in there, but I had a regular disk basic 1.1 ROM for running software. Anyway, look out for that future episode where he will be going through everything in the box.
Weren't you supposed to have a special disc to use that?
Yeah, you had to.
program
It
with?
was,
Yeah,
I
see
think,
the-
made by Dyson or something. I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was called the Memory Minder disk, and it was a very special format. You can't actually format with regular disk drives.
Which, yeah, could you grease weasel it? That would be
Nope.
interesting to know. No.
Nope. No, it's specially manufactured just specifically for the alignment stuff. So
Yeah, it's an
Okay.
analog disc.
I got you. Nothing to do with digital.
Yeah, they lay down an analog pattern.
Nice.
To Exile in Paradise's comment in the chat, the answer is no. We do not need a video of Ken and Curtis driving and singing Bohemian Rhapsody. I don't know about Ken, but I know I cannot sing.
How about We Will Rock You? We Are the Champions.
Bohemian Cassidy.
Oh, no, no Queen. Okay.
Maybe some really, really bad punk rock where they couldn't sing in the first place.
Oh, right, right.
Okay, so this one here is a channel called Retrospective 9217, and this is a YouTube short, which means I have no control over fast forwarding and stuff, which sucks. But basically, he did a cleaning up of a CoCo2 he has and fixing up the space bar, which is a little bit sticky. I won't bother playing because it's just a short, but he also was trying to hook up the video, and that wasn't working for the same reason that it wasn't working originally for the other guy. And basically, I'm hoping some people have done some comments and stuff here that he can kind of realize why it's not working. And it shouldn't be too much of a change. He just needs that little adapter, like, Ken's little inset in the other video had. Right. And that should be able to fix it as long as the CoCo was working. I did leave him a comment that if you want to see if it's actually working or not, you can blindly type motor on. If you hear the relay click inside the CoCo, then BASIC's running, at least some of the RAMs running to allow the command to work. Basically, it would mean the machine's working, so it's just a matter of getting the video to work properly.
Of course,
so CoCo2's came with the melted keyboard as well.
Yeah, the very first generation CoCo2s with the Radio Shack label are all melted.
Two different melted keyboards on the CoCo2, mind you, and one of them really sucked.
That tags that there was a very early CoCo2.
Yeah, that would be because they had the Radio Shack label with the melted keyboard. I think the later Radio Shack labels actually had the full travel keyboard, and then they switched to the Tandy label after that.
Right.
And just like Rick said, a few in betweens within those. Because you had the motherboards with just the 8-chip 64K upgrades, and you had the ones that had the 2-chip or the 8-chip or the double headers for the satellite board version to upgrade to 64K.
So the relay trick is great for CoCo2 and 3, but doesn't really work very well on CoCo1 because they use a reed relay, which is virtually silent.
Oh, you can't hear it. Okay.
I remember hearing it on mine.
Well, you might hear it in a
room by
little
yourself.
bitty, yeah, little bitty click, but like I said, it was a reed relay, so it was virtually silent.
Okay.
Not like the good resounding click that a 2 had.
Yeah, which almost sounds like a switch getting hit or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear that thing start at a CoCo show and then click. Okay, this is running. I can buy it.
So sometimes you could hear a little bink.
Yeah, I do remember hearing it because I actually did use that trick a few times at club meetings where people brought in stuff that was broken, forgot to bring their TV or something.
Yeah, but your ears were 30 years younger.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to hear frequencies. I don't anymore. Next up, this is a channel. Is Jason still on or is he off the call too? At this point. Geez, they're dropping like flies,
They're
folks.
dropping, yeah.
Even Mark's not at his desk anymore. Because this is a ham radio person. He normally does ham radio style videos. He doesn't normally do computer ones. And there's a bit of a story behind this one, so I didn't know if Jason maybe had heard of this. So the guy's channel is called 73 Outdoors, and with Bob KK4DIV, which I assume is one of those things for ham radio call signs. Yeah. So he posted a Septandy video here about a CoCo2, and he found this at his local ham radio clubhouse, and he's actually one of the executive there. And he saw it kind of laying on a cabinet in the back or something, and it was a CoCo2. And it looks like some person had started to do an upgrade for composite video for it back in the day, but never finished. And he's kind of doing some research, and he actually found some papers and stuff. And obviously, the person that had it was a ham because there's multiple articles from magazine stuff about RTTY and ham radio things. Now, how many people here, if any, actually did some ham radio stuff with a CoCo back in the day?
Not me personally, but I've heard we had several people in our local club that were using it for full ham, as they were using it with ham.
Yeah, I know Dale Puckett did, and of course he wrote articles for a whole column actually for Rainbow, and he's still active in ham radio to this day. But I'll fast forward a little bit. So he picked up a CoCo2, which kind of laying in the back in the box. And when he opens it up, he actually had a bunch of paperwork that the person had with it. which I will play so you can see what the paperwork is, but you'll see some stuff related to the CoCo in general. And you'll also see some stuff related to ham.
All kinds of stuff here that came with it. Radio Shack talking about the CoCo
that loud enough?
drives.
A bit louder.
I'll turn this
Yeah.
around so you can see it. Talks about the
More.
That's as far as it goes.
Drive Zero. I guess that's the floppy drive for it. $80.
Like that's from the
talks a
Radio
little
Shack
bit more
catalog.
about the popular color computer 2. This is the first time I've looked through this stuff.
So this one's called RTTY Loop, and it's from 73 Amateur Radio in July of 87, I guess it is, or 97. And this is specifically a CoCo program. This program seems to answer most of the requests the CoCo crowd have been asking. And that's why I was hoping maybe Jason, who's a lot more fluent in ham radio stuff than I am, might have heard of some of this stuff or seen it demonstrated or something.
We know RTTY is radio teletype, so this would be a low baud switch key FSK kind of thing.
Right.
Which
Yeah,
would
I've
be
seen it
really
work.
cool.
I've used it before. You can find it on the ham radio hooked to your cassette line and actually decode.
What
You know,
does
it's
the
like
word
300
ham?
baud.
What does the word ham actually stand for?
Ham-fisted, meaning how skillful they were at operating the straight key.
The best coders out there. You
right.
sloppy ass.
Yeah, so it was because you had your professional telegraphers and then you had your amateur radio operators, and it was assumed that it was like the amateur radio operators were kind of sloppy with their fist, so they were called ham-fisted. In modern days, there's actually a Q signal that indicates that you're having a hard time with the straight key. That Q signal is QLF. It translates literally to, if you're as an interrogative, QLF means, with question mark, means, are you sending with your left foot? And QLF with no interrogative says, yes, I am sending with my left foot.
So anyway, there's a whole article including a program here to actually talk to the RTTY.
A RTTY loop. Maybe this is some information about getting RTTY working with the CoCo2. See, now that's ham radio related, right? RTTY adding a direct.
Now this is the one that he refers to near the end here when he finds it. Like basically, I won't play the part where he opens the CoCo up because he doesn't have it actually running. But basically, the ARF can's completely missing. He'd really like that new thing in PCBWay we just talked about earlier. Because basically, I think the person got this article, whoever owned it originally in the Ham Club, got this article, took out the old RF can, probably made some sort of composite adapter, maybe directly wired it, but then it got removed by the time it got retired back into the box. So there's nothing to actually send the signal out right now. But there's some other articles that are also Xeroxed here.
Video, adding direct video to the CoCo. Interesting. So some stuff I may try. Video Plus, home computer.
This one I remember. This is from the February 1984 issue of Consumer Reports magazine. It was comparing some of the home computers, including the Atari, the C64, the CoCo, and the Atom, I believe was Coleco Atom, for word processors. And they had stuff like Telewriter 64 and I think VIP Writer and stuff like that. And the CoCo actually came out quite well compared to the other ones. Telewriter 64 was easy to use, fast, and pretty powerful for its time. I actually think I have a copy of this myself still.
Did they cover scripts as well?
Yeah, they did. It didn't rate as well.
No, surprisingly.
I see somebody's highlighted some things there. Interesting. CoCo 3's third Christmas. Not sure what all that is. Tandy User Group. Oh, Tandy User Group newsletter, January 1988. Oh, that's kind of neat. Okay, so what do we have here? This is
Here's an issue of Dynamic Color News. These are scanned and are in the archive. I can't remember if they've got them all on there or not. So when I get time, I'm going to have to see if this is scanned and on the archive. And if not, maybe ask the guy if he can scan and put it up there. But you notice here, it's mentioning the Color Computer 3, so obviously it's a bit later, 87, I don't know what month. But one of the articles they're highlighting here is Ham Radio.
Radio Shack Color Computer Magazine. That's I'm gonna have to thumb through. I honestly have not looked at any of this paperwork yet. So kind of cool. I'm gonna have to spend some time and take a look at this.
I'm assuming we have this service manual in the archive, correct, Mark?
The B. Oh, we're missing some schematics for some of the later ones, though.
Really?
That one we may be missing, actually.
Yeah, that's a later one.
Okay, so if any of you guys who actually knows what you're talking about with schematic stuff, maybe you can contact him or leave a message on his thing that if he can scan whatever we're missing.
Yeah, it looks like it was a photocopy anyway.
Ooh, the service manual. There we go. Service manual for the color computer 2. That could come in quite handy if there's.
It looks like there's some hand printed notes in there too.
Yeah, that's a photocopy of the manual.
Is it?
Maybe better than nothing.
Yeah, check that out.
Right.
Service manual. Okay. All right. Enough of that.
Because it's not bound. It's just got a staple in the corner.
Let's see here.
Okay. So originals were bound.
Yeah, there were bound books.
All right, there's, it kind of goes through and figures out that the ARF can's missing, and then he kind of figures, well, maybe it was doing that video upgrade that the article had mentioned, which is, I think, probably what happened. But yeah, if you guys have any, comments for him, I'd definitely leave him on his channel. He seems to be doing pretty good in his channel here. He's got almost 5,000 subscribers for doing ham radio stuff. So,
I'm sorry, they weren't bound. They were 3-ring binder.
Okay, that did have the 3-ring hole punch areas, unless that was just part of the Xeroxing process. Sorry, photocopying. Next up, Retro Gaming Nook also released a Septandy video. This one showing both a Triad Plus 512K memory upgrade from Cloud9 and a Keyfix 3 upgrade from Rick. Rick, are you aware of this person? Don't tell me Rick dropped off too.
Not as far as I know. I probably am. I just don't know them by this logo.
Okay, because he actually connects both of these up as kind of a hardware upgrade episode.
What I'm doing, this is just my experience with doing it, and you want to read the manufacturer's installation instructions, and they're the ones that are.
Now he's got the Triad Plus, which he installs. That's the 2 meg upgrade. Now, of course, if you don't do the DAT board part of it, then you just get the 512. But he's basically ready to go. And the DAT board, I think, goes in the CPU socket, so he's going to have to, take the 6809 out and possibly upgrade to 609 at the same time, or at least put a socket in that he can put the DAT board in. So I will fast forward to where he starts talking about the key fix. Should be. I'll give Rick a free plug here.
I notice already. I need to mention that you use the keyboard top in typing position to put the thing together, so the keys don't hit the desk. Otherwise, your springs will go strong.
And replace the Mylar. What's great is I ordered it, and 2 days later it was sold out, so I might have got the last one. They're probably going to replenish this someday, but I was so happy to get one of the last ones because I just got this, and they shipped it super fast. I got it in like 2 days. I couldn't believe it. It was fantastic.
Now I know who it was.
But I was super psyched to get one of the last one. Not that I couldn't keep playing games and stuff, because a lot of those key combinations really didn't matter for playing games. But I was like, you know what? I'll replace the board.
I beg to differ. There's some games that makes a huge difference.
If something never failed in this, I'll have the old one to go back to, worst case scenario, to get through most everything. So again, not a tutorial by me. You should read the instructions from the manufacturers on this. But I will say that the memory upgrade and this keyboard upgrade were super simple. Some of the least complex upgrades that I've ever had to do.
Uh-oh.
So the first thing you want to do is just open up the case, pull the top off, and remove the.
Except you need to flip it back over so you can take the top off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comes out a little easier.
He's new to it. Give him some grace. He's new to this. Which reminds me, Rick, I got a question for you about the CoCo2 and the Mylars. Are you just using pen headers to stick in there for the Mylars? For the connectors?
No, I made a teeny tiny little thin circuit board.
Okay.
That's about the size of a double Mylar. So
which is about what they're using is a double Mylar.
Right. Which doesn't damage the socket, so you
So basically, I
But
got to get
see,
a pair of.
This is
I gotta
bad because if you tip your keyboard down, all the springs are going to sprung off. You've got to turn the top the other way so that everything is just suspended in the air. And I need to make that better because nobody understands what I'm trying to write in my little instruction sheet.
Pictures might need
So I've done it wrong. Yeah, I need to.
A how-to video showing a demonstration of you actually installing one probably would help too.
Yeah, I need to start doing videos.
I know Mark's got a few for some of his stuff. They're pretty old at this point, but I mean, you know, how to install it hasn't changed. He does recommend reading instructions though.
No one does that.
Did make some.
But yeah, those instructions need to be at least 10 or 12 pages longer.
How to operate a Phillips screwdriver. He does mention you have to make sure you don't lose the springs, etc.
And he got the pins. If you don't get the pins, your springs will get wonky. You'll be taking it apart again. Cool. Well, I'm happy to see that.
It looks like he's trying to finagle it to get everything to seat down right.
Well, right, because it doesn't seat. You're balanced on the springs, so it's a little dance that.
Wouldn't you want to start in the center and work your way out?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, runs a memory test, etc. There's a couple different memory tests he tries. Play some 512K required games just to test that out too. And he quite likes the clicky one. He was quite happy he did not get the quiet one. I will mention that.
They are back in stock, by the way. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, right. Yeah, you might want to reply to him, Rick, after watching the video yourself there and maybe mention a few things.
Thanks.
Next up, this is just kind of a promo from Vintage Geek in the Vintage Geek Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee, that Ken and I visited last year. And he put up a quick little video here just to celebrate September. He's actually got some videos planned that aren't out yet. But he actually shows some of the stuff that's Tandy related. So this covers all the Tandys. It's just a 40-second thing, so I'll just play it. But he actually shows the exact same station that Ken and I sat to, and we're involved with one of his videos, kind of showing a fake classroom with a Network 2 controller, and a CoCo 1 and I think a CoCo 2 or 3 on it. So there you can see the Network controller, or TDP, sorry, and a CoCo 1, because the Network 2 controller does not work on CoCo 2s or 3s. And we've had some discussions as to why that happens. But actually it worked pretty good when we were trying it there. I'll just mute the music too, because I'm pretty sure it's probably PD, but I don't want to take a risk getting taken down because it's not.
Yeah, but if it's already on YouTube, why would we get a hit?
It's YouTube. Who knows?
Well, that's going to be original music.
Yeah, actually, now that I've actually listened to the lyrics, yeah. Well, it might, yeah, it's probably AI generated, or maybe
but it's
actually
not
got
original
something.
music by D. Bruce Moore. We got to get him in touch.
Yeah. Anyway, if any of you are ever in the Knoxville, Tennessee area, I definitely would contact Aaron there and take a tour of the museum. He's got some pretty good collection of Tandy stuff and a whole bunch of other retro stuff. There's a lot of original books and manuals and actual games off the shelf. You actually get to try the hardware. You actually get to try the software. You actually get to flip through the magazines. It's not like walled behind glass. He's got some pretty interesting old stuff there, like some minis and stuff from the 60s. So he's got some pretty rare stuff there too, which is cool.
His first computer was a CoCo.
Yeah. 8-Bit Retro Journal as a Septandy one as well. And this is a preview of what they're working on. Now, this is 5 minutes. I mean, the show's already going pretty long. I don't know if I want to play the whole thing.
Yeah, we're pushing 5 hours now.
Yeah, so I will skip because he's doing some stuff with other Tandy computers or two. I'll just stick with the CoCo just to get it shortened. So I'll mention a little bit here. I think it's about the 3-minute and 40-second mark.
is this beast right here. I had this last year on my channel, and I opened it up and I tried to get it to see what it was doing, and I couldn't get anything to work. I've been told that it's bad RAM, so I've ordered some, and if I can get this to work, I will also clean it up and see if play some games and stuff on it. So right now I haven't used this at all. It powers up, so it's not a power supply. The caps all look good, but I think one of the RAM chips is bad. So that's the other thing I'm working on. And I might revisit my TRS-80 Model 3, which is at the office currently, and see if I've ordered some refill caps, and I wanted to fix.
So that's one of the things he's planning on doing for September. He's trying to get this CoCo2 up and running. If I remember from last year when he tried it, it would turn on, like the VDG is getting initialized, but then it starts putting some random garbage and stuff on the screen. So I think it probably is RAM. It looks like the VDG itself is working. I mean, it could be, I guess, the CPU or something as well. Next up, this is kind of a follow-up to last week. So last week we played TJ Ferrer's video about the new game coming up for the MC10 called Them, with periods between every letter. And it's being made by Spriteworks Entertainment. So Spriteworks released 2 videos this week. The first one is his MC10 joystick interface, which is based on the same one that Jim Gary used, which gives you one axis. And he's added some stuff to it. He's added a switch. You can go between whether it's going to be the Y-axis is active or if the X-axis is active. So if you have a game that you're moving up and down but not left and right, you can switch it so it's more natural rather than trying to adapt to it. Which seemed to work pretty good. He actually has some little basic program stuff here that shows you how to, initialize the joystick interface and how to actually properly read it, etc. So I won't play that one, but if you want to know about the hardware stuff, and this is the same mod, I believe, that Jim Gary uses for his joystick MC10 games. But I'll let you watch that one on your own because we're a bit pressed for time. I'm going to go to his second video that he just released this morning. And this is where he installs composite video from Zipster's own Ed Snyder, and he also does the Pi Key 10 from Brendan Donaghy with the spacer, etc., in the middle here, which adds in dual Atari joystick reads, and the Pi Key for reading USB keyboards directly that you can use with the MC10. He also shows the initialization of the keys to map to a joystick, because one of the things that Brendan allows is if you have a game that say uses WASD or WAZ or something like that for your keys, you actually can map like a joystick left, joystick up, joystick right, joystick down, and the button you can map to different keys. And when you hit those keys, when that joystick mode is enabled, which you all do through the keyboard, then you can actually play any game on the MC10 using a virtual using the joystick, because it basically just remaps those keys based on actions on the joystick itself, which is pretty cool. Any of you who have been to CoCo Fest have already seen Brendan demonstrate this. So he goes through the installation, unboxing, etc. So we'll skip all that stuff for now, because one thing I want to show you guys, he actually has a little bit of gameplay of the Them game that he's working on. We were kind of speculating what exactly it was last time, so I will fast forward. He also goes through the MCX 32SD a little bit here too, as well, I might mention. But what we'll do is a little sneak preview of Them.
Run them2.bas.
And he will be up at his itch.io site later, he says.
And there we go. There's the intro screen for my game. I'll press the space bar. There's the startup menu for my game. And let's just go and head right into the game, and we'll do a quick preview of it.
That effect is not in the game. And this is written using MCX Basic with the SD card adapter by Darren Atkinson, because this basically adds extended basic and some of the lower high-res modes to the MC10. So that's a very brief little preview of the game. He's still working on it, and obviously he has that little joystick adapter for it as well. And obviously you can also use it with the Brendan Donaghy upgrade as well, the Pi key that allows you to remap joystick buttons as well, and joystick directions. So yeah, that looks really good. And it's basically, first of all, he was really impressed with the ease of installing the composite video adapter, the ease of installing the Pi Key 10, some of the features that Pi Key 10 has. He's quite impressed with those. He especially likes now that he can code with a modern USB keyboard instead of having to use the MC10 keyboard to program on, which if you watch the previous video, he actually was using for writing his test programs for the joystick adapter.
Is that the game that we were looking at last week? We were
Yes, it is.
Ah, so
it's not quite. We thought it was a missile command, but it's not quite.
No. And it's written in BASIC, in the extended BASIC thing.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as I can tell, I didn't see anything there indicating machine language.
How much does he say how much it was?
No, I don't think he has a price on it yet. I know he wants to try to sell it with some packaging and stuff like he showed. But I don't know if he's going to be like you, Nick, and also offer an electronic download for a lot cheaper.
Right.
We'll have to wait, I guess, until it's ready to go. Next, there was a couple of updates on the Dragon from Julian Brown here. So the first one is one he posted on Facebook a little bit earlier. He said, almost ready to test. It just needs a second power supply. Showing the photo, this is his main revision 3 Dragon 32 motherboard. This actually adds the 256K RAM support using the banker that Stuart Orchard designed, which is similar to the banker that Ken has in a CoCo2, and makes the video out circuit swappable between PAL and NTSC. So instead of being built in the motherboard, it's a little board you plug into the motherboard. And if you want to switch between PAL and NTSC, just unplug one, plug the other in, and away you go. So he then thought on a later post that he did yesterday that something was wrong because the second power supply came in and it wasn't working properly. And then it turns out he just misread the data sheet, so he had to put in a bodge wire to fix it up. And he's got power. And this is actually a combination of the Dragon 32 with the upgrades that he's got, plus his multi-pack duplicate board that he's doing. So he's going to be testing this probably over this weekend. And I don't know if he's still in the chat here to mention where he's at with this, but he'll be testing both pieces of hardware at the same time and seeing if he's got his 256K Dragon with a 4-slot multi-pack all up and running. Another one that came out this morning is David Mitchell, as part of his Septandy. We covered last week his play file editor, which is for making sound effects using the play command. He wrote a little basic program to make it easier to edit and test sounds. This one here, he's actually typed in a little demo from the January 1985 issue of Dragon User Magazine that does, using the line command, basically does these sort of spirograph style things. And there's a P Mode 3 version and a P Mode 4 version. It just has little videos of it playing. It's got some sound that's built into it, and he said you probably want to lower the sound. And that was part of the original program too. I'll play the P Mode 4 just for a couple seconds. You just can see what it does. And of course, he adds a little title screen here and the original author credits as well. Let's fast forward. There's different stepping rates and stuff. Let me just turn the volume down here. And then eventually gets into slightly more complex where it leaves stuff behind and does different measurements. You actually get some pretty cool, intricate designs out of it. And this was like a 10 or 15 line basic program in Dragon User. I actually looked it up. And the last one here, this is a Spanish YouTube channel called Retro for All. And they put up a video showing some of their Dragon 32 themes for Hypermax and Retro Paratudos. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And I think these are emulator front ends, and they actually have done some of the Dragon 32. So they've done different screen layouts with some different, animations from actual gameplay with different, labels and stuff that they have for the Dragon 32. And basically, this is something that if you read the comment or the description, you can go get this as a free download, and it actually has a link and the password to get into it. Some bots just don't start hitting their site. I wonder what that's like. And basically, I think they're kind of asking if maybe you have a favorite, but basically, I think all of these are actually included in here that you can actually give it a shot. Speed that. But you can see, like, here's one of the layout that shows a data record, which I don't think is a Dragon one that I remember. Different label symbols that you use here. Adding in banners and badges and stuff like that. There's Cosmic Crusader, which we just played recently. Some of the later ones have quite different screen layouts here. Like little animations and stuff here. With large screenshots. I think I prefer this one myself as far as being able to pick a game to play, because if it's too small, I can't really tell what I'm looking at. There's even a few games here I've not seen before. Maybe if you're running one of those front ends and you want to actually grab some, pre-done artwork and pre-done screenshots and stuff without having to do it all yourself, you can just read the comments, or not comments, the description of the YouTube page here, and actually get the link for it and the password required to download it. And of course, if you want the link to the actual YouTube video itself, you can get that in the CoCo Discord in our news summaries. And that is it for the news this week.
Woohoo! 5 hours.
Right.
I knew it was going to be a bit long with live coverage of World of Retro Computing plus VCF recap. So
thanks, Mark B.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for staying awake, Mark B.
Yep.
Mostly.
And your lengthy news has allowed me to almost complete a program for the Ken back one that
Nice.
gives me a linear feedback shift register.
Nice.
And Nick, you're done Hero now too? Like the webpage is ready to go with all my yammering in the last couple hours?
Not. I was actually watching the news.
Oh,
My
wow.
bad.
Oops.
Darn, I made it interesting. I failed my main mission.
I got
Well, no.
sucked
You
in.
made it interesting enough that I was distracted enough that I didn't get the program done.
Okay, well, in that case, let's just run the outro.
Yep.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Hey, Ron, you need to wake up that guy behind you. Tell him the show's over.
Yeah, it's my mom. Thanks for putting up, my mom this for the show. Anyway, we didn't do any rabbit holes today. Too bad, did we?
Not
Nope.
too bad.
We
huh?
don't need
Minor
rabbit
rabbit
holes
holes.
to have a 5-hour show.
No.
We just need a show from the last weekend to have a 5-hour show and a show going on this weekend.
Yeah, Nick, you didn't know my mom passed yesterday, right?
No.
No.
Yeah, he wasn't on when that happened, when we announced that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I came on late.
Yeah, it's okay.
My condolences.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
it happens. She's 92. So thanks, guys.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
you're welcome. All right.
Ron.
Well, thanks to everybody for joining, and we'll see you guys next week. Join us Thursday for the
Game On
Game On
Challenge.
Challenge.
What are the games this week? Jungle Queen, I guess, still, which is a bad choice.
And Zeus. Is it Zeus?
Zeus.
What was the second one?
Yeah.
Zeus.
Zeus, right? Yeah, Aardvark. Okay, gotcha. That's a CoCo 1 and 2
lightning
game.
bolts,
32K required.
Good job,
Joystick
Kevin.
and Jungle Queen. It requires a lot of patience and a joystick at 32K.
Okay. Well, bye,
8 p.m.
everybody.